a little
slow
bit
down,
longer.
Obi. Slow down, Obi.
Then they're
I know you're going to Miami, my guy. You're going to see a couple of that over there.
Oh, boy.
For now, just worry about trading, and then you worry about those shorts in a couple of days. Okay, so we went long the NASDAQ down there. I don't know if it's going to be right. I'm just going to go long against the 200 period moving average. Breaking through 61. Like I said, we're not here for a long time. We're just here for a good time. And if this gets through, then that time is no longer a jam for me. We are underneath VWAP. We are underneath the 50 period moving average, and soon to be, there it is, fail on the futures. We'll go red on the futures right there. So that's going to be a red stock. We're still at our daily goal, but we did give some back. We were at 2x there when this happened, yeah, no longer there. All right, so great trading there for NVIDIA for you as well. You obviously have that short on as well, as here comes NVIDIA right into these levels. So I'm just kind of looking at these pre-market breaks. If we break 114 right there, then we're gone. So we can sit in here. It's been a great day. We're completely fine with everything. We are still in that club, though. Where's Ozan? What up, Ozan? It's still Apple's world, and we're all living in it right now. At least I am. Oh, gosh. The bear of all bigs has just come in. It is Mr. Big Bear AI. That just came in. This has been dropping. You stupid stock. All right, so we're long Big Bear AI right now against 325. We talked about liking this into that pre-market level. We were super patient with it. I'm only going to, because this is going to the downside, I'm not going to give back, what we've made on other names that we've really focused on today. I'm not going to layer into this. This was just a plan of action back into this level. So we'll take it. If we break right here, if we break 315, let's go a little bit lower. Yeah, we break 315, 310, we're out of this. This is 15 cents worth of risk. If we can get something back up here and take 10, we'll do some of that. We'll get out of like half of it for 10 cents if we can, and we'll wait for some downside pressure there on BBAI. The name that's really been working, of course, has been Apple. I can't believe I'm going to get another piece out here on Apple. I really don't have a choice. It's really starting to go, guys. All right, so the TQs cracks us, and then it's right back up. So, all right, we'll leave that alone, and we'll see if we can get some love somewhere else, Obi, because right now the futures are not really moving that well. Sebastian wrote down Neo in the chat, and he also put this down on, this is what happens when you participate in this. Sebastian earlier today on my ask about what we're all trading, and I want to see how many people viewed this thing, but Sebastian definitely did. He wrote down Neo, so 1,600 views. There it is, Sebastian. You were looking at Neo, and bang, congratulations on that one. If you were, I'm assuming you're looking long. There it goes. Great call, Sebastian. We give you props for that. Great call, Mr. Sebastian. And oh gosh, Obi.
Oh boy.
It's NVIDIA time, baby. There it goes, man. I know you have it the other way, but we're in this name right now. We're 70 cents in the money. We're going to take a piece out. Look at that reload. Look where we reloaded. Oh, let me just check what the plan of action was. Oh, yeah, take everything long at VWAP. Okay. So there's NVIDIA there. We can basically just write an algo to do this every day, and then I just sit here and comment on positions that fill, but that's pretty much what we're doing, man. We've got $1.50 in the money on Apple. We now have an amazing 5 cents on Big Bear AI. We have 90 cents, now 75 cents on NVIDIA. So if we can get that back going to the upside, let's go on that. And the TQs, man, we're slightly red on it. I hate to tell you that, but it just took us out, man, at that bottom. You can't hold it forever. And that's exactly what we did do there, was get out, so that we don't have that huge L if things go awry. Apple, more outs right there, Obi. I still think I'm hoping that we're both winning on this NVIDIA trade. NVIDIA is going to be a top stock for me today, and I'm sure it is for you as well. So, all right, there it is. We're getting that out, and we have a new position alert right now. So let's go on that one. It's Palantir just came in to 81.55, and oh boy, there it comes in right there. We'll see if we could take 30 cents immediately on this play. Oh, we just missed our 75. Give us those 75s. There it is. Give us that 82. We are now long on Palantir, everybody. So, Obi.
Yes, sir.
Like, what world are we living in right now? There goes Palantir. We just put the bid in, and we instantly get that 40 cents. So, so far, so good, man. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think so far this market's given us opportunities going both ways.
Both ways, yeah.
Right off of the open, the nice strong longs, and then some of these things I'm looking. I just want to cover some of the Mag 7 here as of right now because there is some distinctly different action that is coming in. NVIDIA is one of the only few names that's really kind of bidding up. I know that you've been involved in Apple as well, and we've been seeing a little bit of a bid on that Apple.
My.
But oh boy, I'm looking at Softy, Google, and Amazon, and especially I'm having a look at the goggles over here as it trades below VWAP. Look at this distinct selling that's coming in right here. Very clean. This is a 1 minute chart now.
Look at Palantir.
Oh boy, is that a bid? That TQ is bidding pretty hard there. But yeah, no, I'm looking at this this sell off on Google. Very, very clean and clear to the downside, just holding trend pretty well. So let's see if this trend breaks at any moment and then catches on to the market also bidding as well. But we will take a look at Softy and Amazon after we get back from Madeira with Happening Now.
BB.
This market here really not looking what we might have thought it would once we got those numbers at 8:30 a.m. Each one of the CPI prints, so CPI, month over month and year over year, and also the core CPI, all came in 0.1% lower than expected, which is what we were looking for. It's what the market wanted. Initially getting this push up here in the market and then falling a little bit before as well, but certainly off the open. Tesla, it seems like Tesla's still strong, but the NASDAQ here went from up, I believe, over 2% at its highs, now up only 1%, but still strong. We also have on watch here Bloomberg reporting that Canada is looking to unveil some retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods. We know this has already been in talks as well. So tariff talks still on watch, geopolitical talks still on watch, Intel on watch as well, along with a lot of these semiconductors, including TSMC here basically proposing a joint venture with NVIDIA, AMD, and Broadcom, according to Reuters, with the goal of operating Intel's factories. Then we have TSLA on watch. A lot of different catalysts for this one. Donald Trump here, President Donald Trump buying a Tesla vehicle. We also have with TSLA the fact that Elon Musk said they're looking to double their U.S. production over the next 2 years. Nuclear's been on watch here as well. RGTI and some of these names pushing into the open and then falling to the downside. So just be aware here. Even names that look strong are giving back a lot of that move there. There's a lot of small caps running around, guys. Back to you.
I mean, like, yes. Obi and I just sitting here, thanks to Dara for all that. Yeah, I mean, there's so many small caps. We're in Big Bear AI. That does go for us 7 cents. I didn't take any out. We just actually got a little piece out just now. But Palantir there.
Just adjusting the...
Okay, thanks, Obi, for doing that. Just Palantir rips up like crazy there and goes virtually, it does go 90 cents. We don't have that top. We get a lot out there at 82, but it's coming back in a little bit here. So just as Adara mentioned there, you know, you got to watch out. Some of these names are pulling back just a little bit. I'm going to use now just because we're like in protection mode because we're all long. I'm long right now. If we lose 81, I'm out of Palantir. So we'll put another bid. Actually, I'm bidding 81.11s, so we just missed that. We'll see if that comes in, and then we'll get out like at 80, a little bit of a lower take there. Okay, well, scratch that. A little bit of a face. Oh, what?
Yeah, look at that bid.
What? All right, dollar in the money right now, Apple. Dollar in the money now, NVIDIA as well, as that's going. 90 cents in the money on Palantir. I don't know what just happened again there, Obi, but oh boy, we're going to the upside. Let's take advantage of these moves higher. So yeah, we didn't take advantage of that on NVIDIA there, but we will. We're sitting here on the offer. Let me take some out right here at 40 if we can. We put an offer there. Give us that. There it is. Yeah, we should get that 40 there. Yes, we did. So now all right, Canada talking about having a day-to-day fight, but they're looking for managing tariffs. Same old stuff. I just pause when I hear something in my ear, just tell you what I hear, and then Adara will confirm if it's anything major coming through. There's Big Bear AI, man. I told you we got a little bit there. We only got 32s. So unfortunately, we have to wait for Big Bear AI to get going there. Apple does make that move back. I'm going to wait for Apple, man. 221.40s is where I'm going to sit for Apple. I just want to make sure I do. Yeah, I do. I have a 221.50. So if it can get back up there, we'll try it. 50's fine. No, let's go a little bit. Yeah, whatever. Hopefully it rips up. I'm not going to get too specific with all of that. There goes Palantir, by the way. So now Palantir is officially a dollar winner. Huge, much more than a dollar winner now, $1.25 now in the money for Sir Alex Karp and company. That 12 billion fortune getting a little higher right now. There it goes, man. So we've had We've had Apple with a dollar winner, NVIDIA with a dollar winner, Palantir with a dollar winner, and the TQs, unfortunately, we are now out of. Obi, if we were in the TQs, man, right now, I would just shut my computer off, go do some laps, come back, and see what's going on. But right now, we are starting to moon. We're at our highest spot again right now that I've been at P&L-wise all day. And again, part of that is because of what we just saw in Palantir. Palantir just came in, gave me that 81.50 bid. If you guys liked it, you could have taken it again right there. There's the outs up there at VWAP. Let's go. We really like this, man. This has been so good as we go. Sean, go for a walk. Yeah, man. That's what we probably should do. You learned from your boy, Tony. What's up, Tony? I don't know who that is, but let's keep going. Yeah, we used to do that walk and talk about stock there. Now I'm going
do it every now and
Now I'm
then?
going
Okay.
swimming, so I don't do the walk and talks anymore. But yeah, we do understand that, getting some relief from this. I mean, sitting here, like I've traded thousands of shares already today. The amount of trades, I have over 90 fills already. So, it does get a little bit intense on this side. Okay, man, there goes NVIDIA, dude.
back to 160.
I know you're short and I hate talking against you, but we're now $1.40 in the money on the long. And I mean, anybody, including yourself, we all had opportunities to play this VWAP. I really like that level. Some of us will look at different things. So for me, let's go. We'll get some more out at the top here at 116. That's always been the plan of action today. Scalp some out, sit back, relax. We don't have a negative day in a little bit here, and we're pretty happy with what we're doing. Obi, these are all new positions. We're sitting on $4. Apple $1 right now. Big Bear AI 5 cents. NVIDIA $1, Palantir $1.50. So it's pretty good, man. I really like the TQ's position, and I really sucky at trading.
And the volatility is absolutely wild. I was just messaging in the chat there. These wipes that are coming into the market both ways, to the downside and then back up. It's the wash is absolutely crazy here. But I'm patiently watching. Again, I did well to cover majority of the position here down at that VWAP that I was looking for. We couldn't quite get too far past those 15 halves. So I'm like, all right, well, got to respect that. Bigger picture, are we going to trend on the upside on a lower than expected CPI? Maybe, potentially. We did kind of show signs of that in the pre-market. We're pulling back and still holding some of those reference lows. So yeah, I'm just asking, are we still trending up? Here on the 15-minute chart on NVIDIA, we are holding quite well. So the chart looks distinctly different on a higher time frame. You can look at NVIDIA here on a 3-minute chart, and you can see that, a little bit of a chop, but pulled back and held VWAP pretty well, and then now we're pushing back towards that 116 area here. Some strong, I guess I saw a bit of a tape turn here, just back through that 16, couldn't really get to 117s there. But yeah, bigger picture, we could just be continuing, but taking a look at that 15-minute chart, you can see we're holding up quite well, even through that CPI move. So yeah, I'm probably gonna get stopped out here on that on my last bit of NVIDIA, but I'm going to give the last little bit to the stop I initially intended on it, just to give it that room. Again, pretty much a trail insignificant size, like I said, to begin the trade, I had nowhere near what I should have on this trade. So it was a good rep, putting in some meaningful reps, maybe not with the size that the ticker or the trade deserved. But it is what it is. I am going to move on to the next trade and maybe do a little bit better there. But Tesla, oh boy, we were talking about that 250. Guess what's holding on Tesla, Sean? Tesla is holding VWAP like a champ. So let's throw that indicator up there, right there. So there we go. Another similar story. Pulls back. This one a little bit cleaner hold of that VWAP, also confluencing with some pre-market consolidation highs here post CPI. So I mean, we made a little bit of highs there at that 245, got a little choppy before the open, and then pulls back into VWAP by about 957, holding that level for another push back into 250. So I'm gonna, I'll kind of want to watch this tape here on 250 when it comes to Tesla. So let me pull that up right here and pull it up for you guys as well. I gotta change two books. But yeah, 250 right here, incoming, but already made an opening range high or a morning session high there at that just shy of 252 here on Tesla. So we're getting that strong continuation off of that strong consolidation and lick grab of that 220 and then push up this morning. And then we got some tailwind. We got CPI as well. So we were getting a bit of relief there after some strong weeks of selling here on Tesla. Let's take a look at Google. Google I was watching as well, like I mentioned earlier. Google right here. So we did kind of break this downtrend. Let me get these out of the way. So we did kind of break that downtrend on Google. We were looking at the 1 minute chart here. So again, just to kind of reiterate, this is kind of what I was looking at. And oh boy, I was not paying attention to this, but a little bit of a line from the past, 167.30 that did show up. I did look at this a little bit later, but again, kind of missed that. I guess an old support and resistance level came in on the opening range high and acted as a resistance for the pullback in. But yeah, look at that nice little break of trend here and pushing back up into VWAP. Let's see if we can get back into VWAP. I definitely missed the entry here, but the RR a little bit skewed. Probability a little bit higher than maybe 50% there on the trend break. But let's see if that can potentially give us VWAP. As of right now, oh boy, this is back down to 115s. This is the shake and bake I'm talking about. The volatility in this market is wild. And I think, again, VIX is exactly there. We still got 2 hours left for this candle to print on the VIX, but it's still holding well within what it has been doing over the past few days. So that's kind of what I'm looking for it to do. What is the chart telling me? And is it still doing that? Is it still holding? And is price action kind of confluencing with the setup to give me that bit of confidence in the trade? So I think that is a resounding yes as of right now when it comes to both NVIDIA and the VIX and the market as well. So let's take a quick look at some of these in-play stocks that I had watching, part of my watch list this morning. We had a bit of Novo Nordisk. So you know what, I'm gonna pull up the chart so you guys can watch alongside. So NVO, I think they had a miss on one of their trials today. So let's go up to a 3 minute chart. So in the pre-market session, we can see that strong selling that did come in. Look at that RVOL, absolutely beautiful, almost 11 times RVOL in the pre-market, but off the open, not really doing too much, so I didn't really touch it. iRobot, we were talking about IRBT. IRBT had earnings this morning and still holding that VWAP. Oh boy, that's some significant volume that came in on this breakdown. Look at that, highest volume candle on the day on a 3 minute chart comes in at 10:09, holding this trend. So gap down. Let's see if there's sellers on board here. I'm pretty sure this is on SSR. Yeah, down 36%. Yeah. I didn't even see the prices there. It's a $4 ticker, but yeah, iRobot here. Groupon is working as well. A little bit of a gap up continuation happening on Groupon. It was doing lackluster volume in the after hours and the pre-market session, but again, throwing that anchored VWAP on, we're way above that. So maybe the intraday VWAP is more of is a better indicator to kind of follow because it's respecting it. That's the only thing that I'm seeing there. eHang as well. They had earnings, a little bit of a gap up on that one. But guess what? A little bit of a breakdown of what seems to have been a bit of a level at that 24 area. You can see off of the earnings report, we kind of push up here and kind of hold on the bid multiple times. Even in the low volume period of pre-market, this is a held bid that shows up. And then right off the open, boom, slams through that 24 and gets right down into 21. Not only that, you go down to a shorter time frame. We're holding underneath, look at that consolidation underneath VWAP. Right in and around that 24. So you're like, all right, flush down to 24. That held bid is still there. Maybe you get long. Maybe you saw that information in the pre-market. Maybe you get long off the 24. But guess what? VWAP attempts, pushes back in, holds as resistance, breaks down the consolidation low, also opening range low on the 3 minute chart as well. Maybe not the 5, because the 5 minute opening range low would be here, down below 2370s. But yeah, wow, that's coming in. All right, so there's my VWAP cover that I was looking for earlier on NVIDIA, coming in real hot. Oh boy, almost 2 points on this one, Sean, and I have almost nothing left. But yeah, eHang, beautiful continuation there, and the market is doing what the VIX already told us this morning. So that's a good look there. Let's see what else is working. Intel, again, Intel, we kind of we're watching that in the morning session. That's probably coming down to its low. So VWAP sellers, oh boy. So VWAP still holding as a little bit of resistance on Intel. So let me know in the chat, what are you guys watching? I know that I'm looking at, I usually tend to look at similar tickers. I have a morning watch list here. Today was a little bit lackluster on my morning watch list. I didn't really put in that many instructions or specificity in terms of what I want to do with some of these tickers here. So I put at the morning, I said VIX at the level at 7:30 a.m. And I was like, okay, look for midday continuations if holding VWAP. And then the CPI came in at 2.8%, much lower versus expected. And my watch list, I just had iRobot, eHang, Groupon, and Intel. And then, yeah, I did kind of take a mental note of some other ones, like I said before. TQs, when the CPI came in, we were involved in a little bit of that. I was like, all right, well, I pulled up my chart, and I was like, all right, maybe a little bit of a support resistance level here, and then relative to what the VIX might be doing as well. Took some scalps on that one. And then NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA totally not planned, but totally not planned in the morning, but I did look at it and I'm like, all right, in this moment, going through 15, this is my risk. I want to take inventory through 15 or into 15 on the 15 break because I think this is very strong and we have that market tailwind. That came in absolutely beautifully, but then a bit of a failure to follow through as that bid dissipates, almost stalls at that 116 halves. And I'm like, all right, well, if buyers are going to step off that aggressively and sellers are going to step right in, I want to be a seller as well. Kind of working out pretty well as of right now. We've only made lower highs, a little bit of a lick grab of that 116. So if you got long on that VWAP, it gave you that. I think that was more than valid for the continuation. But then it false breaks that 116, showing you that sellers are willing to step back in at lower prices. So kind of keeping that in mind, I was like, all right, well, I'm going to keep my stop where it is, even if it's an insignificant trail position. I have to put in the meaningful rep to take the trade for what it's worth. So I think I did well doing that. Sizing, we can worry about that in the future. So that's all I got going on right here, Sean. So
yeah,
nothing
there's always
too crazy
tomorrow,
on the watch list.
Great trade there on the short for sure, and good talk about that. Yeah, that's why we emptied out the clip a lot at some of these levels, right? We just bought a little bit here and got a little bit out. I mean, if this breaks 114, then we'll take a 25-cent hit right now on NVIDIA on about, 2 or 3 units or so. Like we're going to stay, there it is. So we'll stay positive. NVIDIA is still a good name for us, but there it is, the short coming in again. And we did the same kind of damage there on Apple, where we haven't reloaded anything. We got out, we're letting this market figure itself out. We talked about pops and fades, and right now you're coming right back in. So we were like, wow, the TQs, but they're right back into these lows as well. So how low can you go? Our out on Apple is still a break of this 220. So we're getting out of everything. We pretty much have all these outs already. So for Apple down here right now, let's just try a bid. We're down here at $200. 200. Oh man, hopefully that's not an omen. 220 down there. We're going to give it to 119.75. If it breaks that, then we're going to get out, right? I mean, that's the plan. We did just reload a little bit down there. What was our price? 22.09. So here we go, Obi. There's the play. So there's the playbook, man. Scalp it out once it comes back in, and there it is, man. We're just going to take some more out. And so that's what we're doing. We're trying to play a little bit. You talked about share size. I'm putting on a little bit bigger size at these levels because we've just come in. So if this wants to float up, man, 20 cents, we'll just scalp some out. And that's what we're doing. So we actually just got out of half of that little bottom scalp there because we know that this trade and, the longs are in danger down here. So we'll wait. We're back down into the day's low. We'll average that position back in and then get it out. If we do break lower, remember where our stop is, 219.75. That's 25 cents. This is already a 25-cent winner. So we might as well, we're long at 09. So now it's a 30-cent winner. So let's take out another piece right here and then hold for that bigger move up. I mean, this is what we're trying to do is, play. There we go. We just got some 40s. So now we're going to the upside on this reloaded position, and it looks like it's going to be a good one. No idea. We did not reload Palantir though. Again, because I don't want to go long on everything and then just get smoked. Like you got to make the right decisions at the right time. So here we go. We'll get something out here on 40 if we can on Palantir. Did we just miss that? Yes, we did. So let's wait. I don't want to get this price. Let's see if we get 28s. There it is. Okay, so we get those 28s. So now we just got out there on Palantir at the 200 period moving average. We only have 5% left of our position. 10% left of our position. And we only have one fill there on Palantir. I don't know if I like these longs too much anymore. NVIDIA does come out, but look what happens, man.
Boom.
I don't even know what to say.
Nice little pop.
Like there's us getting out, there's it popping up $1. This happens to us.
I saw that happen. I was like, this was prior VWAP. Comes in and catches a bid in and
right at our level too, man. So we got stopped out there. We could have got a little greedier or a little bit. I just didn't want to hold this in case the market fell in. I mean, I could see we're still at our daily goal. It's fine, but we did give some back because that right there, that kind of sucks right there. But okay, we'll just deal with it. The market's still in limbo right now. It's not, we said that. Remember, you'd open your eyes, close your eyes. Like we just went right back into where we were pre-CPI, right here. Like that was that bottom again. We should have just gone along the Qs and just forgot about NVIDIA. But okay, let's go back over. We're ready with Adara at the big screen. There.
This is the IWM here, much like the rest of the market, pushing to the upside, then propelling lower. But it's worth noting here, if you look at the 15-minute chart, we've done a bit of a double bottom, if you will, over the last couple of days at that $200 level support or thereabouts, just below. So looks like we could be forming some support on the rate-sensitive Russell 2000. Always one to watch when we have numbers. The strongest small cap that I could see this morning is by far ServoMed, CRVO. On Monday, they announced some positive trial results. On Tuesday, they get a price target increase here from Roth MKM. No news today, but about an 18% short float, I believe. Then we have TNYA. This is Tenaya Therapeutics. 20% short float, no catalyst for this one. It is also a penny stock. And last but not least, here we have CXM. This one just starting to move. Sprinkler here with about 1 million in volume traded so far in terms of shares. It also has about a 10% short float, announcing earnings this morning, stronger than expected guidance as well for fiscal 2026. So this is CXM, a couple small caps on watch today, but CRVO definitely looking to be the strongest right now, guys. Back to you.
Okay.
VO, okay. Sprinkle some on Sprinkler there. Apple breaks. So we'll stop a fail on that last little reload, but again, like pretty happy with it. I mean, we would have liked to get short, but the fact that we were able to empty out there and then get that reload and then lose on the reload, I'm going to try to go long against 219.50 if it does come back in again, just because we've seen this move down, but the sellers are still here. It's nice to see the NASDAQ up 1.2% for sure. You know what name's been getting killed, and you mentioned this to me as well, was Alphabet.
Oh,
Whoopsies, GOGGL. Yeah, we got to go to the NQ here, not Blue Ocean. But here we go. Google right now, .NQ coming into play again. Still up 50, up 0.5%. But wow, we haven't caught too much of a bid. Sure, I mean, look at that. Like, I heard that Joe was mentioning this as well. Sometimes you get these looks where you just wicked all the way down there, and that gave you potentially like a little bit of an exhaustion candle to the downside. But the thing is, now that I look at this, it's not coming with any volume. So that's not the greatest look there, but that is a look. So if there was a little bit more volume there, then I would have maybe thought that could have been a bottom there for Google. All right, so we just tried Apple again, and it came in and came out. We're trying to catch bottoms, but oops, that's not Apple, that's still Google. But look at Apple now. Oh boy, really coming in now. So we tried it one more time there, 219.60 out 219.40, which is right here right now. So another fail on the reload of Apple. So yeah, some of these longs not working down at these levels. And why are we even looking long at this point when the market is underneath the 50, underneath VWAP? Well, I'll tell you why. Because we've just bounced off here a couple times. So if it's going to work, it's going to work at these levels. And if not, then you can get out and really just regroup. So Apple down here at 219, that has been the bottom. I don't necessarily want this stock anymore. You are pretty red on this name. Let's move off of Apple. We keep the green day on Apple there, so we'll spend the money on Apple. We gave some back. Definitely not as good as it was earlier, but hey, the market is the market, and it did get faded there, so we gotta respect that and potentially stay away. Okay, we got out more Palantir. I now have 5% left, so I'm actually going to put this out. If we break this 80, whatever that bottom is right there, I just don't want to be in the longs anymore, especially if we do take those out. 81.35. So I'm going to put that stop in right now. 81. Let's go 25s. If it breaks that 81.24, we're out. We do not want to bleed away profits at this point. So even though we only have 5%, I'm still going to tap out right there because 5% left holding it $1, at some point it adds up, right? So you got to be responsible with that. I am being responsible with Big Bear. If Big Bear takes 320, we're out. It's not moving obviously, so we're going to take that as an out if that does come through. Let's check out SMCI just real quick here. That's showing up on the scanner, brought to you by eSignal. All right, so SMCI again, like right back into today's low. Why didn't we take the TQs? That's what I meant to do down there. I don't even know why we didn't do that right there. So, okay, you just got filled on something you said?
No, Tesla came back into its VWAP, and I'm like, all right, we've been holding VWAP since the open, so it's clear that there's a little bit of buying here on VWAP. I post an order at 240, 245.50s, and the bid is sitting at 51, and then it just jumps back up above 246. So I'm like, all right, oh boy. Don't really want to chase a whole dollar above where I was trying to get in, but VWAP holding on Tesla as of right now, I think it's definitely a little bit of a scalping opportunity at the very least, but with the market taking a little bit of a turn, that's all I was really trying to do. I was like, all right, well, let me see if I can catch a quick little scalp on this and see if it does hold 246 is how much further it can go, but it kind of did that right there, and the market's pulling right back in. NVIDIA holding below VWAP. Now, Apple through its day low. Softy, surprisingly enough, holding its lows from its past three 15-minute bars. So 3 15-minute bars, the similar kind of lows in and around 379.40s on Softy. So that's holding up pretty well. So let's see if that can bring us in for more of a bid. Tesla still holding that VWAP. So okay, so we're Tesla's 247 now, so almost 2 points up off of that VWAP, almost 2 points. But yeah, I'm going to continue watching this market. Oh boy, a lot of opportunity to go around, both long and short. So let us know in the chat, what have you guys been trading? People asking about some tickers there, so I can take a quick look at that. Can you look at AAL saying Oslam? Okay, we'll take a quick look at AAL as well. So let's see what this one is doing. I know this one was moving around a little bit yesterday. Wow, look at that. Look at that, Sean. Absolutely wild. So
yeah, I know. I saw the airlines.
Selling.
Remember there was the new bag checking rules.
Is that why?
I don't know. It wasn't American. It was somewhere. Southwest.
Okay, so
yeah.
Southwest.
And I think there was even somebody else the other day as well, because I feel like, anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Southwest is selling off a lot more.
There we go. Yeah,
than that AAL. So maybe this one leading the pack here with that with a potential catalyst. Nice sideways consolidation. Look at that. That's definitely something right here. We consolidated pretty much sideways in a beautiful range for 4 hours yesterday, and that consolidation range low break came in right off of the open, Sean, and guess what? You missed that trade. Look at the bid, where that stops. That support from yesterday turns into resistance, and look at that selling. Beautiful, consistent selling right off of that level, all the way from 34.30s for a 3% pullback, 3.4% pullback, all the way down to the day lows. Sure, you're not holding that whole chunk, but that's kind of the move that it did. What's up, Adara?
Just keep an eye. Yeah, so I just wanted to, recap really the airline stories from yesterday. So there were two. Sean is correct. One of them was Delta, which sold off yesterday and sold off all day today as well, or so far anyway. Basically, Delta here yesterday lowering their guidance for going forward. Then we had Southwest, which, as Sean mentioned there, yesterday announcing that they're going to be changing some of their baggage policies, and also they're going to be accelerating their buyback program. So those are the headline. With the airlines being recapped really quickly, again, both day two movers. Also, Tesla may be on watch here. Carson Block, a notable investor here and leader of Muddy Waters Research, saying that it's still hard to bet against Elon Musk and look elsewhere. So Carson Block speaking positively here about TSLA or Elon and Tesla as it sits at this 245 level. Guys, back to you.
Exactly. So,
oh boy.
Yeah, we were just going back and forth there about Tesla, and the move that happened. But let's go, man. Let's spin it one more time. All right. So it's a good trade here. It looks like, anyways, for us on our friend Palantir. We just got some more out there at 82.50 at the 200 period, at the 50 period moving average. So now we'll keep that stop in. But if we were willing to stop out there, we have to take profit when it does go for us that 90 cents. So we're gonna take that profit, put that in our pocket, and watch out for it. We do have a new position though. Shout out to Joseph over there because he likes his stock. Amazon, I think we all like it, but again,
never heard of it.
No, I've never heard of it either. I mean, I was debating getting a subscription. I think they deliver random things to houses. I don't know if there's anything happening on Amazon or not, but no. So I'm just going to try to play off this bottom 198. I mean, it looks like it might be okay. Thing is, trend is definitely to the downside. I like the TQs down here at 61 right now. So if this can come into 61, we've just missed it. That we should have already been long right there. So crude out right now as well, and we can check that out. But for right now, it's a crypto moment. We haven't really looked at it. It's 82.6 right now. Crypto's falling back in. Let's go get the stories from Adara.
It's hard to find bullishness in this crypto chart, excuse me, still with Bitcoin having that rounded top, also now having these lower highs, lower lows, starting, I would say, here with this February 21 or 21st, 22nd high just below 100,000 and then making lower highs since. We have not had a break above 100,000 since early February. So it's been almost a month now that we've been below that level. Now, to be fair here, the last 3 days, we've clearly tried to break out of the 84,000 level, and we've held some support here around 77K, but we'll have to see if that support can sustain. It's worth noting here, we've now apparently had 1 full week of consecutive withdrawals here for Bitcoin ETFs, so outflows of $371 million for these BTC ETF outflows on March 11th alone. Ethereum here, 22 million in net outflows on as of yesterday, which is now a 5-day outflow streak. So lots of weakness here with these crypto plays. Keep an eye as well as some of these other crypto names. For now, though, we're going to go back to you guys. This is BTC USD.
You see it on the futures, absolutely wild there. We're just talking about some of this action happening across the board while I'm eating this fruit bowl here, Sean. So.
Oh boy.
Would you look at that? So yesterday and the day before, we had pretty much a very red fruit bowl, but now we got some greens in there as well. So maybe the fruit bowl indicator is telling us about the choppiness in the market. We're getting both wipes to the upside, a little bit of green, and strong wipes to the downside as well, a little bit of red. You know, there's some analysis for you there on,
there's a huge sell-off
on the market.
happening
The
right
fruit bowl indicator. Let me know in the chat if you guys like that as well. This market's coming in real hot with sellers stepping in pretty aggressively, and I'm just gonna bring this right back in here, Sean.
Yes, let's go.
It's an hour 30 minutes left on this 3 minute nice 3 hour bar on the VIX to print, and the VIX is holding very strong. So the VIX is once again, VIX don't lie. Chart don't lie.
Oh gosh.
And
97.50 is coming in a little bit better than I thought here.
This market is, we're coming in right here. So maybe, you know what I'm asking? Sunray saying, don't eat the green grapes. Okay. So I'm looking for the next trade. I kind of did not take any sort of continuation. So maybe that's a little bit something that I can improve on, being like, all right, if you're in a position that's working, look for the next trade in that same direction for the continuation trade. And I think on NVIDIA, the false break of 116 was definitely a little bit. And I was watching it here at 115s. As it kind of rejected that, it comes back into VWAP and it kind of rejects it. Now this VWAP is a little bit different than some other VWAPs as well, because you can the P-Pro VWAP has uses I think I wouldn't say a different set of data, but it doesn't have the data from like 4 a.m. So I don't know, but I give it some precedent sometimes. Yeah, sometimes you do see some action holding against that. But you can see here on TradingView, the VWAP is at 14 halves. Here on P-Pro, the VWAP sitting in and around that 15. And so, yeah, it's that area, right? It's that area. It's not necessarily a specific kind of thing, but comes in, makes a lower high in and around 115. Even if you're not even looking at VWAP because you're like, I don't want any lines on my chart, you're seeing that lower high at that 115. So definitely places to get more for the continuation trade after I see sellers stepping in right off of the open there. And that 116, that 115, definitely interesting. Let's see this consolidation low from CPI. If we can get into here or even into 113, only about 70 pennies away, Sean. And if this quadunks, I was talking about that 19.5, it seems like reversion to the 19.5 is still on the table. So
19 on the Nasdaq.
Oh yeah, 19.5 on the Nasdaq. So 19,500 on the Nasdaq. A little bit of a magnet we saw yesterday. A little bit of a consolidation, reversion to the mean. I was saying return return of the Mac.
Return to sender.
But yeah, no, 113s. Let's see if that kind of comes in here. 115s. I think we're definitely going to be a little bit poised for that 115 as the market quadunks. But this little consolidation in the pre-market right here, just above that 115, might be interesting as well. But other than that, throw it up in the chat what you guys are trading today. I know we were looking at AAL earlier, so I want to see what else you guys are talking about. Pro Day Trader saying Tesla long short, get the cash. Yes. Do you mean long short? Like that sounds like a wash trade, but long short, yeah, long and short. I think that's what you mean right there on Tesla. Tesla's definitely holding that VWAP pretty well here, or was holding that VWAP pretty well. This is what I was talking about. I was looking for that quick little scalp back up. But yeah, sellers definitely now really showing us who's in charge. Maybe some confirmation of sellers coming in here. But confirmation might be a little too late for me. What's up, Adara?
It's what's up, Sean, my
guy
over here. So yeah, we do have to talk about the e-signal today. And again, traders, listen up. It's your first month. It's free. That's right. The fees have been waived for your e-signal. Get in there. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience with e-signal. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. They have infinite data, instant trading. You can chart over 500 symbols at once. Can you believe that? You can also scan for that many. 500 symbols. I mean, Obi, that's a lot. You probably don't need that much. Lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts. Again, back testing, it's what it's all about for us around here as well. Make sure you check out all the different tick charts, minute chart. They even have a 1 second chart on any of those names as well. Global markets at your fingertips. No more important time to look at the global markets than right now. And e-signal, of course, being entitlement-based, you can check all of that out real easy and real quick with e-signal. So don't forget to scan your QR code right there. There's the scans on the screen, some that we use here daily. So definitely check that out. All right, so as that's been going, obviously the longs that we've had have come out. We're still here on the TQs. We're able to take a little bit of an advantage there on that pop-up, but we've averaged it in right now. Our average price is 60, 67, so we're out about 20 handles right now. I'm going to try to play it off that bottom. The stop rate here is coming in at 39s. So, are we going to bounce off of that? I'm not really seeing any capitulated bottoms here. I mean, it's definitely not a bottom. The NASDAQ's still up on the day. So, until we get scared, we got to flush a lot more than that. So, we'll wait to see if that bottom does wind up holding. Unfortunately, we took some shots on Amazon. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. We went long because it was strong, but it hasn't really given us anything. Really, our loss just stems from this 198 long there. We got out when it broke 198. Then we bought some 197.50s and were able to get some of those out at least. But right now, it is making that downside play. And I still want to go long the name because I like the name there. And if CPI is going to be a little bit better, then maybe we don't have to worry about a weaker consumer right now. I'm going to try one more time here on Amazon against that bottom. And we might have just got taken out at that bottom, 197.25 or so there. So we'll try to get back in right around now at 197.50s as now it starts to get back up. All right, we'll take a little bit here at 60. We just did miss that 50. Maybe we missed the 60 as well, which is fine. Okay, there it is. So we get that. I guess we didn't miss it at all. All right, so 197.50. We'll play off that bottom there. 197.20. If we break that, then we're out. 197.19. The thing is like, I know you talked about not having too many shares on that Amazon or on that NVIDIA trade, but the short is definitely right. You know, the plays are coming through right now. And, you know, I think it's going to be a little bit about patience. There goes Amazon right there. So again, what I'm talking about with patience is wait for your levels. And then especially if you're long, think about trying to scalp some of them out because, you know, the rhetoric has been short for the last couple months. And at least, well, look, we just made highs in February 19th, so I don't even know.
4 weeks.
At least for a couple weeks there. Yeah. And, you know, we could pull down even further than this. I mean, the market's up now.
I love how we sell off for like a month and everyone's like, oh my God, the sky is falling.
I know. Well, I mean, and again, a lot of that is going to be dependent on, you know, where your portfolio lies, right? Yeah. I mean, I think that there's been a sell-off in many of the tech names. Yeah. And most of the indexes are down. I mean, the IWM was down to $200. We could check out what the Russell's doing today as well. That's been something that there's a lot of traders have liked and just hasn't worked out. So yeah, that sucks. All right, we just got a bunch of shares out on Amazon there, so that was nice. Nice move up, man. 197.50. We just got taken out there at 72. So that was a decent out for us as well. Yo, what's up, Randy? Randy, man, this guy's just straight chilling. I need to get Randy's job. I don't know how exactly how I do that, but I really like I like that format. Okay, so the TQs making new lows right now. The futures are coming back down into the downside. Yep. Amazon, though, oh boy, Obi, that's actually holding out. So let's take some more profit there on Amazon. Well, a little chicken dinner winner right there, but we need a little more than chicken on this play to make our money back. So we'll hopefully get a steak trade on this one. 198.50 is the 50-period moving average. We'll see if it can hold that. Is it a call for somebody?
Yes.
All right, Sector Watch with Adara at the screen.
Over the last couple of days, I've really been emphasizing, I think it's important to look at which sectors are strong and overall what color we're seeing on this board, because as you mentioned on Monday, we were down significantly in the market, but there were a lot of green sectors. Yesterday, we were a little bit more mixed, but there were a lot of red sectors. Today, once again, up on the day, but a lot of red sectors here. Consumer non-durables, one of the sectors that fared the best on Monday, selling off aggressively here. Pepsi, Mondelez, especially weak. Health technology, consumer services, even McDonald's, which just made new all-time highs a couple days ago, taking a hit. Utilities, health services, every consumer durables name that isn't Tesla, communications, transportation, I could go on. The really point we're trying to make here is even though the market is up, it's clearly being led by tech names. Other sectors are definitely experiencing some weakness. That being said, retail trade here, Amazon, Costco, both positive. 2 of the 3 Mag 7s in tech services are strong, and Apple continuing to sell off, but NVIDIA and Broadcom looking good today, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, we've already...
This can go red here, it looks like, right? So, I don't know, man. We'll take the TQs and just try to get some out here as it gets into $30, but, $60. But, yeah, I don't know. We were talking about that, man, that 20,000 on the NASDAQ, now 19.5, 19.8 was the top there.
Yep.
We gave it all back. That CPI number comes in better, but yet still crushes everybody to the downside right now. Oh, boy, we made a decent amount back right now on the TQs. But, again, temporary bump maybe there off those lows. So let's start to massage this trade out a little bit here on the futures as we just bought some 60s down there. So we'll see if it can get back up to the upside. We make a little bit back now. Amazon, we still do have that position, but that's getting teetering near closing out. So we'll get some out here in the 60s, maybe in the 70s as well, as the market's trying to battle back a little bit here, Obi. You know, it's been a tough one, but we're still here. You know, we're still breathing and we're still alive. So we'll see if this can come through. Obviously, we'll see if we can come through on a nice little bounce off of some of those lows. There has to be some reprieve somewhere, doesn't there?
Yeah.
Or there doesn't have to be at all. So we'll wait to see there as we go back and forth. Okay, here we go. Getting some more out on the Qs. I'm not embarrassed to say this, but we're now green on the Qs right now on the futures, but it was just because we were catching some of these bottoms, and I don't think that that's necessarily the most responsible way to trade. But again, as long as you have your outs, we talk about that.
Yes.
Have your outs, right? If you have your outs, then you can absorb this. We were going long the TQQs. We punched out when it broke. We waited for 60, a little bit of a bottom there, and then we just took it, and there it goes, man. Positive expectancy on that trade, and there it goes, upside on the TQQs. Amazon, that was a pretty good reload. I'm not going to be super happy with Amazon, though, today, because honestly, this long at 199, 198, that sucked, and we'll be red on Amazon. So we need to let this thing go a little. It's not a revenge trade, but if it's going to come back, like we just went long there. So let's see if it does have a chance to come back into 198. You know, so that's what I'm dealing with. Good couple outs there on the futures, but again, it looks like it's retracing back one more time. So yeah, we'll see where we wind up going right now. But yeah, dangerous times here in the market for sure.
Yeah, absolutely wild.
For longs.
I know a lot of people are talking about this small cap ticker. I'm sure that Sharif is gonna cover this one a little bit there. Bro, have you seen CRVO? Okay, he's talking to Joe right now.
Yeah,
but yeah, look at this crazy action here on Servo Med. Now I don't know what catalyst they had there. Maintain a buy. Okay, so whatever. It's getting some volume. It kind of maybe had some news there on CRVO, but take a look at this crazy action here. Up almost, you know what, let's take the measurement, not from the open, but where that volume really started coming in here. And look at that, we're getting expanding volume as well. It's currently up almost 110% from where that volume came in. Now, for those of you who want to see how much it's up from the open, 137%. So roughly about 100, 150%. Runner we've got on our hands here, CRVO. What is the float? Is 5.35 million shares. Traders beware. But yeah, no, $5 ticker,
That will be
5 million share float. You will probably only need about 25 million notional to kind of
how much?
Chop this around. No.
What do you want me to go? What do you want me to go do?
No.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about it. We'll let it trade. We'll let it trade in. Well, I don't know if it's trading in peace because it seems like shorts are definitely getting a little blasted on this one here.
Shorts are getting
blasted. But we probably have to borrow these shares as well. But yeah, Tesla coming back down. Kind of again, 250 over under. Great idea, but what is your execution? That's the question, right? Anybody can have great ideas.
Exactly. There we go. This is finally.
There's so many great ideas. But what is the execution? I had the idea. I didn't have a plan, so I didn't trade it. Why? Because there was no execution on it. So if I was like, if I see 250 fail, how do I execute? I'm going to look for the bid to dissipate into 250 and crack the trend and then maybe get short. Maybe we've already traded below 250 and then I want to see sellers come in at 250 and then hold below VWAP and then maybe that's where I'm getting in, or I'm getting in below opening range low. Any sort of whatever execution set you want to put on that. Definitely a good idea. Definitely needs a good execution set there. So what is the trade of the setup? And how you are going to execute on it will make the difference. And CRVO, I was actually watching it for that $5 test because we know $5 is a bit of an important level when it comes to tickers. But it looked like it was false breaking in. And guess what? I'm pretty sure people got in on the false break of that 5, getting absolutely blasted there. Sunray saying CRVO price got an upgrade to $16. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to get to $16 today, but if we are on a bit of a stair-step squeeze on that ticker, I think it's more than possible there. Currently traded 27 million shares, 27 and a half. And again, we talk about the float being 5, so maybe a little bit of float rotation happening on that ticker there. But I like my large caps. I'm going to stick with those. Sure, they still have Fugazi games that are played with them, but maybe more scalable in the long run.
Dude, a breath of fresh air.
I have no idea.
Thank you so much. No. Thank you so much for that talk. I mean, that's the kind of talk that I'm trying to do here every single day, and I appreciate that we're on board with that as well because, it's like we're trying to teach and do at the same time, and it's like we could talk about all these trades, but at the end of the day, you have to be judged by the trades that you take. And I mean, sometimes we take bad trades and we're fully responsible for those. And we talk about those all of the time on the show. It's how do you come back from that? It's what do you do next, right? I mean, that's why I keep asking people. People never ask, so it doesn't matter. But, I'll say, am I green or am I red on the day? I think that's one of the most important things to know for a trader because we don't disclose share size or anything like that. But how have your ideas been working? Are you green or are you red on the day? Like, it doesn't matter if OB's up or down $500 today. Are you green? Are you red? How's your ideas worked? Are you, are your pending positions, what are they looking like? That's why we have that at the bottom, and it's just like, it's one of those things. Why is QBTS halted? Is it? Quickly, yes. So D-Wave right there, Adara. I'm going to check the chart. Do we have a move? No, we do not have a big move on D-Wave. So Adara, if there is any news on QBTS, right now it is halted without any dramatic move. So thank you so much for bringing that one up in the chat for us as well. All right, back over to the TQs, right? And this is what I mean, put up or shut up. We're long at 14s. We've just been scalping the you-know-what out of this. Look at all of these out. We were just like, yes, because it went up. We got that 50 fill. So we did get a good fill there. So, starting to bleed a little bit down. Obviously, this market, we just took another fill right there at 28s. Look how this market's bleeding down. I feel irresponsible. There we go. We just got out of Amazon. I feel irresponsible for not scalping out some of these longs. So we're going to do that. We're now flipping up our game. One more position. That's it. If the Qs go, fine. If not, it's regroup nation. right now. I mean, it's definitely a short. We've been trying to push it along, thinking that this would eventually bounce. It has not even come close to bouncing. The only time we bounced was a couple times here at 19.6. And that makes sense to me on the futures where we bounced. We bounced right at pre-CPI levels. The minute, honestly, and again, right, good talk coming, but doesn't mean I don't have the trade. Breaking that level right here, breaking that pre-CPI level right there. I don't care about all this stuff here. That's pre-market lows. That makes sense. But when we have big economic numbers, we have one coming tomorrow with PPI. Let's see. You won't be here, but let's see if I can, look at that level tomorrow as well. Where are we when we break below that number level? Just straight to the downside now. Lots of tariff talks today, lots of frustrating longs for sure, but the short is what's really printing here today. So great trade there for Obi. Let's see if we can hold out hope that this eventually does bounce here. No more outs for the TQs, guys. We have one in the high 30s, which if that can come out, great. My next offer is 55s, and then we'll go long off of that and see if we can work. So, all right, Adara, it's time for Money Talks. Let's see if we can get, some news here on some of the Forex.
It looks like we might actually be forming our first green candle here for the DXY after a 7-day sell-off. So all of last week here, every single day, red for the DXY. Yesterday and Monday, both also red. Today, though, trying to be green, but not the most bullish-looking candle here, bit of a topping tail candle as we try to hold the support at 103.50. Of course, the biggest catalyst of the day by far from an economic data standpoint and just from the market in general was going to be the CPI print we got at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. CPI year over year 2.8% versus 2.9% expected. CPI month over month 0.2% versus 0.3% expected. Core CPI year over year 3.1 versus 3.2. Core CPI month over month 0.2% versus 0.3% expected. So all of these prints coming in just 0.1% below expectations, the market responding very positively to that. We also have some comments right now coming from the Bank of Canada's Governor Tiff Macklem, and these comments are not super positive. He's saying that they think Q1 domestic demand will be, quote, very weak for Canada, and that they will do as much as they can to help the economy adjust to U.S. tariffs. So not a great look here coming out of the BOC governor. Keep an eye on the CAD. Also, QBTS, I think it's worth keeping an eye on here. As mentioned, this one seemed to be halted with no catalyst. I can't find a catalyst. There's very little social media attention on this other than, hey, why did QBTS halt? But we did have a headline coming for this one this morning around midnight, 2 a.m. It's a press release just about how their new qubits are driving their supremacy milestone in their landmark scientific breakthrough. This is just a PR release from QBTS, and it is worth noting here, this one is about a 21% short float, and they report earnings before the bell. We know CleanSpark did something similar to, I believe, last year, where they had an unexplained halt. Not sure why this is halting. If I find anything out, I will let you guys know promptly. Back to you.
It's the size and the stop that they take.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you very much,
Exactly.
Dara, for that. We're just having some
anyways, I really appreciate. No, I appreciate you having you being here because we don't have these talks all the time, right? So, thanks, Obi, for all of that. All right. Look,
Sean, we got to pump these numbers up.
What are those numbers at? You pumped them up.
Come on, like there's 8,500 people watching right now.
8,500.
8,500. Like we got to have at least futures. A 50%, base case 50%, 50% win rate. Yeah, no, yeah. Let's throw up those likes right there. There you go. I participated as well. I liked, and I'm already subscribed. So there you go, guys. Make sure you like and
hit it for
subscribe.
Adara. Adara's been about us. Hit it for Adara. Adara's been having the huge stories today. Thanks, Adara, for all that.
Thank you, Adara.
The watch list, all that kind of stuff developed again. You can hit it for Ramin too if you want.
Yes.
Why not?
Oh, come on.
Nice color on your sweater. We're kind of trying to match.
Oh, yeah, you guys match. Yeah.
Me and Ramin.
Ramin and I were matching a couple days ago.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I had the tracksuit on. Yeah, we had the shirts. We had the shirts. Yeah. I remember.
What are we even doing? Okay, so we just exactly. We just talked about. Look at that. Can you take
Would
a
you
look
like
at that? We talked about putting our order at $60.55. We talked about having an order there, so there it is. It does fill up. We still have half of this TQ position, and my next order is right here at $60.90. So if that hits, great on that one. And we're just hoping that it does hit. All right, so just getting some orders in now for some positions. We got stopped out of Amazon. It is bouncing. I mean, maybe we should have used 197, but at some point, it's like you got to stop out. We use 197.25. That seems to have been a mistake, but we're going to smile now because when I smile, you smile, we smile. That is, of course, shout out to Justin Bieber. But again, Justin Bieber,
Yeah. Maybe.
You ever heard of Tate McRae or?
Oh, I forgot last night, and
I know we talked about it. Okay, don't
I
worry
looked
about
her
it.
up this morning. I was like, I didn't hear the music. I saw some of the music videos.
You don't need to hear the
boy.
music. Okay, so we did. There it is, man. There's our fill right there. We talked about sitting there at this. Oh, wait a second. That was 60.75. My bad. I must have had an order at 60.75. I didn't even see that. My next order is at 60.90. So I do have an order there. Unless I went on the wrong stock, but I didn't realize I had well, that would make sense that I had an order there. So my bad. We did get some out there. It doesn't look like 75. I'll give you the exact number. 73s. So, all right. I did have an order there. That would make sense. Sorry about that. My bigger order is at 60.90. So if we can get that out, that would be good. We just got it. That was only a 5% out. So the next one's 20%. I'm waiting for up here at the 50 period for 20% of our position to get out on the futures. So we actually have something I want to do, and it's...
Ooh, what's for lunch?
Yeah, we had a little beef stir fry the last couple of days. It was kind of like back-to-back beef stir fries.
Was it beef?
Which is, it was a little beefy. So today, though, we go a little bit different. It's a Thai dish, but it's pad krapow. Pad krapow. Thai, and then in brackets, you can see, Thai chicken with basil stir fry.
Okay. All right. That sounds good.
It's not bad. With steamed jasmine rice, vegetable stir fry, and a Thai cabbage salad. So Thai chicken basil stir fry with rice and side veg. That is what's
For lunch.
for lunch.
Okay.
So we'll have that. They're here really early, so they're probably even here now.
Yeah.
As they drop that up. That's kind of like maybe like a pack.
Did you know? This morning, the caterer came in a Tesla. Remember? Sharif this morning. Yeah.
Model.
So I walk in, and I'm
What
like,
model?
there's a Tesla stand, like just parked right by the door, and I'm like, who's parking here? There has to be somebody who's in
I've
here.
seen the Kate.
And then I come in, and then I'm like, all right, nobody's here. It might be somebody else's. People use that as a parking spot sometimes. And then I see the guy. It was a different guy today as well. So I see the guy. He's rolling out with the cart, and I'm like, there's no way. Usually the caterer comes in like the.
We just got
van,
more futures.
The big van, right?
Right.
And
That's
I take a look. He's packing up the back of the Tesla.
It's a branded van.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
oh boy, these caterers making a good amount of money.
Why Teslas aren't that expensive, my guy? I mean, what model was it?
I think it was a Y.
A Y? I mean, that is the most sold car worldwide.
Okay.
So let's not try to be too surprised that there were guys rolling around in that, but
I mean, Tesla very versatile apparently.
yes, apparently they have a trunk, and they have, what do they call them in the front?
The front. The front.
Duh.
Yeah, come on.
Let me ask you
Front
this.
for the back.
Was he putting in stuff into the frunk?
No, he was putting it in the trunk. Yeah.
All right, Obi. So thanks for the update on our caterers' driving preferences. So, but yeah, we're driving to the downside right now. What's up, Ramin? Nothing. Okay. Not that eventful there. I thought maybe something was up. All right. So, yeah, the futures. We're on those right now. We're right back into here. 19,500. That's what we're trying right here. 19,500. It's Obi. This is now 3 straight strong, 4 straight. If we close, 4 straight strong candles to the downside.
Yes.
So it's definitely not looking very good. I do hear Sharif in my ear right now.
I hear
Andre or
myself
somebody.
as well.
We all hear ourselves in our ear, so we will get that away. We're long right now, man. $60.12 here on the TQQs with a stop just underneath this level. So if we break through 60, man, that's that 19.5. We've just broke it. We'll give it a couple handles to see if it wants to dance. Wow, big size. We don't see that normally. 60,000 shares. I don't think it's gonna. No, this is on the futures,
On
on TQs.
TQs.
I don't see that much very often, but there it goes. It goes away real fast. 60, I was going to say 60 million shares. There it is, big size right there. But this market is getting hit to the downside, so get ready for liquidation for me. There it is right now. Bye-bye. That's the end of that trade. The futures go boom to the downside. Take out that 19.5. Maybe worth a reload spot right here, but this could be just one of those levels again where we'll try the short. We talk about when it breaks. We want to look at it for continuation. So there's 19.5 finally breaking down. I mean, if you're going to look at it on a daily chart, there's not going to be too much support now. That level right there on the TQ is 56. I mean, come on. We wicked down there the last couple of days, 57. So we're only at 60 now. So there is some downside pressure coming. I mean, look at this. You take a look at that. Huge fall down. The TQs, because it's triple levered, we were $90, Obi. This is what happens when you have that exposure there. We were $90 back in Feb 20th. So now down to 60. So really crushed. They're half of the value taken away here on the triple levered, which makes sense. NASDAQ being down like 15 or 16%. I don't know what it is if we include today as we're still up. But yeah, downside pressure there. We'll flip over to the short and see if this works out for us for a minute. But it's 11 o'clock. Anything you want to say quickly? I mean, I know, is there a target for NVIDIA or no? Is there a stop? Why don't we worry about
is there
stop?
I mean, I do have my stop. My stop is already in.
Okay.
But that's near day highs.
Well, why don't you tell people where it is,
of,
just in case they're trying to trail it?
Oh, in case somebody's going to try and come and hit my stop, sure. My stop
No, but okay. The thing is, we should say it's. What do you have? 10%.
116.59. I have an insignificant amount left, less than 10%.
Okay. All right.
But, yeah, I've already said that multiple times before. I didn't even take the size that I should be, but taking the reps that I should be.
Yeah, and it's not so people would run your stop. It's just because this is such a great trade. I didn't know if you had a trail. Like I know Neil will trail
like a trail stop,
right?
Is what you mean.
Like if there was
so
if the futures turned around, we got to go because they're waiting. But if the futures
turn around, I think my stop would be a prior bar break on the spider.
Okay, so
because if you look at the 15-minute chart on the spider, absolutely beautiful downtrend on Intel, by the way, as well, breaking through day low.
We're trying to see if these futures
missed that trade, but SPY. Let's take a quick look at the 15-minute before we pass it off.
You take a look at that.
Boys, there you can see boom, 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 straight.
Here go the
down.
futures
so
finally.
Unless and until the spider
we
itself can kind of catch a bid, or the Nasdaq, one or the other. I think that's where it is. Or it can come and hit my stop. NVIDIA can choose to trade sideways while the futures do
sure can. All right, thanks, Obi, man. Another great day. If those of you are wondering if Obi's coming back, he's coming back at 2 o'clock, and then he's gone for a couple days. So make sure you do join us back there. Oh boy, reverting the futures right here is turning out okay. We're now 20 handles or so in on the short finally. So that's working out. We finally went short right at 11 o'clock. How about that? Okay. All right. Back over to the midday, man. These guys have been killing it over and over again. More small caps, most likely, but yeah, Bitcoin, major names, anything they want. This is dealer's choice, baby, as this market gets to the downside. Thanks, Obi. It's Sharif. Let's go futures as they're making new lows right now. Now I can get excited about the short finally because we in it, baby. All right. Sharif, let's go. It's 11:02. Ciao. It's Midday Madness.
Wow, look at that.
Boom! There you boys get ready. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That is your boy, Joey Dang Options. And we're going to mute what's going on in our ear. And we're going to bring in the chat, shout everybody out. Jasmine, Jesus, Jerry, Vodka. No idea what you're talking about, man. My mate Cleveland steamed a Jasmine once. I have no idea what that means. It seems interesting. The Katina man understands it. I'm going to pretend like I don't understand Katina man, which I don't. Tez, Johnson, we got Clement, we got Patrick. How about Bold, CompuCare? Wow, boom, CompuCare team. I have not seen you in a hot minute. Welcome back. We got Daniel Vargas. We got Vern. Sports and Stonks. Love that. We got Juiced. We got Abd. Jimmy Leonardo. The Corleone family. Mata Trador. Nephew with a capital P. We got my man Zeke and Catmandu. How about Vishal? I used to have a friend as a kid named Vishal. Daryl Finch. Bold. Stock Up. Diggity. Jacobs. Bovin. My man Bovin's in the house. Oscarito. John. Doka, By Killer COD, DJ Reski. Okay. We got Indeed Money, Got Rats, Rainmaker, Nathan, Taylor, JF Trader, Alexander K, and Sam L. We got Parabolic FOMO Drip. That is sick. Charles Murphy. Donnie Zimbabwe. That's a Chad OG right there. Who else? We got the main OG, J. Dang Lee, a.k.a. Boyle, UNG trader. Shout out to Jay. Got Kalua. Who else? We got Jose Gonzalez. Uplift Markets. Last but not least, Fila 07. Used to love that shoe. Did you ever have any Fila shoes?
Yeah, I used to have a pair.
Those were great, bro.
Remember when
sick.
Didn't Fendi team up with Fila?
They did. I'm pretty sure they did.
They were pretty hot.
The double Fs there.
Did I own any? No.
No, neither did I. I don't own any. I've never owned Fendi.
No,
Never had Fendi in my
really
life.
What I used to buy was a lot of not a lot. Armani was probably some of them.
Yeah, Armani's sick, bro. Armani's sick.
Giorgio. Not Emporio, Giorgio.
Hey. Okay. Clarification. Yeah. Shout out to everybody else in the chat. Joseph, good morning, my man. What do we got?
Yeah, I mean, guys, CPI.
Talking today.
Listening.
Strategy. Joe's mic's going to get fixed right now. Will not be too much longer. So we're going to start a new series of lessons. We're talking about gap and go strategy. So let's get right down to it. The gap and go strategy is a popular technique for day traders capitalizing on price gaps between a security's closing price. So a security's closing price one day and its opening price the next day. Here's a breakdown of the key concept as we always do. Let's start from a high level and get nuanced as we go. So gaps occur when the opening price doesn't follow the usual trading pattern. There are two main types of gaps. A gap up. So the price opens significantly higher than the previous day's close, suggesting bullish momentum. It doesn't have to be significantly, it just gaps up above yesterday's opening price. And then there's a gap down, kind of the opposite of that. Obviously, the price opens lower than the previous day's close, suggesting bearish momentum. And here we are. This is a gap up. This is the nifty bank. I guess back in the day, back in 18 or so, we were trading at whatever 34,680 rupees, I'm assuming. And then boom goes the dynamite. We open up much, much higher. And look at that. We continue on our merry way and we actually defend the gap. So that's a gap up. Conversely, obviously, most of us know the gap down. There's the nifty again at 35,350 and then tank below right back into 35.1. That's kind of what it looks like on a chart. Why does it work? The gap and go strategy assumes the price movement causing the gap will continue into the opening session. So there's a reason why this thing gapped up. There's a reason why it gapped down. The assumption goes that that news catalyst, which caused it to gap up or down, continues throughout the trading day. For example, a positive earnings report might lead to a gap up, obviously, because we know reports come in usually either in the morning or in the aftermarket the day prior, with traders anticipating the price to keep on rising. So we get that good earnings report in the morning. It gaps up like 6 a.m., 7 a.m., or the previous day at 4 p.m., whatever. And then 9:30 comes and we ring the bell and it continues to make higher highs and higher lows. It's never quite that clean. It's never quite that easy, obviously. From trading, we know that. But that is the idea behind the strategy. So identifying these gaps. So you can use a pre-market scanner. It's a good way to do it. I know Obe uses it. I use it. I don't know who else on the floor uses it, but pre-market scanners help you identify what's gapping up. In fact, I use the gap scanner for my small cap gap. Bless you, Joseph. All right. Thank you, Adair. And then so identifying these gaps, you're looking for stocks with sizable gaps. And, you know, sizable can mean different things to different people. Personally, for large caps, I'm looking 2 to 4% gap. If I'm looking for my small cap gappers, usually I like double digits, 10 and up, okay, in the pre-market. But as always, confirmation is key. And we're just introducing the concept. We've got 4 more lessons like this to talk about different strategies for the gap and go. So we're going to be super, kind of not detailed, the opposite of detailed, super general with it today. So confirmation is key. Not all gaps are created equal. You're looking for additional confirmation of the trend. What additional confirmation are you looking for? Volume. My man Joseph loves volume. Higher trading volume alongside the gap strengthens the move's validity. You're also looking for news and events. Why are we gapping up? What is the strength of that news? Is it light? I mean, is it something that we could definitely turn back on, or is it something concrete, like an actual business decision that the company's taken, or is it kind of in flux, maybe not kind of situation, okay? So the gap and go strategy basically like that. The entry and exit, how do we trade this bad boy? So your breakout entry, right? You want to enter the trade after the price decisively breaks above or for gaps, or below for gaps down a key level like the pre-market high, the pre-market low. Oftentimes you'll hear me say with these small cap gappers, I will not trade them until they're above the pre-market high. There's a couple of reasons why I do that for small caps that are not really that specific for large caps. But yeah, that is one methodology to make sure that that pre-market high has been taken out and we're not, kind of trending down off that initial gap up, right? Because the 4 a.m. print comes, we're like $2, $3 higher than the 8 p.m. print the previous day in the aftermarket, and then we kind of trend down. If you want to look at what that kind of situation looks like, look at the Chinese ADRs. Oftentimes, they gap up relative to the previous day's close, and then they start trending down, filling the gap, so to speak. And your stop loss placement here. Always have a stop loss in order to limit potential losses. Place the stop below the gap for long positions for gaps up and above the gap for short positions, which are your gaps down. Okay? How do you take profit and exit? What are the strategies here? There are no hard and fast rules for profit taking. You can consider the following factors. Your target price. Set a realistic target profit level based on technical indicators or chart patterns. So you're looking for key areas of support or resistance north of that gap up or south of that gap down where the price might reject or bounce off. You should be doing obviously TA to identify key areas of support and resistance. Volatility as well matters in volatile markets like the ones we're in right now. Take profits sooner to secure those gains. You saw that Katina Man and monster longs that were fantastic all morning. Then all of a sudden, you know what hit the fan, and the NQ is down from over 1%. We're barely holding on to Greensville. So these volatile markets, wet your beak, take your profits, and get the hell out of there. I'm kidding. Trailing stops. Okay, gradually adjust your stop loss to lock in profits as the price moves in your favor. I'll submit to you probably a good idea in volatile markets as things can change quite quickly. And just to wrap up here, guys, remember the risks. The gap and go strategy can be profitable, but it carries inherent risks. There is the ever-present danger of false breakouts. The price might not continue in the direction of the gap, leading to losses. Like today, we had a whole bunch of different stocks that gapped up. And I have two columns on my watch list. The change percentage from 4 a.m. and the change percentage from 9:30 after the bell. Almost all my big tech and my semiconductors are red from the bell onwards. I'm just going to have to show this if I can. So this is column. This is the change percentage column. You can see some of it's green. And then this is the change percentage since open. Look at all this. Redsville. So these gaps are getting filled, especially in these volatile markets. Keep that in mind. And then, yeah, the gap fill. Sometimes the price might reverse course and fill the gap entirely, negating the trade. So keep that in mind when you're trading these gap and go strategies. I hope everybody prints up a storm, Joseph.
Hey, yeah, good stuff there, guys. We're in some TQs. Looking for the bottom, catching falling knives is a little bit trickier here in these bloody markets, guys. So this is what we got cooking up today on the TQs. We did get a little pop here in the morning, but unfortunately, like Sharif just said, we just faded everything off relatively quick. I don't know what I did there, but okay, we'll figure it out, and we'll pull it up on the 5-minute chart here, guys. So you can see that I was added to the position nicely, and then I took about like 20-30% out there, and then got stopped out break even, and point well taken there, Sharif, because you got to take those profits quick, because every pop here is getting faded, and this has been the narrative for the past couple weeks. And it's like, Joseph, get your head around it and start listening to what you should be doing. You're not going to get those extended moves right now. No one necessarily wants to put risk on. When we get those pops, it's more or less a cover rally, and then they just get faded right away. So then we took another attempt here, guys, added to the position, looking for the touch of this resistance zone. And then it just dumped and took another leg lower. So I did take a loss on that. Unfortunately, added pretty heavy right there. Looking for that move back to the volume weighted average price, but it did not work out. But that's okay. We're not going too cry over spilled milk now, are we? I had no idea what I did there, guys, so I'm going to have to reload the chart on the 1 minute, hoping that we can get another bounce here in the TQs. We will monitor the 5 minute, or I can switch this one up here. There we go. So we're in here. If we come past here, I'm just going to get out of the trade. I did take a little bit off, so I'm going up against one of my rules here of stopping out break even, especially if now this is a winning trade. If we breach that, then I just made a winning trade, a losing one, and that's not necessarily something that we want to do. But I wanted to point out as well, guys, is that check 470 if you have your options chain available, today's expiration cycle, the TQs. Look at 470 and how much open interest is in there, so you can get that magnet effect, and then you get that the opposite. You get the repelling of that once you run into those levels and there isn't enough liquidity, or there's not a big enough participant to absorb it all and then head it a little bit more south. So 470 on the TQs is what I am looking for there, guys. Apple continuing to bleed. I know Sandra in the chat in the chat was like, hey Joe, I took that bear call spread. Well, you probably collected the most amount of premium now that you could possibly collect, because we are continuing to move lower and lower. 245 within a month. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. We are now breaking through some support levels. We marked these out the other day, guys, so now breaching through and then heading more to the downside and to the south side. If we punch through 215, I mentioned that there's a lot of open interest at 210 for this week's expiration cycle, so be weary of that. At this pace, we can definitely get there, because throughout the whole week, Sharif, we had to start at 235, now trading down to 215, which is not pretty here in some of these big names. I just want to note as well, too, before I send it back off to Sharif, is that when I'm trading the TQs, right, we gotta, me personally, I like to monitor the Mag 7, right, because they're so heavily weighted in it. So today I was looking at Microsoft, NVIDIA, Apple, Amazon, Google, and you can see that when they're all just moving in their own ways and they're not necessarily moving in tandem, you can just get an effect, and the overall market tends to trade and be heavily correlated with one of them. And I was looking at Microsoft today, and it seems to be that it's somewhat correlated with Microsoft, and it has the inability to have any form of pop, and that's not very good here. So those bears not quite exhausted yet here, guys. So selling in still full effect, and be wary, because those pops aren't going to go very high here, Sharif.
All right, I just fat fingered out of CRVO, so I just got back in, a couple of pennies off now. I had 55s or 52s, got out at 58, kind of a fat finger mistake there. We'll hope to do a little bit better. Now I had to punch back in, long back 58s, layering the outs. Let's see if this one wants to pop and hold the 10 exponential moving average. I'm talking about CRVO. It's the number one gapper in small cap gapper land, up 133%, 129% since the open. So this one wasn't trading all that much in the pre-market. In fact, I'm seeing the great majority of its volume really come in right at 9:30. So we'll see if this one can hold the bid, and if it can, does it hold these technical areas where I'm trying to get in. Right now it's dancing with a 10 exponential moving average, which is currently at around, say, 529, maybe a little bit south of that. So we'll see if we can get something, another move to the high side here. VWAP, though, on CRVO, basically 475, 480. That is going to be another area of importance for me. So if we give way at the 10 exponential moving average, I'll be looking to set back up between 5 and 480, 475, give or take. So we'll see exactly what we'll get there. We're already out of the money. I don't want to DCA aggressively into this, so I'm getting out over here as it breaks down, so we'll take an L there, but I will set up at 5 and then again at 480. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to sit at 505, and I'm also going to sit at 480 as well. So I'm going to actually sit a little bit higher than 480. We'll see if we can get something in and around there. So those are what I perceive to be the money fills. If it breaks down below the volume weighted average price, that is the end of the trade. So I won't be trading this below VWAP. So CRVO, big mover on the day, 654 HOD, but it's well below that level. It's $1.50 almost below that level. Waiting to see if I can get filled at 505s. It's still dipping down, lower lows, lower highs, breaching the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So that is kind of what I'm looking at now, CRVO. There are others. I'm also looking at GRPN. I'm also looking at ASM, so these ones, ASM light on volume, likely won't trade that one, about 3.4 million shares on a dollar name. That's kind of bupkis. But GRPN, about 5 million shares, a little bit lighter than that on a $12 name, a little bit better there. GRPN putting in incrementally higher highs and higher lows and a predictable area of support of VWAP. So I will be looking to get in on the volume weighted average price because that's what GRPN has shown me it's respecting on the day. Back to CRVO, that's where I've got my order set. Let's see, now we're dipping down into 5. So I'm waiting at 05s. It's showing me 9s and 10s, not quite dipping down there. I don't want to be quick to jump in. Why? I don't want to ruin my cost basis, but I also don't want this one to be a quick breach of the 10 and then it reclaims it and I don't have anything. So here we go. Now we're filled and now the blood is coming back down, but this is predictable for me. So I've 505 my entry and I've got another area defend here at 482. Let's see if we can get anything to the high side. First and foremost, let's set up those orders to the high side in case this one pops back up, which I'm good with. Otherwise, I'm going to wait for that 482 dip trade on CRVO. Let's also look now at GRPN. So the volume weighted average price on my chart on GRPN is about 1287. I'm going to front run that. So I'm going to put it at like 1292, something like that, to basically front run any possible size in and around there. So I've put GRPN dip trade right now. This is a VWAP dip trade. So if GRPN fails VWAP, I want nothing to do with it. It's going to have to hold that level. As I mentioned, ASM, it's got a fantastic looking chart pattern. Don't get me wrong, it's up 16% on the day, but the volume is a little sus. And so I'm just going to stay away from that one. Joseph, what do you got over there?
Yeah, same thing here. Sharif, we're starting to kick off here in the TQs. A nice bounce. We had the bottoming signals, multiple at that. I didn't know if we were going to continue to bleed here, guys, because in this market, as you can see, we take about 75 to 80% of this position off. But what I should have done here is I should have added to this position, but I did not. I was just not focusing enough. But this is what we got to do. I took this loss here, which is unfortunate. I should have been out significantly earlier here, guys. As a matter of fact, when I added, I should have been out in the middle of this range, and that's what you have to do when you increase your share size, especially in this market, regardless of the environment. When you do add to those positions, that is going to lift that stop higher, and I didn't abide by that. Took a little bit of a hefty haircut on that one, digging into some of those gains from that previous trade, but that's okay. But what I should have done is I should have added as we engulfed this candle right here, and you can see that we held this base and a key support level. But what I was really trading off was this volume signature, guys. You can see it on this time frame a little bit clearer, but continuing to make an additional leg down. So we got leg 1 here, leg 2, whatever it may be, and then we have this bottoming signal, outlier volume signature that has been the largest since about 10 o'clock this morning. So I'm like, okay, this is where we're going to get the bounce. But as we hold those levels and we hold this base right here, this is where you got to add into this position to make this winner as big as possible. And unfortunately, I didn't do that. And as I was taking the share size, it's funny enough that I'm like, I know this is going to work, and I have the smallest amount of shares put on for the day, and it turns out to be one of the better trades. So it is what it is, and sometimes you just got to deal with those types of things. But let me know what you guys are looking at the chat. We'll go over a couple names. I had 3 stocks on my list. It was NVIDIA, Tesla, and IBIT this morning. IBIT didn't work out. CPI coming in a little bit cooler than expected. And I thought, hey, maybe we're going to continue this rally. But this market environment, I think it's just good news, even though, well, if you take this 2.8 or 2.9% print a year and a half ago, the market is rallying. Now that we know that we have tariffs looming and everything along those lines from a macro standpoint, it's like, oh, okay, the economy is cooling down. Maybe it's not that good. So maybe the good news is back to bad news. I don't know. Got to be patient and wait for those certain things. But I was talking with my good buddy Greg V the other day, or this morning actually. I'm like, hey, we're both waiting for Tesla 300 to get out. But that doesn't mean we're necessarily not going to get back in. We want to wait for a couple of things. Robotoxy, I was listening to Ron Barron yesterday. Sharif, he was saying some positive things. He's been in the name since like 2014 or whatever it may be. Yeah. So I like, obviously you got to listen. The guy's a billionaire and he said he's invested for the long term. He likes where where robotaxi is going, and a lot of like key statistics that he was referring to. So he's not overly too worried about what's going on with Tesla right now. But my issue is just being, obviously I like Elon, but I don't own Tesla shares for him to be the head of Doge. I own him to run, you know what I mean? But that's what I'm getting
sir.
at, though.
Hey, you're not wrong, bro.
So like, it's again, like if I were to be like, hey, you want to buy these Tesla shares, and somebody's like, hold on, he's going to be 80% Doge and then maybe focus a little bit here on Tesla, I'd be like, nah, I'll sit back a little bit, maybe let that robo fleet get in and then let him get hyper focused again and back into Tesla. But that's just where I stand on that name. There's no doubt without a question, I'll be back into it. I would like to get out and then get back in maybe at lower prices. But here we go, guys. Starting to climb higher here on the TQs. I think we're going to run into this resistance zone right around 620. That's where we're going to look to take the majority of the position off. We don't have too much left, unfortunately. So I'll hold this. This base may act as resistance, and beware because we're selling these resistance pops, guys. So unless we can get that momentum to continue to kick in, nice engulfing candles here on the 1 minute, and volume to step in as well too, and then maybe we can punch in and tap right back into VWAP there, Sharif.
All right, I'm just setting up a few orders up on this bad boy over here. Oh, goodness.
Oh, no.
Oh, I keep making mistakes. All right, yeah, let's get right back in. That's exactly what I'm going to do. There we go. So we shall do that. Just made a mistake on HSAI. Meant to put a profit taker. Ended up taking an out. So that was a mistake there. So short HSAI. I was talking to Joseph about this. I'm like, why don't I short these small cap gappers? I mean, a lot of them, they ended up fading, especially with the weakness in the market. So that's exactly what I'm doing. We're short HSAI. We're doing real well, though, on CRVO, about 40 pennies in the money over here. Let's take another beak wetter right here as we hang out towards these area highs. So CRVO bouncing off 5. I didn't get my 482 DCA. I didn't get my 460, or I was front running it 61 DCA. So we'll go unfilled on that one, but I'm going to leave them active because I still think these are relevant levels that I can possibly use. But so we'll keep that one in mind. Now, having a look right now at HSAI. We're short 93s. My out on this one is 22.25. Okay, so I perceive there to be resistance at 22.20. I was going to see the reason I got short at 22 is I want to use that whole dollar level as possible resistance, but price action resistance to me is around 22.20. So I've given it a bit of room to 22.25. I'm looking to ride the trend down on HSAI. This one was a strong one yesterday. It's down almost 9% today. So that's what we'll keep an eye out on that. Stop. We'll keep an eye out on that one. Where is my first beak wetter on this after the fat finger? Yeah, okay, there. I like that there. So we'll leave it at 85s. We'll see if we can get something in and around there. But CRVO is just going, bro. Here we go. We're going to take that beak wetter at the top over here. Very pleased with this trade on CRVO.
Short what, buddy? Short what small cap?
I know. Well, this one was a lot. Right, yeah, this one's a lot. HSAI might get me in trouble, Joseph. Maybe I shouldn't have been shorting these bad boys. But no, seriously, though. CRVO back up to the top side. Good defend of 5. I mean, I didn't have my full position here, so we're still going to be negative on it. Full disclosure, because we took this initially long, and then I had to stop out short. So we definitely made some money back on this one, but I'm definitely not letting it off the hook. Have I said definitely enough? Now I'm going to keep my eye on this one for sure. If it wants to come back into 5 or to the volume weighted average price, I'm a buyer. All that said, and all the hype that I just kind of hyped this up, we're still putting in lower highs. So if you're looking at that area crest on CRVO at 1055, that's the high of the day at 654. Subsequent to that at 11, we now have another area crest at 637, and now we're below 6 right now. So it's lower high, lower high, lower high. Adara, we got breaking news. Tell us.
You may like this one, Sharif, because it is about MindMed. MindMed getting a bit of a move here. This is MNMD. I'm seeing this headline coming through from the Marijuana Moment circulating on X. Apparently, MindMed has a resolution here calling on Congress to reschedule psychedelics and streamline research. So some research and rescheduling resolutions here apparently being put forward by MindMed as Nevada senators take up this resolution calling on Congress to reschedule psychedelics and streamline research. Yet it sounds like this is not being led by MindMed, but they'd certainly benefit if this resolution comes to pass. Back to you.
That's a good look there. It was like $4 in the money. on this one, and now I'm like 10 pennies in the money.
All right, that's all right.
Yeah, right back down into sixes, Joseph. Hey?
It sounds like spready ticker.
Is it actually? I haven't even looked at it.
Yeah.
Adara said it sounds like a spready ticker.
No,
I'm like,
spready ticker life.
Spready
those
ticker
were
life.
life,
Got it,
right?
gotcha,
So you're in there, you're in and out of there. So yeah, here we go, guys. So here we go. We're all at TQs now. Unfortunately, I didn't size enough for this trade. I mentioned before about holding those levels and making those winners as big as possible. It's funny because on these attempts, it's like you try and then you do so here. You don't get any continuation on this name. You get stopped out here. And then the one that actually works out, you're like, you hear me and Obi saying this off. I didn't have enough size, and that is the case. So, but a nice recover rally here going on in the markets, guys. It looks like that was a bottoming signal. One positive note here is that NVDA has been hovering around the volume weighted average price. So maybe we can get an entry around there and continue somewhat of a rally. But I'll pull up my notes right now, and I want to take it in. I want you guys to take in. It's just like I was watching the Camarilla pivot points, and you can see that I have on my notes. It's like, okay, Tesla sitting, R4 sitting at 241, NVIDIA 112.76. What was the high there? And then IBIT at 48.70, which IBIT unfortunately didn't get to those levels. But you can see we have a high of about 116 on NVDA, punched through that R4 pivot, and then just came right back down. So hovering around that level, maybe we can get a continued bounce, but it's already done that traverse from R4 to R6, unfortunately. So the chances of it happening again are a little bit slimmer now, but we'll take it for what it is. I do believe that we are in oversold conditions, and anything can happen if people really start to cover. Now you can get that cover rally, and then you can kind of get into squeeze territory, and that's when people start getting liquidated, all the shorts and everything along those lines. I'm a little ahead of myself, but that's okay. You got to think ahead, right? That's what the market is. They're forward thinking, and that's what I'm trying to do. So nice look here on the TQs. Gonna wait for NVDA to set up correctly, and then we might get involved on that one, but I need the mag to get involved as well too. Microsoft still relatively weak, but we'll pack our patience. We will sit here, hold our horses, and wait to pounce like a tiger when the opportunity arises. But let's see what A is up to.
Sir.
We have to keep an eye here on QBTS. Some people in the chat were asking why this is halted. I couldn't find a reason. We had a press conference earlier today. Now, 2 minutes ago, they put out another news release. So looks to me like it could be a news pending halt. They're still halted. It's worth noting, but the halt that we were all waiting for, the moment we're all waiting for, what they announced here with this halt, apparently D-Wave is going to be the first to demonstrate quantum supremacy on a useful real-world problem. What problem? I can't really see. I guess apparently they're working on this right now. It's a new landmarked peer review paper. So keep an eye here on D-Wave getting a paper studied on it. I guess it's the first to demonstrate quantum supremacy with an actual problem that could be useful in the real world. So keep an eye on QBTS. Again, still halted, but we have had this news release now, so it does look like it was a news pending halt potentially. It is also about a 21% short flow, guys. Back to you.
Mind having quantum supremacy.
No, yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about myself.
Same. So that supremacy, supreme leader.
Supreme. Who are you, the Ayatollah, bro?
Yeah, this is Ayatollah.
Well, that's what his name is. He's the Ayatollah Supreme Leader.
The supreme leader.
He's
right?
supreme, Joseph.
Oh wow. That's
Something,
there's this, I know there's this like somewhere in the Middle East there's this country that has a dictatorship and they're only allowed
all
driving.
Middle Eastern countries?
No, but it's a little more intense here. But you're only allowed driving white cars. It's great, yeah, and all the buildings are white. Yeah, I forget the country's name. Yeah. So it's every car, like you see this country, every building is marble white, and every single car on the road, is white. It's pretty crazy.
I didn't know this. Someone let me know what this is. This is really interesting. Adara, do a deep dive.
It's not North Korea.
No, this is really interesting.
Yeah, it's weird.
In the Middle East, it's more about the license plate. If you have like a super low number, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
They sold like the number 3 or 4 like a while ago for it was like a couple $1 million or something.
Dude, the license plate is worth more than the car.
Yeah, that's
and it's
crazy.
Like a Bugatti.
But it's actually a pretty cool system if you think about it. It might be
Turkmenistan. That's not the Middle East.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's like Asia.
Is it Okay, closer to, I guess Kazakhstan. The only reason I know Kazakhstan is because of Borat, so.
Good times. We're on the show. We're ad-libbing. Everything's good, baby.
Turkmenistan. See, they know about it. They know about it.
Shout out to you, Joe. I didn't even know that, but I actually did know that. I just didn't hit because you said Middle East. I don't know. I don't
geographically inclined.
Yeah, everybody else knows exactly what you're talking about there. Everybody knew what was going on.
This is crazy.
All right, guys. Here's the deal. We're involved in a bunch of trades, but I want to talk about CRVO because it just did a very insane move. So this 5-minute candle is engulfing all the 1, 2, 3, 4 previous 5-minute candles that came before it, both from the upside and the downside. It has a new high and a new low. So CRVO is all over the dang place right now, but it is finding support at the volume weighted average price. In addition to that 5. I don't know which way the cookie crumbles on this one, but it's awfully volatile. It's giving you a lot of opportunity. I personally would feel a lot more comfortable watching this bad boy take out the high of the day, so I don't have that ever-present danger of those bag holders from 6.25 to 6.5, trying to keep us down. So that's what we're looking at right now. We're doing real well, though, man, on our short on HSAI. And I don't even short these small cap gappers. But I said to Joseph today, I'm like, dude, why am I not shorting these small cap gappers? If I can get shorts on him, like the Katina man or Neil when he's here, they always hook me up with shorts. And that's what I'm doing right now. So we're taking HSAI south. I like that $22 level defend. The next beak wetter for me, I got shares on this one. Yeah, I do have shares. So we're going to take out some more here. So the next beak wetter after this one that I just stole is at 75, and then below that we're waiting at 70. So I'm looking for an area defend. I perceived there to be resistance at 22, but I also perceived resistance at 22.20. And so that's why I've set up those additions to the short at that level. Only one got filled, the one at 10s. So we're short 22.03. We're showing 82s right now. I'm waiting for the print at 75s, as I mentioned, but it looks like it's catching a bit of a bid. So I'm going to have to pack our patience there. The one that I feel bad about not having executed well on, is GRPN. I completely missed that. Look at that flat top break through 13 and a fifth, 13 and a quarter, kind of hard to gauge there, but we were putting in higher lows. All the while, we were kept rejecting 13 and a fifth, 13 and a quarter. Then the big boy volume came through and we took out those shorts quick as you like. Now we're at 1360. I'm out here like a schmuck waiting at like 1290 something, thinking that this thing is going to come back into the volume weighted average price. It's got a different idea. And it's just continuing on its merry way to the high side. We'll see how this one trades. I could certainly be persuaded now that we've cleared 13 and a fifth, 13 and a quarter to use that area as area support. Support. So previously it was resistance. If we clear it by some distance, maybe, just maybe, that level comes back into play as support this time. So I think I will cancel the order at VWAP. And I will put an order at 13. I'm going to put 26s just so we can front run the size if there is to be size there, waiting for a long. I'm also long HMR. I didn't say much about this one. Shout out to Bovin for pointing this one out to me. I got a quick beak wetter, but there's really not much to talk about. We're 7 pennies out of the money, or 6 pennies out of the money right now. I've got my stop below 265. I perceive 265 to be area support. So here's the deal with HMR. I like the look of the pattern, but knowing that we're in a 4-candle red setup right now off the high at 294, we're still above the 10 and we're still above VWAP. The VWAP area is 262. So I think maybe, just maybe, my stop loss at 264 may be misplaced here. So I'm going to cancel it, in fact. And I'm going to set up a dip trade at 65s. There, and then I'll put my stop below this one at 58. And that's exactly what we're going to do there. So we'll go like this, and then we'll go like that. So we've placed the stop, and then maybe we'll get a beak wetter there. Let's see what comes. So involved in a couple of trades right now. HMR at 77s to the long side, looking for that VWAP 10 exponential defend. Let's see what comes. Also short HSAI. quite pleased with this trade, looking to extract some more as it comes back down. Now it's 78s. I'm waiting at 75s. Joseph, let's see if we can get the film.
Yeah, nice look there, my guys. So here we go in some of these big names. We're starting to punch through the volume weighted average price. This is what I was looking for. We're in some TSLL, stop 890. We punched heavier shares here, guys, because I do believe that we can continue to climb higher. You can see that the strength within NVIDIA and Tesla is relatively there, just due to the fact that the market was continuously selling, and we were hovering around the volume weighted average price and had the inability to crack it and continue that downtrend here, okay? So this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for relative strength, and it seems that we have found it here in NVDA and in Tesla. So just using the vehicle TSLL, like to leverage the position, and that way you can take more shares, and then you also get that 2-to-1 that we are looking for. So climbing higher. It's unfortunate that we got out of the TQ. Oops. It's unfortunate that we got out of the TQs a little bit too early, guys, but it is what it is. Sharif said that this morning. I'm like, he's right about it. You got to take what you can get here in this market, especially to the long side, because we're not seeing too much of a continuation with the long bias trade, but we are starting to rip and starting to recover as well too, which is a positive sign. This is CPI coming in nice and cool, and that's what we want to see, get closer to that 2% goal that Mr. Powell himself is always referring to. So there we go, bang, oh, stuff there, all right, there. So yeah, climbing higher, that's a good sign for the TSL. We are ripping. Unfortunate that that's the thing though, when they're working out, guys, you got to let them work out. We're out of shares, but we're climbing higher here in TSLL, and that's exactly what we want to see. Slowly gonna dive out of it here, guys. Take some off the top. Yeah, I like very much. Here we go.
Taking some of it. Kazakhstan, bro. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, Kazakhstan, I know, man. I told you still didn't watch that other one I told you this Saturday.
Bro, it's that's a hard watch.
Yeah,
that's a hard. We're not going to say what it is.
Yeah,
but it's a hard. I started the beginning of it. I'm like, what?
Dude, I told you.
Like, nah.
I told you. It is. I'm sure we can say the name here. I don't know. Can we? Maybe we won't. Yeah, we'll
because like our commentary on it.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want people to start getting riled up in the chat.
Oh, they'll get riled up.
Yeah, but it's another Sasha movie that is quite revealing.
It's interesting.
It's very interesting and very revealing. That is for sure. But here we go, guys. Climbing higher here in Tesla. If we come back and test the volume weighted average price, that's okay. I'll get right back out, and then I think I'm going to get back in. I wanted to take NVDA at VWAP as well too, but I want to get Tesla in this oversold bounce, even though it has been the weaker underlying asset. So I got to take that into consideration as well too. You want to stick with things that are strong and that can continue to cover and rally. But we did have a low of not too long ago. I think earlier in the week we had a low of 109 here in NVIDIA, 104. Wow. Okay, 104. And I was telling my buddy Greg V this morning as well too, Shreve, that I think we can see 100 here in NVDA, and I think it's going to come into play. Maybe not just yet. After this recover rally, then we might tap into $100 on NVDA, and that would be nice because I know a lot of individuals, retail, myself, would like to buy it at that.
Absolutely, yeah. Like I'll include myself, into that category there. All right, HMR. Still involved in this one, 62s, wet the beak there quickly, I believe at 68, but it's still really not showing me a positive upward pattern. I am concerned a little bit about this one. Shout out to Drops Trades, who made me look at the previous day's chart. And needless to say, it is not a glowing endorsement for continuation. Here's what he was getting me to look at. Big move up. Well, it had a decent move up. I mean, initially, we got more volume coming in at 10:30, kind of breaks down below VWAP. We get a nice move up at 12:30, get a consolidation, and then something came in at 3 o'clock. I don't know what the hell it was, but it rocketed up. They dropped down below VWAP and then kind of consolidated sideways for a bit. So we'll have to see how this one ends up trading today. Second day play, where it's very much an inside day so far. At least we'll see if we can break through that. We're at VWAP right now. I don't want to say we're holding VWAP. We are certainly at VWAP. We'll see how this one ends up being. Where we long 62s, showing me 64, so essentially flat on it. This one over here, HSAI, keeps coming down into my 70s print, but I'm not getting the print. It's continuing to make higher lows with that flat top at 22. So I am kind of concerned that this will be a flat top breakout. But the trend that needs to precede a flat top breakout is an uptrend. And I don't really see a whole lot of uptrend. So we'll see if this ends up being the umbrella pattern that Adara talks about sometimes, with a big move down and then a hook. Speaking of Adara, she's at the big desk.
We do have on watch here Donald Trump saying that the latest inflation numbers were, quote, very good news. So Donald Trump liking that every aspect of the CPI metrics were below expectations. For the record, Sharif, I do think that does look a little umbrella-ish on the chart you just showed. Back to you.
Hopefully it ends up being the umbrella pattern there, because if it does, it'll come back down and then hopefully fill me. So we'll have to see how this all ends up doing. HSAI taking this bad boy short today, down 8 3/4. Joseph.
Yeah, good look there, my guy. I'm looking to add into this Tesla position, but the thing is, you can see that this buying pressure isn't really stepping in how I want. I want to see buyers really step in, and we can start to increase on the volume by time profile. But it doesn't seem to be the case. You can see that we're outstanding here on the downside pressure. So therefore, it seems that bears are winning this case. But I do like this here, Sharif. Okay, yeah, that's it. We're gonna add into this. I like it for the break here. Going to add quite heavily for the break of that there. Yeah, so let's see if we can get this. Tesla up 7% on the day, guys. Looking for that continuation within the strength. Got to stick with the strong names, guys, if you're looking for the longs. If we come back to my break even, I got to get out of this trade because I did put on a little bit more size here. It is only a $9 stock, but we are working with a leverage product as well, too. So take that into account. So, yes, I know to Piper, I'm sorry I don't mean to go against you on that type of trade, but sometimes you can make money both ways, right? So hopefully your short works out, and hopefully my long works out as well too. So Stevenson says, Joe, this is my first time seeing this. There's no 101 puts on NVIDIA for next week. Yeah, let's take a look. Okay, here we go. Here we go, Sharif. On Tesla, we're starting to break here, guys. Looking really, really good. This is what I want to see, and this is what we were adding right there for, guys. The continuation of this trend. Nice breath within the underlying, but then you can see on this lower time frame, the volumes start to pick up. So hopefully this becomes just an additional breath, and then we can take some more out around that $9.10 target, or even go and test the high day, because that would be the ideal target on this specific setup. Are we going to get that? It's going to be tough, and it's going to be a grind. As you can see, we just consistently stair step up. So with every engulfing move, we get a little bit of a breath here, guys, and then we look for that ABCD type pattern and take that additional leg higher. But it can only come into play so many times, and then the pattern gets weaker and weaker as you start to incline here and ascend on the underlying asset. So 910 going to take out the majority of the position. That'll put us right at this previous pivot right here, and I think that's going to be a good level to take into consideration and into account that we might reject. So hopefully the Qs continue to participate. Microsoft and Apple, we're going to need them to start to grind a little bit higher in order for Tesla to continue. So if the NAS gets strong, it will be a positive sign for Tesla. But let's take a look at Google. They put a bottoming signal, really nice, that Katina Man pointed out here. Gorev, check this one out here. It's not the cleanest. That's fine, but what we want to focus on here is that outlying volume signature, so you have it slightly isolated compared to what we had at the opening drive. So for about a half an hour or a little bit more than that, it's the largest print there, and then you just grind into the volume weighted average price and still holding that level. So buyers do seem like they want to step in. That's a positive sign here in Google and in the Mag 7, Shreve.
All right, HMR popped up and we were able to get a couple of prints there through 70. I'm a little concerned though, Joseph, because 70 was a bit of a support level on the way down off that 290, let's say 4-3 pop. We drop back down. We consolidate a little bit at 70. We find some support there before making our way back down into 60. So we'll see how this one ends up trading. It's a 1 penny spread, so I should be able to manage risk on it effectively. Sorry about that. There we go. So we'll keep an eye on HMR. Now this one, HSAI, coming up against me here. So we're going to have to see how this all trades. Now, this is the volume weighted average price. So I built my position up into this one. I won't be DCAing anymore. It's going to have to reject the volume weighted average price. And what I'm seeing right now is at least an initial rejection. So we're short 27s. It's showing me 22s. I'm waiting at 18s. Let's see if we can get a nice rejection. There is also price action resistance, initially support at 2240. We kind of did a consolidation dance there. So we'll see if that price action support comes in and assists the short. In addition to price action support being at around 2240, or resistance, excuse me, price action resistance, we also have the volume weighted average price. So this one did reject VWAP up here when it kind of popped back up. Let's see, there we go, right, nice back down into 17s. Now we're short 29s. So happy about that. Let's see if we can cover a little bit more towards that 10 penny area. We'll see if we can get something in and around there. I got to monitor though HMR, because HMR, as I kind of suspected, is using 70 as a bit of resistance. So we actually moved up into 73, went unfilled sadly at 75. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. I don't think it would be prudent to take anything or to DCA anything below this 55 penny area. So we're long 62s. I really won't give it much more than to around 55. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. I like the pattern on HMR, but I feel it maybe it's kind of, its best days are behind it, so to speak. Now that's the bad news. The good news is the 3 candle pattern on the 5-minute chart all has higher lows. So it looks like buyers are incrementally picking it up off VWAP, but just not enough really to get any parabolic move north, or any good move north for that matter, not even parabolic. This is CRVO. You guys are talking to me about this. I got Gorev messaging me, or not Gorev, Zion Lala letting me know about that one, as well as a different try, I forget his name there, who said I paper handed it, and I was like, what happened, man? Banger plays. So this one is zigging and zagging. It's a little above 6, it's a little bit below 6 into 5. I don't really know how this one is going to trade. It's basically every time it encounters that 6 low teens, or 6 mid-teens, 6 low 20s, it's met with aggressive selling. So I don't know exactly how this all ends up working out. I mean, that's why I said, let's wait for that 654 high day break. That way we can kind of at least know that the bag holders are gone. They may still aggressively short because they're trying to get back in, but I don't know. I'm not going to be punching in long here. There's just too much indecision. Now, the money fills clearly have been at 5. But you can see that after the fact. That's a lot easier to see after the fact. Clearly, that $5 area has been an area of buying support. It's also a little bit, just a little bit, like 5-10 pennies at the most, higher than the volume weighted average price. So you kind of feel like those two areas are coming into play here to keep this bad boy locked in a range, essentially between 5 and 6. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. HMR continues to trade at the high 60s, nothing doing there. What are we doing over here with HSAI? Right back into VWAP. We got the print in the mid-teens and then right back into 40s a go. So HSAI, gonna have to reject the volume weighted average price. I've already put my stop on this one. Let's see how this one ends up trading. It's already moving up here, so I'm not really sure exactly what's going on, why this one's recovering in the way that it is, selling off, but finding a bit of a bid now. We're a little bit out of the money on this one, about 15 pennies out of the money. Let's tell you how this one works out, Joe.
Yeah, good look there, my guy. So continuing to climb higher. Again, I don't want to go over this too much, but if a little bit more shares, I would still be in this trade almost about $2. It would be close to $2 roughly, just about 40 cents under it, but didn't leave any for the dream there. Guys took some off here, held it, holding these bases, and then we just partialed out on that one, and then we'll pull over the TSLL to see what we got cooking up on that one. So nice entry right at the volume weighted average price, took some off, didn't get stopped out, break even, nice consolidation phase, and then you can see that volume really start to kick in right here, guys. So you see the correlation between the print, the volume print and the genuity within the price action print. So that was that. And then as soon as we came back to the break even, I just got out of the trade. So this one, to be honest with you, like, because it's such a cheap 2x leverage, it's like, yo, you got to take a lot of shares on this name, because if you think about it, so if you take 100 shares, 85.90 to 85.88, that's only $10 of risk right there. So you want to put on a little bit more there, give yourself 5 cents risk, 500 shares, whatever it may be, in this name because of the value of it. So QBTS.
Yeah, unhalted now. Yeah, and Rigetti's going too, Joe.
Are you in them?
No, I'm keeping an eye on Rigetti. Rigetti's a double top, guys. Be careful. $8.90. That's a previous high. It just came up to $8.90 again, Joseph, and it cleared and it rejected it. But if it clears $8.90, we could get a nice move up. Rigetti's up almost 10%.
Okay, nice. Yeah, nice look there. I wouldn't be surprised if it got halted again here, Sharif. Is that Amex?
Or GTI?
No, QBTS.
Yeah, it should be NASDAQ.
Oh, it's not?
Pretty sure.
Okay, I can't.
Hold on, QBTX.
I thought it was.
Yeah, NYSE.
Is it?
Sorry,
Yeah,
NYSE. Yeah, my bad.
That's all good. Yeah, okay, so really nice move to the top side here, guys. Up 17%, continuing to climb higher and higher. So I don't want there's no chance I'm going to chase it all the way up here. Maybe you get another halt band hit and run into those halt parameters, but that's not something you necessarily, unless you're positioned really well, be weary of chasing it all the way up here. But I know we got a couple super chats, Sharif, that we did miss here. One of them from our big guy, the Spile himself. Hide your kids, hide your wives, blood, $5 from Big Spile himself. Thank you for that, my friend. Much appreciated. You get a double bang for that. And then Ali Anwar, Tesla producing cybercabs at 30K. That answers markets' worries as they tap into a new market with very competitive prices. Should look very bullish. Well, you know where I stand there on Tesla. 30K car, cheaper Model 2, whatever it may be. If it comes, it comes. But you got to be patient with this name, especially being down 50%. So now to get back to even where we were at the all-time highs, you need a 100% move in the underlying asset. So that might take a lot of positive catalysts in order to do so. I don't think an oversold bounce is going to put us over the top in that name. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. But I think once he gets these robocabs out and really starts to get these cheaper vehicles, these cheaper models, I think it's going to be positive, especially with me, robocab. As soon as we get robocab in Canada, I'm going to be taking full advantage of that stuff. I want to go in an autonomous vehicle, Shreve. I don't know about you, but it's funny because Obi and I were talking the other day, and Jose, I believe it was, it's just that like, okay, you own an autonomous vehicle, but then it's like, should I have just got an Uber? It's just like a revolving door, right? So it's,
exactly.
It's a $60,000 Uber essentially that you can
the good thing about the autonomous vehicle though is that it can make money for you
at night.
But
right? There's no one supervising it. So do you want everybody on King and Queen Street hopping into your cybercab at 2 or 3 in the morning?
If I can verify their identity and be able to charge them back, like if you.
You know so
what
like
I'm
an
saying?
account, so like Uber, right? So like you would have to get in on your account, and then whoever's previously in the vehicle, you can track.
We've
them
seen
from
that, right? Like people go drunk in the Uber, they throw up, they get charged by Uber, they get, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, so you would need a system like that.
Yeah, you have to, right? I mean, otherwise people will go buck wild on that thing. I mean, it just wouldn't
like
be.
They do on the Waymo, like those vandals on the Waymo cars in California.
It's just people looking to vandalize anything in California, bro.
Like, it's a different world over there.
It's intense there. Have you seen those autonomous robots that deliver pizza?
Yeah,
stuff?
people.
Everyone bullies the crap out of those.
Man.
It's so funny. Yes, Adara. It's there's videos of that.
I feel bad for them. I don't know if you ever. I don't know if you've seen the movie The Creator. It's actually such a sick movie, and it's a good dystopian movie. But it's like everybody wants to remove like artificial intelligence because they don't like robots anymore and stuff. But they have personalities, etc. Kind of like R2D2.
It's gonna be interesting, dude. I mean, I really don't know where this goes, but we'll find out. We'll find out.
We will.
All right, guys. HSAI. What are we? We're about 5 pennies out of the money on this one. It's still kind of doing the dance here with the volume weighted average price, a couple of topping tail candles into VWAP. We'll see if this one wants to come back down. GRPN though, this is the one that I was quite interested in trading. It's coming into for the first time I should say, into that 10 exponential moving average, 1340. That isn't where I have my dip trade though. I'm looking for that previous area of resistance. Now maybe support at 13 1/4, 13 1/5. So we'll see exactly how far this one comes down. If it does lose the bid at the 10 exponential, I certainly will be looking to trigger at 13 1/4. So what I want to see first, does it defend the 10 exponential on the 5? If it does, and then it prints a new candle that holds at that level, I could be persuaded to get in at that level. Otherwise, I'm just going to continue to wait to see what it does. It's not trading that much volume, so there isn't a whole lot for me to do. In France, they are completely burning down warehouses, says Got Rats. I'm sorry. That's definitely not a good look. I mean, they shouldn't be burning down anything. I know this may be obviously not France specific, but I remember in Germany, there were attacks on one of the gigafactories, I believe, in Berlin. There was an adjacent, There was like an adjacent battery plant near the gigafactory that was attacked, something like that. Fact check me, chat. You guys know better than me. Yeah, I don't like it. I get the passion and I respect the passion. I don't agree with their ideology. Do you want to make that very clear? That's not where I sit politically. but I respect their passion. I just don't think the methodology that's being used is the appropriate methodology. But I don't get to make that decision. That's the situation there, Joseph.
Yeah.
All right, here's the deal. There we go. We finally got the print here on HSAI. Let's see now if this is going to be kind of the VWAP rejection that I've been looking for. We haven't done well on this trade. We're barely in the money at the moment. So I'm going to pack my patience, wait for some of these fills to come in. This is my first attempt in a really long time. I'm talking like early to mid 2023. That I've been shorting, that I have for the first time since that time, shorted these small cap gappers. I don't typically take them short. If you've been watching the show, you know that that's a fact. So we're going to give this a try. We're going to learn, or we're going to do this, guys, live in front of you guys. So if we screw up, we screw up. We're definitely giving it the old college try here. 2 New York cents. It is better than storming the White House. Neither is good.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah, just want to make that very clear.
That was such a crazy event.
Well, they didn't storm the White House. They stormed the Capitol.
The Capitol.
Right?
That's so crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't about that life either, quite frankly. But yeah, that's a situation that we find ourselves in now. Very politically. Yeah, things are heated politically, Joseph. Let's just call a spade, man. I mean, there's very few people that are sitting on the fence now. There may be, but they are definitely the minority. QBTS, I see it, guys. QBTS zigging, it's zagging. It was halted, I think, for about, I don't know, how long is this? From 10:35 onwards till when we opened up at 11:50. So over an hour of a halt. We pop up to 6:39. We're back down now. I believe we're trading at like 6 or something like that. So QBTS, all sorts of volatility. Keep your eye out on that one, guys. It will be likely in play today. So we're involved in a couple of them. HMR barely holding on to VWAP. I am not very optimistic about this trade. It feels very flat bottom breakish. The only thing really keeping me interested is the wicks below VWAP that seem to be bought up. So keeping my eye on HMR, keeping my eye on HSAI. Adira, what's up?
These markets here still actually open the day for the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. Look at this beautiful V-shaped recovery and this bounce on these markets. In case you missed it, we initially were up here after getting lower than expected CPI prints across the board, which is what the market was looking for. It's what we've been waiting for, and it's what we got this morning. So that was well received, but we did end up selling off a lot of that strength into the open. Starting around 11, though, right around when the show began, we did get a nice little pop here, though it looks like we both were kind of consolidating right now here for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. Let's see if we can break out of this consolidation or if we push lower. In terms of things on watch here, I did want to mention that QBTS, because QBTS did have a catalyst. What happened here? We had a press release in the morning. Then we had this halt, this volatility halt coming through, as Sharif mentioned, around 10:30, opening back again around 11:40 here. And the catalyst was that they wanted to announce a research paper showing that apparently they've actually worked for quantum to solve apparently realistic problems. So quantum breakthrough here for QBTS announced. That's why we had that halt. Also, Donald Trump's talking, so as always, keep an eye on the market. He said that the ceasefire is on watch, but it's up to Russia now. He's hoping they can get a ceasefire, and they've actually apparently had some positive response to the ceasefire via messages he's received. So keep an eye on these markets. Geopolitics can and will move these names. No Neil lesson of the day, but back to the midday, guys.
Obi, you're on.
Obi's lesson of the day.
He's sitting in the seat, bro. I mean, he is
the fruit bowl still untouched, though.
What's that?
I said the fruit bowl still untouched.
What's going on with that fruit bowl?
It was yesterday.
Slowly, he's working, Joseph. I mean, he's like, what do they call those? An artiste.
Oh, it's smooth is fast.
Slow is smooth. I think my grandfather used to say that.
He's smooth, man. The guy is smooth, man.
Yeah, there he is.
Smooth operator, man.
The whole boy is right. All right, HSAI still watching this one, Joseph. We're a little bit below VWAP now. Just got a quick print there. Waiting now in low 20s, and then we're layering the orders in the teens and the single digits. Let's see if this one wants to come back down. GRPN, man, mistake on this one. Where is it at? Mistake on this one. So this one did end up defending the 10 exponential moving average. I lost sight of it. Let's see if we can get in here, and then I'm going to put my out below the area low. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. So let's go ahead and see if we can get that print. There we go. We can get that. We'll cancel that one. And then I'm going to put my stop below the area, the previous bar low. So that way we don't have to fight with this one. We can just basically, 13, perfect. We're going to go 39s, and then we'll take it out. 35s. There we go. So we typed that in right? Yes, we did. Okay, good. And then we'll set up like this with, we'll set up the beak wetters possibly to the north side if this one wants to continue to run. Let's see what we get there. Okay, finally HSAI, baby. We take out 20s there. Now I'm waiting at 11s. Let's see, it's showing me 18s momentarily. Let's see if it can come back down into my area. I'm waiting at 22 11s on HSAI. This was a VWAP rejection and a short back down. Let's see if this one wants to come back near the lows. It did defend 21.20 awfully well. See if it can dip down into that $20 area. Still showing me 18s and 19s. Let's see what this one is doing. GRPN close to getting filled there. Oh, we did get filled. Okay, so let's set up a few more beak wetters up here. We'll set up like this. Okay, good look. Oh, HMR coming right back up. So happy I didn't flatten out here, but here's the deal. We're still putting in lower highs. So I'm going to take this opportunity on HMR to get some out because I don't have a whole lot of confidence in this one. I got to tell you the truth. So here we go. We'll wet the beak there. It looks like it's going to flat bottom break. Back to, yes, okay, HSAI, now it's showing me 17s, still waiting at 11s. It looks like that, Derek calls this the bid creep or the ass creep or something like that. You can tell it's just like incrementally working its way down every time it loses a penny or two. So we'll see exactly if it can. There it is. Now it's showing me 12s. I'm waiting at 11. Show yourself, print. It's not printing, so that's fine. We'll just wet the beak there, and we'll see if we can get something out around that area. Joseph, what do you got?
Nice look there, my guy. And Gorev, nice work as well, too, brother. He's out of that Google on that print, so beautiful trading there, my friend. Let's see what's going on here with the Qs. This is what I'm looking at right here, Gorev. A nice hammer candle right below the volume-weighted average price. If we can construct a higher low, that is going to be a positive sign for me to get in this trade, but we are starting to pull back and sellers are still fully, engaged. That must be those Korean noodles I had last night, giving me the hiccups here. But yeah, here we go. Tesla continuing to hover around VWAP. This is what we like to see. Nice pullback on the 5-minute time frame. What we want to recognize here is that on this time frame that we are dwindling in volume. So that is a positive sign here for buyers to step right in and then push us through this pivot that I mentioned earlier. That's why we took the majority of the position off right at 910. It's because we thought that this resistance is going to get sold off, and that's what's happening here in TSLA and in the overall market too. It's just like fade these resistance when an underlying trades into those levels. Look to just fade that pop. But one thing that I do like about this TQ setup, guys, is that now my risk is a little bit more defined. There was a good question in the chat for you there, Sharif, as well too, from our guy 2NY. It was a while ago, sorry, but I was hyper focused on something. He's just like, what do we do with stops, etc.? Like, do you use a percentage metric? Do you use support and resistance levels? I'll answer this before Sharif does, is that I specifically like to use support and resistance levels, right? That's what I'm aiming for. So when I'm constructing a trade or when I'm building a thesis, it's like, okay, where is my out and where am I wrong? Using a percentage metric isn't a bad thing, but if I were like, hey, I'm going to give this 10%, we'll use this as an example, but this could put you in the middle of the range, and you don't necessarily want to be in the middle of the range. This is what I was referring to earlier. In heightened volatility environments, you want to be able to identify support and resistance zones and then put your stop losses below or above those areas, and that's just how I specifically trade. I don't know, you can answer that as well too, Sri, for stop loss.
I got to agree with that. So I'm looking at area supports and resistance as well. If there are major moving averages that it's shown it's rejected off or bounced off multiple multiple times, I'll take those into consideration. But 99% of the time, I am looking for price action, support and resistance, because that's proven that it's rejected off that area. Whereas with moving averages, you're kind of having to kind of hope that others see what you're seeing. And it's a little bit less, kind of less secure. I don't know. Well, that's basically kind of what I look at. I don't use ATR. I know a lot of people like to use ATR and some other indicators to help gauge, these areas where they should be taking profits. That's not really how I use it. I use it more for swing trades and stuff like that, the ATRs, but I don't usually use it intraday. That's kind of just my look there. All right. We're involved in a whole bunch of trades. I'm having trouble managing all of them. GRPN, we're doing well on this one. HSAI bouncing again. It's giving me grief, this one. It seems to be finding support again at the 22.25. Let's see how this one does. I'm also involved back in CRVO. It seems to have found some support there at the 5.25. So I've got the beak wet there in the low 30s. Where are we long? We're long low 20s. I'm waiting there in the high 30s, and then let's put something in the 40s as well. Let's see if this one bounces up. We shall see if we can get something in and around there. HMR also bounced up quite aggressively, took the print there at 70s. The one at 71 went unfilled. It's still up 24%. Not a bad look on that bad boy. Where is this one? There it is. Okay, so we get the other print now on GRPN. Let's layer orders a little bit higher now at 69s. We can get something in and around there. We got several more outs on GRPN, so we'll layer them into that $0.75 area, showing me 68s now. On GRPN, we're waiting at 69. This thing's up 40%, man. So even though it's a slow mover, boom, it just took out that level. It's almost going to take out 75s, and that's all we've got. Once we take out 75s, that's the end of the trade on this one. And boom, it just took it out. So GRPN is on one, guys. Higher highs, higher lows. Good strength on this bad boy. Let's keep an eye out on GRPN. It could be a rinse and repeat style trade. So we're done that one. Let's go back now to CRVO. This is finding all sorts of resistance. I don't know why in the low 5s. That's not my look right now. It wasn't doing that before. It wasn't in this tight range. So something's changing right now on CRVO. It's holding 5, but it's definitely being pushed down at around that $0.25 level. It was zigging and zagging like to no end. Now kind of that zig and zag is a little bit in question right now. So let's see what we can get on this one. I've put my stop kind of tight, right above 5. To defend that level, so we may get stopped out of this one if it does take a bit of a flush down and wick us out. So that'll be the situation with HMR, with CRVO. HMR rejecting again. So this is all these lower highs. I'm done with this trade. I don't want to have to deal with a flat bottom break. That one is done there. So we're not going to have to nurse this one. GRPN continuing to go. Now, HSAI is the one that we have shares on. So I have to really kind of be careful with this one. This is a short, and it's found support for whatever reason now at the 10 exponential moving average. So it was using the 10 as resistance. Once it cleared above it, it's now using it as support. It's kind of locked in a bit of a range. I'm talking about HSAI between the volume weighted average price and the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. That isn't what I want. That isn't what I was in the trade for. Oh, boom. CRVO just took out all the orders to the high side. Yes, happy with this trade. So we're long at 23s. The best print we just got there was at 60s. Let's set one up at 75s now. Actually, I'm not even going to set up an order here. I'm going to set it up near 6. So we're going to go, let's go 588, okay? We're going to wait for a real spike on this bad boy. So it did reject that 575. I'm going to wait for a 588 spike. We'll see what we get there. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I'll get stopped out for the last remaining out on this one. Showing me the $0.50 right now. Good look there. Back to HSAI, because this is the one that I've got shares on. I think I'm going to end this trade if it breaks above this previous area high. So this one got into about 22.57. We're long 38s. We're break even on it currently right now because it's right back into my entry area. Kind of frustrating on this one. definitely didn't have that push down, and I had all these orders layered, none of them which printed, so a little frustrated on this one. Here it comes down again. This is insane. Come down. Let's go, baby. So we'll wait to see if we can get any prints here, Joseph. We've been waiting for a while, man, at 15s, at 11s, at 5s. Joseph's pumping his fist. Tell us about the trades.
Yeah, all right, man. We're in the TQs right now. Bang. I just hit it until we break the stream deck. We're finally getting the ball rolling here. These mega caps are starting to squeeze here, guys. Positive sign for the Qs. Obviously, you can see that Microsoft. I was monitoring Microsoft heavily today. I'm like, okay, we need Microsoft to put in a half. Oh!
What?
Just like that, the party is over. Just like that, the party is over. It's like that. I didn't even get to hit a key, and it just ended just like that. The volatility in this market is through the roof. It is absolutely insane. Hey, Miller. Hey, Jeffrey Miller. But yeah, there you go, guys. You can see that we popped up all the way to 61.82. That would have gave us like 60 cents right there on these shares, but then we just flushed immediately, quicker than you can even spell it. So I don't. So here we go. What's the dare up to?
Just be aware here, Donald Trump just made some comments on tariffs. I put them up on the screen. They were not moving the market at the time, but it is worth noting because we had that drop. Donald Trump saying that there is some flexibility on tariffs, but there will be very little flexibility once they start. So saying that for now, maybe they're a bit flexible, but once they actually start, and again, I want to clarify that date is, as of right now, April 2nd. Once April 2nd hits, apparently there will be very little flexibility when it comes to tariffs. That's when we get those reciprocal tariffs coming in through from Donald Trump. So keep an eye on the market. We have more tariff talk yet again, guys. Back to you.
I mean, you can't even have a good time, and Donald's like, no. He's like, we're gonna talk a little tariffs here, and then sure enough, the market flushes. But that's okay. We're starting to recover here, guys. Not looking too bad here. We're gonna hold for 62. More tariff talk. We'll take it. Hopefully, he pauses a little bit longer. Or he says, hey, this was my tool. This is my negotiation tool. I'm willing to talk. I'm willing to sit at the table with everybody and talk about it. So that's the positive. Tesla climbing higher, looking like it's going to go and test the high a day here, Sharif. Should have got back into this trade. Now trading up to 250. I'm looking for 300, not today, but in the near term, hopefully on a dead cat bounce or whatever you would like to call it, an oversold bounce. Would like this name to drag the Qs up with it. Microsoft still trading stronger. NVIDIA going to go and test the high a day. Google trading above the volume weighted average price as well too, guys. The only one hovering right now below VWAP is AAPL, and I haven't looked at Amazon, but one of the weaker of the names, I think 210 is in the works here on AAPL throughout the week, especially if we get another big down day here, Sharif.
Yes, sir. All right, we're still involved in this HSAI. My goodness, man. This is a bamboozling name. We were just down at 14s, and now we're back up into 30s. So going to keep an eye out on this one. Still involved, though, for the last remaining piece on CRVO. We got in at 5 1/4, a little bit lower than 5 1/4. I've only got one more out here. I'm waiting at 88s. I don't think I'm going to add into that 5 dip again because we're putting incrementally lower highs. So this feels like that $5 area could give way at any moment right now in the form of a flat bottom break. Here we go, right back down into 5s. Let's see how we do here. I've got my finger on the flatten button. If we lose 5, and then just like that, we're right up above 5 1/4 again. Why am I not surprised about that? So CRVO, the baddest name in small cap gap world today, but it is losing the bid incrementally. If you look at the area crests, areas where it's topped off, and here it comes, it's going to break down right in front of us right now. Let's watch this. So I've only got one out left, so I'm completely comfortable letting this one possibly break VWAP, and that's exactly what it looks like it's going to do. It's going to lose 5, and it's going to lose the volume weighted average price. If it doesn't do it now, it might do it on the second attempt, or the third attempt. The point is it's putting in lower highs every single time with that same area bottom that's being defended. That is what we call around these parts a flat bottom break. So I'm going to have to look to the Katina man over here, and I'm going to have to ask him, brother, how much are shorts on CRVO going to run me? I appreciate that, Katina man. For me, free. I love it. I love it. We got special treatment around here. Thank you, Katina, man. We'll have to see. We'll let you guys know exactly how much it costs around here. Shout out to Real Trading, the best dang prop firm around these parts. There's no doubt. New dude booty, as Canadians like to say. You know what I'm right? you know about that one. Yeah. What happened there? You.
We don't all sound like that, man.
Yeah, we don't all live in igloos either, bro.
I know.
But that's what some people perceive. So we'll just play into the biases, Joseph.
Did I ever tell you that story when I used to play hockey tournaments in Ohio?
No.
Our
hear
team,
this.
yeah. So when I played on the AE team, we went to Ohio for a tournament one year, and we told all the other teams we ride we live in igloos and we all just ride sleds around and they. To the foot, and we all we're like, you know how you guys all have cats and dogs as pets? We have beavers and stuff like that. They believed it to the fullest, and it was like, meanwhile, we're from Toronto, and it's like, it's not that far away. I'll never. And they're like, they're like, really, no way, bro.
Kalua, you're killing me, bro.
Yeah.
Dinkelberg, your homes aren't made of ice?
Yeah.
You don't live in an igloo? No, we don't, okay? We have homes, like regular people. We have pets. We don't have beaver as pets. Yeah, I got to tell them, Madero. Maybe, I don't know. I don't want to speak for people from Winnipeg.
I was going to say,
you know I was going to take a shot. You can't just walk by like that. I'm not going to take a shot.
Sad.
Shout out to Adara. She's obviously from Winnipeg. We're just teasing.
Or we are.
All right, guys, we're doing real well here on HSAI. It was giving me an aneurysm, but we get a whole bunch of prints to the downside there, so I took out all the way down into 5s. We're short 40s, 2240s, VWAP short here on HSAI. I still got a bunch of shares left. Now I'm waiting at 2202. I'm waiting at 2190, 2188. 2175. You guys get it? 2169. So I am quite short bias on this one, but it hasn't been forthcoming in the way that it's giving you the prints. It is slow and it pops back up and it's spready. It pops back up into a level, but the most noticeable thing about it is it's putting in lower highs on the pop-ups. Each and every subsequent pop-up a little bit lower than its predecessor. That's kind of what I'm looking for the short. So we'll see exactly what we get there. Hopefully we'll be able to print and do well on it. We'll keep you guys updated. But now, we got to pay some bills, baby. Take it away, Joe.
Time to pay some bills, guys. Unlocking the nuclear renaissance with foremost clean energy. Leveraging one of the biggest megatrends on the planet, nuclear energy. Partnered with Denison Mines with properties strategically located in the Athabasca Basin, known as the Saudi Arabia of uranium. This undervalued company is poised to capitalize on the exploding nuclear market and offers unparalleled growth potential. The future is nuclear. Foremost is your entry on the NASDAQ under FMST and on the CSE under FAT, or go to foremostcleanenergy.com for details. But you can also scan the QR code right there and see what's cooking up there.
Joseph,
with Foremost. Yes, sir.
Let's let them know. That real dang trading. It's not called real dang trading. You know, I like to exaggerate for a fact. To get 100 shares short on CRVO cost me the eye-watering amount. I can't handle it.
Oh, no.
13 cents.
Dang.
That's too much money, Joe.
I don't know if I can afford it.
I can't afford it. Get it, Katina, man. No, the reason I tell you that, guys, because I can't even get shorts on my platform. I'm looking it up there. I'm not even going to bother showing you, but you got to take my word for it. That my platform right now, I'm looking to see whether CRVO is shortable. It's not even shortable, nor can I even buy shorts off it. So the reason I got shorts on this one, as I mentioned, it's putting in incrementally lower highs with that flat bottom, essentially at $5. So if we give way there and we start trading below VWAP and we want to kind of go back maybe into that closing print near that 250, 2 1/3, I'd like to be able to have the option of doing that. So shout out to the Katina man, and we're going to shout him out and appreciate him getting us shorts. Now, what's this one called? HSAI, right back down into single digits again. I'm looking for a 22 break here. So we've been waiting for a long time for that 22 break. We just showed, I believe, the low of this candle. Excuse me for a minute on HSAI. I don't know why it doesn't update, bro. 2203. So it didn't cross. We were waiting at 05s. It's got to cross because it's about a 4 penny, 5 penny spread at the moment. We're still putting in lower highs. I'm layering the orders to see if I can get all of them filled kind of all at once on a price spike down. So that's what my thinking is right now on HSAI. I want to go back to HMR though. So we had a decent trade on this one. I flattened out because I felt this one was going to be a flat bottom break. And I'm still kind of biased about this one flat bottom breaking. The reason I feel that way is because just like I feel with CRVO, incrementally lower high, another lower high, and then even another one. And now we're popping up into 265. So I will have the same plan for HMR. If it gives up that 255 level and flat bottom breaks, I'm going to be looking to go short on this monster as well. HMR and HSAI will be looking short if it allows us to and if it sets up in the right way. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, we're just cooking up here a little bit in the TQQs.
Hey.
Now out the majority of this position. We got a little bit of around half, just I believe under half here, holding it for the break of the high a day, which would put us north of, let's see here, we'll zoom out to see what the high of day is on the TQs. It's 62.69, so that's still a ways away. Can it happen? For sure. If we continue this squeeze type price action, then I think it can happen. But here we go. This is what's dragging it up, guys. We don't talk about this name from an intraday perspective too often. That's Microsoft. It's not the most liquid day trader. I know it's not a name that we usually trade on a day-to-day basis like Tesla, NVIDIA, the Qs, Palantir, but here we go. This is the third largest company on the planet. Hopefully it's still sitting in third from a market cap standpoint. I haven't checked in a while, but it's climbing higher, and when these names are participating, look what's happening to the Qs. You start to see it climb higher and higher and higher, and that's what you need. You need the leaders to continue to lead, and what's happened over the past month or so, they've been getting shellacked. They've been getting beaten to a pulp. Like, let's see what this all-time high is. In July of 24 on Microsoft was the last time it put in an all-time high, and we're down 20% from those levels, right? So again, this never took part of some of the rallies that you've seen, like in Meta, etc., constructing new all-time highs a month or so ago. This was just hovering around in this range and continued to do so. We broke through these key support levels and then continued on the descent there, guys. So glad to see Microsoft participating. On the grand scheme of things, it's not too much, but we'll take it for what it is right now. We'll take any form of bounce in this market. I like specifically trading to the long side, and when you get Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Tesla, and NVIDIA all participating in the same direction, it's a positive sign for that style of strategy. So that's what I'm going to hold on for. 62.20 might be the next target. I told you guys that we're sitting around 62.66 at the high day there on the TQs. Hopefully we can climb higher. See, if I was in here and I rode this whole trend up, that would have been a nice, really, really nice trade. But what we did is we got all out here, and then it came back through the volume weighted average price, put in that base, a nice bottoming signal right there, as Katina Man always likes to point out too, and say, hey, this is where you can potentially enter a trade and then look for that trend to the top side. So we're now running into some resistance here, guys. We got to take that into consideration as well, and how it may affect this underlying asset. But 61.88 might be the next target. We are through some pre-market lows to take that in as well too. So the thing is, we're holding this CPI print fairly well, which is we cracked it to the downside, but we held it, and then when we broke through, then the selling really stepped in, and then now we started to climb a little bit higher. So if we can break through this 62, then I think 62.20, 62.40 on the TQs can definitely be in target. Hey, day trader cut, I'm still in it. I don't think it's paper hands just yet. I'm still in this position, and I just ran out of shares right here. So I held it all the way through until I just ran out of liquidity. So, but I'm right back in it and gonna hold some for 62.40 there, Sharif.
What a recovery on them. What the hell is going on today, Joseph?
Look at
We're
Microsoft.
up 1%. We're down on the NQ. Now we're up 1.5%. Wowzers. Yeah, volatility central up in this place. Okay, so good luck. All right, we did get the print there at 05s on HSAI, but true to form, it's popping back up again. What I'm keeping my eye on, the most important thing here is that we continue to put in the lower highs on the 5-minute chart. So what I'm keeping my eye on is a break of this 22 kind of 35 area. And you know, I don't want to be super nitpicky about like, oh my, 1 penny break, that's a higher high, get out. You know, I'm looking for a decided break of the move. And I'm also keeping an eye on the lows. If we start putting in higher lows as well, that could be the indicator that that higher high is incoming. So we're going to go ahead and wait up down here. How many shares do we have left? Let's have a look. Yeah, okay, we got some shares here. It's just, I don't want to take it out here. I'd really like somewhere in the high 21. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we've got 5 orders layered right now. Let's go ahead and take one out here, okay? And then we can see exactly if this one wants to come down a little bit more. I'm talking about HSAI, guys. Okay, CRVO, we've got shorts locked and loaded for this one, but it just made another attempt at 6. But believe it or not, this is still a lower high. So the previous attempt through 6 took us all the way up to 625 exactly. The current high, the 5-minute candle, is 595. That could change, obviously. Keep your eye out for the newer high on CRVO. Right now, we haven't been able to kind of change that pattern of lower highs. Each and every area crest a little bit lower than its predecessors. If we break through that 6.25, that could be a change in trend where we're no longer putting in those lower highs. Now, you may be wondering, Sharif, how come you're not shorting here, right? You keep saying that $6 gets rejected. Well, and you got shorts on. Why don't you short at 6? Well, that's the exact same thing for me anyway as going long below VWAP on one of these small cap gappers. My rules flip in the inverse. So if I'm going to short small cap gappers, it will have to be below the pre-market low, and it will have to be below VWAP in the same way that I take them long above the pre-market high. And above VWAP, I will short these in the exact opposite way. So it hasn't set up. That's why I'm waiting for that $5 break before I get short. Now, here we go. We're dancing with 6 right now. It's showing me 05s. I think the current candle high, 604. We're still below that 6.25, though, that we put in at 1140. That 1140 a.m. candle is what I consider to be the area high at 625. Prior to that, the area high was at 1055, and that was a 654 area high. So you can see it. We're putting in those lower highs there. Let's see if we can eventually get that $5 flat bottom break. I'm ready for it. I've got the shorts. We'll see exactly what comes of that. HSAI, what are you doing over here, bro? All right, still putting in lower highs. So I'm still actually kind of happy about this one, but we are putting in higher lows too. So the lower highs are manifesting, but the higher lows are as well. So that's a bit of a problem there. Yeah, how you doing over there?
Yeah, we're doing pretty good, man. We're holding on to this position, looking to crack through this resistance zone here. You can see that we have an indecision print as well, guys, at the low as we slowly climb higher. Microsoft really, really strong. It hasn't looked back since that break of the volume weighted average price, so that's a really positive sign. If Apple can start participating as well too, we can start squeezing in the TQs, and that would be nice. Tesla hovering around the high of day. We'll pull up Tesla because we like talking about it. One of the more popular stocks, TSLA. I like to trade a vehicle. But here we go, guys. I think this is going to be a really, really key point in order for this stock to continue to climb higher. We need to break 250, 250. And what we're going to do here, guys, is we're going to pull up the options chain to see if we have any high levels of open interest above where we're currently sitting. With this week's expiration cycle, so March 14th, guys, we're going to look for the highest levels of open interest here, Sharif. And we're sitting at 260. 260 is that this expiration cycle has 28,000, closer to 29,000 open contracts. So, well, hey, that's only about 11 points away, guys. So it can definitely happen. Hopefully we don't double top, put in a bearish candle, a bearish type pattern here, and we push through and slowly climb.
Trading Tesla today, because yesterday you were like, he's not in my good book.
I told you he's not in my good book. Yeah, I was not happy with it. Yeah, I wasn't happy with it. But hey, I was talking about it earlier as well too. I liked Elon. Do I agree with everything he does?
God, no, I don't either, bro.
Absolutely not. But I didn't sign up to own Tesla shares so he can run Doge. You know what I mean?
That is true. And I think a lot of people have that complaint.
Right, and I think that's why it's also hindered the stock price as well too, quite often, because people are agreeing on that fact. It's like, okay, he owns one of the best car companies on the planet. He's getting into robotics. He's got SpaceX, etc. He's a phenomenal engineer. But I'm not in Tesla shares for him to run Doge. I'm in it for him to run Tesla.
I respect that.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So yeah. So
what else I want to add too was we kind of knew that this was going to be the case. Remember, I think it was like a few weeks ago we got word that he had booked. I don't know if he booked a hotel, but he had earmarked 4 months, the next 4 months. Like that was half a month ago, so 3.5 months
to stay. Yeah,
to stay in Washington, right?
Yeah.
We heard he's living in the West Wing of the White House, right? Like he's got a room there that the Donald's given him, and he's just living out of there. Not unusual for him because he's lived on a factory floor, I should say, before. So yeah, it's kind of an upgrade for him.
I mean, like a nomadic lifestyle type kind of. You know what I mean?
Have you seen his house in Austin?
No,
it's those cubicle houses, bro.
Is it actually?
Yes, like those.
Like a shipping container?
Yeah, like kind of. He has his
but it's
own
a different, little difference. I know he has a half decent house somewhere. I seen they were talking about it, but again, he's like, nah, he doesn't really care. He has like that nomad lifestyle. He doesn't. I think I've seen Elon on a yacht once. There's a picture of him on a yacht
with
once.
his shirt off.
With his shirt off.
And he got rolled.
Hard. Yeah. And it's like, all right, maybe start applying a little sunscreen there. Hopefully, Grimes put some sunscreen on you there. The heaviest
shots fired. The world's richest man.
You know what I mean?
He doesn't have the world's best body, that's for sure.
It doesn't matter when you got kind of cash.
We're gonna shout him out anyway. I still like you. Yeah. All right, we just went the beak there a little bit more on HSAI, nicely in the money on this one, but this one is still defending that $22 level. I don't know. I feel that this one could lose 22. Soon we shall see what we shall see. That is a meaningless tautology, but that's what I do around here, giving you meaningless information. I'm also long back HMR, and here's the reason. This one I perceive to be doing a rounding effect off the volume weighted average price, putting it incrementally higher lows and higher highs. In addition to that rounding effect, it has taken out area highs. I'm talking about that 270 rejection. It cleared it. It's also at or a little bit above this 273 area that we also rejected. That was the best peak weather I had. Well, that's not true. The one at the 80s was the best. So here's what we're doing. We're looking to go long on this one, possibly into a $3 test. I've got no beak wetters. I'm long 72. Let's set up some here. We're going to wait at 77s and see what comes. Anything below 60, the trade is all over. Back to HSAI, because I see this one's zigging and zagging over here. There we go. We got the fill. Still haven't got filled at 03. It's showing me 06, though. And it hasn't shown me 06 on the bit side of the book. I mean, since I started watching this one come down. So as I mentioned, every single time we come into those lows, it's a penny or two lower on HSAI. It doesn't mean that it's going to keep doing that, right? That's the thing, right? That's what I try to always convince myself of as well. The tables can turn any minute. The trend can change. So I've been trying to wet the beak here in front of 22, knowing that kind of 22 has been acting as that level of support on HSAI. So that's my look right now. Let's go back to GRPN. That one we haven't talked about in a little bit of time over here. This one just breached the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. It's I also perceive price action support to be around 1368. It's got a two candle red setup on the 5. It did wick below the 10. It's trading above it right now. It also had a previous 2 candle red setup at 1145 and 1150, both of which defended and ended up trading a little bit higher than the volume or than the 10 exponential. But this 1399 high a day, it's a 14 rejection, right? So this could reject 14. I don't know. I don't want to be quick to jump into this one. It's at a good area right now at 13 and a quarter. I just don't know how I feel about it. So I'm just going to stay clear of this one. It's got a great looking hammer candle on the 5. Let's show them what this looks like right here. Because it's a good looking candle if you're looking for an area defend. I mean, it was a little bit better when it was trading over 13, but it kind of breaches a 10 exponential. And this is the 2 candle setup I was talking about that we retraced, defended the 10, and then we put in 6 candles green in a row. And here's another 2 candle red setup defending the 10 exponential. That's kind of what I'm talking about there on GRPN. Let's have a look back at HSAI because I'm seeing 5s now show up there. Oh, boom. I had to digress. HMR. All right, baby, here we go. Let's take out some more there, and then we're going to layer these orders on HMR. So that was a rounding effect that we were talking about there. So nice curl, that bowl shape off a predictable area of support. That is the volume weighted average price. I'm waiting at 80s and then 85s on HMR. And oh, we got the 22 print. In fact, yeah, I did. It printed 2201. So quite happy with how HSAI is doing. The next couple of beak wetters, 95 and 91. Now it's showing me 03, so we could lose 22 here. Let's see if we lose 22 on a closing basis. We still haven't done it on a closing basis. We just quickly wicked below 22 or at 22, and I got the print there. But we're not breaking below it, but we are still putting in lower highs. So HSAI, this is the 5-minute, that's the area crest, and then every successive 5-minute candle a little bit lower than its predecessor. Let's go back to CRVO, because here we go again. We just popped into 620. Remember, the previous area crest is 625, so we reject by 5 pennies, but something tells me my shorts may go unused today. This one looks like it wants to possibly take out that high day. You bet your bottom dollar I'm not going to be shorting anywhere around here. Look at this thing, bro. This is a wild one.
Yeah, you can't
hey, I heard you was a wild one. Get it there. I knew that you'd chime in there. And there it goes, Joseph. It takes out that 625. That is still low. Wow. Look at this. Look at this. Look at these small cap gappers. It just got into 644. Joe, look at this. 644 high day. It dips right back down into 563. Now it's below 6. This one's a wild one. I really did mean it when I started singing. CRVO is a wild one, guys. Keep your eye out on this one. It's all sorts of bamboozlement. Dang, son. What do you got?
Dang, Daniel.
Back again with the white van.
Back again with the white van, Sharif. Here we go, climbing higher in the TQs, guys. There's only one thing that we wish is that we had more shares. We got a couple left, but at this high a day break is when you should really be adding. And then we didn't really. We had this volatility spike, which would have been relatively scary to sit through. But again, just climbing higher and higher and being led by Microsoft. That is key. Tesla now tapping on the door of 252, 251.50 to be exact. There, guys, running into some resistance zones. Let's see if we can punch through on this momentum. One thing we need to take into account here, guys, is the fact that these momentum bars, this momentum in the underlying, oh, look at this consolidation phase and then the break higher. Wow, what a nice move here on TSLA. Unfortunately, we didn't participate more in this, but one thing to note here, guys, is that this momentum here, as you can see the volume by time start to really pick up. It didn't push us through those levels, so that's something I'm going to be keeping an eye out on because you would have liked to see that continuous through the resistance, but we're now running into it and kind of pulling back right now. If that volume signature is going to be genuine, then hopefully the move can be sustained and we can continue that movement to the northeast, maybe even possibly 255. Did I pull up the options chain and see what high levels of, oh yeah, I remember I had 260. 260, I'm not saying that's going to be in works for today, but on this week's expiration cycle, we can definitely have that Magna effect here at 260 with about 28,000 open contracts. If I go up the chain, it's still the largest open interest, which is a positive sign. And if I go down the chain as well too, the next highest level is going to be at 220. So 260 is a good look with 30,000 open contracts. We like that for Tesla. Apple rejecting VWAP right here, so might pull the Qs down a little bit with it, but we are still hovering around those highs. Positive signal. This is what we want to see, a nice recovery here in the market. TQ's up about 5%, so that would put the Qs at about 2.5 there. So positive off of that lower than expected CPI print there, guys. The good news seems to be good news, and that's what we like to see here in these markets, the big names participating and dragging everything higher because we know that we're down double digits in a lot of these names, so it's good to have this type of price action. So let's see what Ozan in the chat is saying. We break 252. It will moon last. Okay, yeah. So we'll wait. If we do crack this resistance, maybe we can tap into 255. That would be nice. And then if you get in that squeeze type price action, 260 could be in the works. I mean, it's nothing for Tesla to put in a $20 to $40 session, but I don't think it's going to happen right now. Especially these cover rallies aren't necessarily over exhilarating, I should say. They're not squeeze type price action, so we need to take that into effect as well. So we'll be patient and we'll wait for the end of the week to see if 260 comes into play. It might, and if so, then we're just going to pay more attention to these high levels of open interest in this environment. That's for sure, Sharif.
All right, man. HMR doing well. I took the last little bit out there. I was kind of a little bit unaware of how many shares I had left, so we took it out there at 85. It's not a bad look on HMR with that rounding effect off VWAP. I will be a buyer again if this does come into the volume weighted average price, which is currently at around 2 low 60s. So we'll see if this is double topping or whether or not the current 5-minute candle can print anything higher above that 85 print. HMR is the one I'm talking about. It's up 31 and change. Great look for it on the day, but still off about 12, 13 pennies off said high. Let's go back to HSAI. I'm very much involved right now, guys. Or not involved, but keeping an eye on CRVO because we're very close to taking out that 654 high of the day. That is the high of the day that we printed at 1055. Last 5-minute candle at 1235, we got into 646. So we're still technically lower than that 654 HOD, but if we squeeze, we could definitely be pushing a lot of shorts out. HSAI, bang, there we go. We give up 22s, baby, so we're about 50 pennies in the money on this one. Let's see if we can continue to move down. So here we go. First breach we've had below 22. So this one completely different than how I expected the short to trade, Joseph. We always talk about you and I know the Katina Man and Neil and everybody always says, we take the escalator up and we take the elevator down. That is not what we're getting right now on HSAI. It's taking the escalator down. So it was a little bit, I didn't anticipate it to trade in this way. What's going on over there, Obi?
Yeah, well, you know what took the elevator down?
What?
The Qs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It just took the, look at it. Look at that. We're talking about the stairs up. Look
What
at this.
did he
look
say
at this.
now? Where is he at?
Remember in the morning session where I was like, oh, my stop.
Hold on. Go talk in the mic so people can hear you. Because the people are going to want to hear what you have to say.
No, I was like, I remember in the morning session where I was like, okay, my stop on NVIDIA is at 116.59. And I was like,
Yeah.
all right, whatever. I'm leaving on a trail. Guess where that action just now grinds all the way up, pop, nice. And I'm like, all right, that's, it'd be like that sometimes.
It
that's
is
all
like
I'm
that,
saying.
though. I'm sorry,
Nice.
Ob, obviously. And that's just the nature of the beast. But Adara does have breaking news.
Yeah, I don't know about breaking in, and the market certainly isn't reacting to it here, but Amazon on watch here, CNBC reporting that FTC attorneys asked the judge to delay the start of its trial, accusing Amazon of deceiving users of its Prime subscription program. They basically cited staffing constraints and other issues. So you might expect this to go up on this. Amazon apparently now having its FTC hearing delayed, seemingly good for the stock, but this stock dropping along with the rest of the market. Now, with regards to why this drop is occurring, I don't have any news. It is worth noting a couple minutes ago, Trump stopped speaking to reporters in Ireland. He concluded that meeting or conference, for lack of better terms. So he's, to my knowledge, not currently speaking right now. Those comments have ended, but keep an eye nonetheless on the market. If I see anything else, I'll let you guys know promptly. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Donald Trump channel is what I'm searching on YouTube, right? I was telling Adara this yesterday. I'm like, what a good idea this would be if there was just a channel that covered Donald Trump. Anywhere he goes, any press he has, there's a camera. Well, if there's a camera there, obviously, then we cover it. It would be nice for day trading purposes because sometimes these major networks they don't cover him. Now we've got CNN on, we've got Fox, we've got everything trying to basically gauge any time Donald Trump is talking because these markets move at a whim. And so sometimes these networks don't cover him. So I thought maybe, an interesting YouTube channel would be that full not 24 hours, obviously, during regular business hours covering Donald Trump. So maybe we'll do that. It's called The News, says Kaluet. I just finished telling you, bro. They're not covering him. He's not on any of the networks right now. He stopped speaking. He wasn't on before, Dare. I keep my eye on the TV like every 5 minutes. He wasn't on it. So we'll keep an eye out for the Donald. In regards to the current trade, still wait. Now we're actually getting prints on the ask side of things going below 22. Right now it's at 22. I'm talking about HSAI. There it goes. Now it's at 98. Now it's showing me 94s. Now I've only got a couple of beak wetters left. So we're going to be quite ambitious here with where our prints come in. I'm waiting at 75s and then I likely will move down the last little stop there into the mid 50s. We'll see if this one wants to keep losing the bid as it has been doing. So below 22 we go. We move in to a predictable area On HSAI, I want to show this. So in the way that it rejected VWAP initially over here, yeah, I almost killed myself on that today too, bro. I'm happy you almost died today too.
Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy, man.
I'm kidding. No, but like misery loves company.
Yeah,
bro. I almost tripped on that today. Like, why do I have to be the only one? No, I'm playing. No, but seriously, get back to seriousness over here. HSAI, when it lost VWAP at around 940 today, it kept trying to reclaim VWAP each and every attempt, got rejected. It did the same dance over here. It worked its way back into VWAP. You had one quick candle that breached it, and then right back down we go. So HSAI rejecting the volume weighted average price. Let's see if we can get that successively lower low, lower high situation. We're back above 22 right now, but we made an area low there when we got into about 21 low 90. So HSAI, my only trade at the moment, guys, and I do apologize about that. I will keep my eye out for other trades. I'm waiting for CRVO to figure out what it wants to do. Does it want to take out 654 as a high? Does it want to lose $5 as support? Obviously, there are trades in between, right? I mean, it's showing you it's bouncing off 5. It's showing you kind of it's rejecting generally off that 6 area. It's above it right now. But I'd rather a more predictable trade where we can take out either longs or shorts on the north or south side of the price action. If we can take out 654 as a high, then we'll be going long. If we can lose 5 as support, I will be going short. Just keeping my eye out on that one. I will report back to you guys. Let's see what everybody else is saying in the chat. Day trader, yeah, I'm sorry, bro.
That's crazy.
That was just that was a random statement. You all, obviously, I love Joe. I wouldn't want that to happen. Daryl Finch, maybe Elon can install Neuralink chip on Trump so we can all get auto thoughts. Oh boy, says Adara. Let's see what everybody else. Eddie R, so thoughtful of you with your colleagues. I know I suck, bro. I'm not a good person. What can I say?
You're a great person.
No, we're just playing around, obviously. What's it called? HSAI right back above 22. Let's see if it can continue to make those higher highs, though. We've only got a couple of beak wetters left, short 45. There's my man in the chat, Mr. China. Shout out to Ozan Saley. Saley, my bad.
Oh, this is Saley. I don't even know. Ozan Saley. What's going on, my guy? Yeah, I mean, Shreve was referring to the stairs up, elevator down. I don't even want to count how many minutes I was in this trade and then it just get engulfed within a matter of seconds, guys. So a nice look here. But what do we go? 3 for 4 here on the TQs. Pretty good entries. So let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 minutes of trading higher, gone in 5 minutes there, Shreve. So that's good times there, for sure. So here we go, guys. Starting to climb back. The volatility is really stepping in these markets, just recovering back. I missed the news headline. I went to the washroom. Was it tariffs, regarding tariffs or something or was it the Amazon news that caused the dump there, Shreve, or do you know? No, okay, no one knows. All right, that's all right. No worries. We'll figure it out. We'll just follow the price action. I was going to get right back in. I'm going to give myself a couple of minutes here, and then we just rip to the top side. So I didn't react fast enough. The thing is, though, guys, 2NY asked about risk to reward. So if I'm in at the hold of the volume-weighted average price, all I have to risk is the low of these candles, and if it breaks that, then I'm going to be wrong on the thesis. But then I would have been at like a 3 or 4 to 1 already sitting on that. So that's hindsight trading, unfortunately, but we'll take it for what it is. You can see that these big names are really recovering strong. So nice rally here. It seems that the buyers want to step back into this market. That is a beautiful sign for me. And I like it. I'm going to try to stick with it. Not going to chase the TQs all the way up here, though, which is unfortunate because when we grind up for a half an hour here and we lose it all in 5 minutes, we just gain it all back in a matter of 5 minutes as well, too. So that is extremely positive. That's a good sign. At this pace, it looks like we're going to crack the high here, guys, but we're going to wait for a pullback. Maybe we test 62.20 and then get a little bit of a retracement in the TQQs. CNN. So yeah, let's see what's going on. What are you guys looking at? Let me know if you want to go over any specific names. If you want me to talk about any option strategies. Sandra, I'm curious on how your your bear call spread on Apple is working. It seems to be pretty good, and you're collecting a lot of premiums. Nice look here in the TQQs. Unfortunate we missed that one. That sucks quite often. Here's Donald talking on, I think it's CNN there. So pretty good look. Yeah, guys, let me know what you guys are trading on the session. Sharif's dropping stuff over there. He's worried about the TV. He's like, sorry. He's like, he just wants to see Donald, and that's it. But good times. Yeah. Oh my days, TQQ. What an entry this would have been, guys. Recovering that whole dump right now. So. Unfortunate that we missed that one. Still slightly red on the day, but that's okay. Especially after these big trades, you're like, Joe, why are you still red? It's because this one we punched pretty heavy, and then we took a little bit larger of a loss. So slightly red, nothing that we can't recover on the day, but let's see what Adair's up to.
So to clarify, so Donald Trump, to my knowledge, is no longer currently speaking to the Irish press. He spoke to the Irish press. This ended actually a while ago. So Trump was making comments to the Irish press. It looks like they're re-airing right now. And it says a few moments ago, I have not heard any headlines from this talk until, let me see when this ended. I believe it was about 13 minutes ago it ended. So Donald Trump here, this is just the NASDAQ, no longer speaking to the Irish press. That conference has ended, though it looks like it is being re-aired on certain news stations. So I just wanted to provide some clarification on that. Also at 1 p.m. Eastern, we are going to be getting the 10-year note auction. That's not always market moving, but it's something to be aware of, especially with the volatility we've seen as of late. Back to you.
Exactly, right?
Shout out to the Katina, man. Look, we've got it on right now. Apparently Donald Trump was saying something about, he thinks the markets are going to soar, and he says that, and then they start moving back down true to form. So we'll keep an eye out on that. HSAI has come back right into VWAP. I'm not going to be adding here, but if it does reject VWAP and it shows me a clean rejection, I will add into the position on the way down. Kind of like adding to your winners on the way up. It's kind of the opposite of that. So that's exactly what I'm going to be doing on HSAI. I've only got 2 exits on this one left. We'll see what we can get here. It's back at the volume weighted average price, showing me 40s. We're short 45s. I'm also back involved in HMR because somebody called me out. They're like, bro, you got out way too early, and more right you could not be. So we got back at 82s, wet the beak there at 86s. Now I'm waiting at 90s. We'll see if we can get something to the high side here on HMR. It's defending the volume weighted average price for now. The 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Here's what I'm talking about. Let me just show you. It has this rounding effect, which kind of caught my attention. Now, this rounding effect could manifest into a double top, so you got to be acutely aware of that. But what I'm keeping my eye on is the breach or the hold of that green line on your chart. That's the 10 EMA on the 5-minute chart. That's where I base a lot of my trades on these small cap gappers on. So if it loses that, then we're just going to get out, and we have a really good price, really close to that level. So we'll see exactly what the situation is on HMR. Let's go back to HSAI because it did reject the volume weighted average price. So for now, we've got a double top at the VWAP area on HSAI. Let's see if this one wants to work its way right back down. I'll add into this one if it wants to lose that bid. Joseph, what do you got, my man?
Yeah, just sitting here in the TQs. I know Katina man's short from 62 up here.
Oh, yeah.
But and I was thinking to myself, 62.20 right at the top. So right where I got out, Katina man, you hopped into the short side. And then he's like, dude, this just squeezed crazy. The volatility is insane. I'm like, but I was thinking in my head, I'm like, if we don't break 62.20, then I think you're going to be okay. And we might go and test the bottom. So it's working out really, really good for him there. Short 62.20 is Mr. Katina man himself, and now trading around 61.66. So let's see if we can sustain this downward movement. Microsoft coming off of those highs. We almost touched the pre-market high there, and then we just rejected it. We did break through that opening range high, and then traded slightly above that, and then now coming back in, which is, I guess, a positive signal for the shorts. One thing that Sharif noted as well is that Amazon tapped $200 3 times, and then now was going to go test it again and went to 199.61, and then had the inability to break through right there. So not a horrible look. Someone in the chat asked me what's up with Tesla. I'm not going to say anything necessarily, right? I don't think there's anything up with it. If we want to go to a higher time frame to see if we're slightly putting in a bottom, and this is what you want to see, especially over the duration of a couple sessions, is that you put in this bottom, but then you just slowly grind, and you can see the rounded effect that you get within it. And then now we're climbing higher. We do have some key support levels that now can act as resistance here. Right at that 252 level that I mentioned is the high day as well. So we have previous day's lows, we have pre-market lows, and a bunch of other levels from previous sessions sitting in and around this 252 area. So we got to watch out for that. Momentum stepping in will be positive, and if we can crack through it and sit on top of this range around 266.29, I think that's going to be a positive sign for some shareholders of Tesla like myself for that 300 target, just to get out of the underlying. And one thing that I did want to acquire, excuse me, Katina Man was talking about Reddit. Were you, Sharif, this morning taking a 50% haircut? But what also took a 50% haircut after earnings, Sharif, is Hood. Right? So trading as high as $66. We're now trading around $39, so it's recovered since then. But when you have a 700% increase in crypto transactions in this underlying, I like those numbers. I like those types of growth cycles. So this is something that I'm looking to kind of rotate into. Is fintech necessarily something you want to be getting in right now? Maybe, possibly, I don't know. But I like this name for the longer term. I don't necessarily want to own it for a swing. I want to own this company just because when you have those numbers, they're probably going to be sustained, especially with that Bitcoin stockpile coming in now with the U.S. government. That's an even more positive sign. So I like those two factors here for Bitcoin to continue to climb higher, for crypto space to continue to expand. And I know, Sharif, you said, hey, do you think we're going to get other these meme coins in ETFs? And I said before, I don't know. I don't know if there's enough demand for them because we trade IBIT, but I don't think anybody here has ever traded the Ether ETF here. So I don't even, it's like ETH. Have you traded the Ether ETF?
Yeah.
When it was on Pink Sheets. Okay, so when it was on Pink Sheets, but now I believe it's NASDAQ listed or something like that. So, and even at that point, no one here on the floor has touched it. So I don't think there's enough demand for those types of ETFs.
And you feel like, ETH, it participates a lot in the down moves on crypto. But it does participate in the up moves, but definitely not proportional. With the Bitcoin and some others as well. So, I know Satya loved ETH, and that was kind of her thing. But just you kind of feel, Joseph, at least it's not in vogue in the way that Bitcoin was, maybe XRP, some of these others.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is with exactly with XRP, Cardano, and Solana or whatever. I mean, they're kind of trumping Ether right now because I think they perform slightly better. You lose less gas on it, so the fees and everything along those lines.
And it was faster, it was cheaper. Right? Like if you want to send money to people back home, apparently XRP is a good.
It's the best one. It's the best one right now. So like transactions per second, I believe XRP is the best one, which is what you want to look for. So
All right, guys, we're involved. I added to my HSAI short. So we have a 3-candle hold up right now, south of the volume weighted average price. So I added to my short at around basically right here, 22.34. So our average price went down from 22.45 down into 22.40. What I'm looking for is basically a curl into VWAP and a rejection of VWAP. Now, what I've done was, I don't want to give back too much, so I'm putting my stop out a little bit higher than this area crest right here. So look at this candle that we put in at 1150. That's the area high. It breached VWAP, and then we kind of moved right back down. So if we continue on our way up, I'm out. I'm going to get out of this trade. I've only got a few beak wetters left. Let's see if we can get something to the downside on this bad boy. Not much else to report. We're still involved in HMR, and HMR still holding at the 10 exponential. But I am really concerned with HMR that it could end up manifesting into a double top with the neckline break coming below that 255, 260 area. So what I've done was I'm looking to add on HMR at the 10 exponential, which we just got right now. So now we have 79s as a long. And then if we break the 10 exponential, I'm going to get out right below that 70 print. So let's see what we get here. Let's put some beak wetters up into that area. So how many outs do we have in HMR? Good. All right, so then we can kind of layer it. What's going on over there, Katina man? The Katina man is in the futures. You're short, right? The Katina man is short 62.20 on the T triple Qs. So keep your eye out on the futures. As Joseph was showing you earlier, you can lose quick as you like on that. I mean, the market was pumping up, and then all of a sudden we lost a bit. So keep your eye out on that. He's celebrating. That means he's printing. He just got VWAP right now. Let's show them. Let's show them, Katina, man. Let's bring in the black chart over here and look at the T triple Qs. Yeah. Shows Andre if you, yeah, there it is. So he gets in. There you go. He adds into the volume weighted average price. I'm assuming that was your plan all along. Katina man, he's wetting his beak as he comes down. I love the lower high, Katina man, by the way. That kind of just, solidifies the trade. And then he just got VWAP right now. Excellent trade, Sean. Hope you continue to print up multiple storms. And this is what we're looking at on the black charts right now. This is what he means when he got VWAP. That white line right there kind of looks like the line of best fit. That's where we're at right now on the futures as it comes right back down. Again, we're still positive, though, on the NQ anyway, up 1.15%, with the ES also up 0.5%. But the Dow and the Russell both negative. The Russ is barely negative, 0.03. The Dow down 0.2, likely because of the dead one Apple, keeping that bad boy down. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. We'll report to you guys as the day goes along. Only positions to report on to you guys right now, HMR long, HSAI short.
Yeah, good luck there, my guy. I'm just working on some things. Oh, that's what I want to fill in some of these data points here for the Playmaker. I still have some. No, it's all good. But I got to finish the cumulative P&L here. Been slacking on that, but that was one of my goals, and it slipped my mind because that's what we do. We like to collect data.
Hey.
All right, let's get it fired up here for the Playmaker pool. 66% to the long side. That is a landslide.
Okay.
Let's see what we got.
Ready.
I'm ready.
31.
31.
559.31. So we're going long, right?
All right, we're going long.
All right, so
Target
we're taking
price.
profits at 561.31.
561.31. Bang.
And then we get stopped out at 558.31.
558.31. Beautiful.
Come
We're
on,
in
chat.
right at
Don't
one.
do us wrong today, baby. Let's go.
Don't do us wrong today, chat. You guys got to make sure we're right. Otherwise, it's all over with. We got to
See Greenland yesterday? They had elections. All 57,000 people that live on that island.
They voted.
They voted. I don't mean to make fun. That's what I'm saying. I know. So the party that won is the pro-business party. So a lot of people are speculating now whether that whole thing happens, eh?
Oh, really?
57,000 people.
That's all it is,
How many of them are even eligible to vote, like adults, right? I'm assuming that the eligibility for voting is probably 18 over. We can double check that. It's not hard to find. But yeah, that's going to be interesting to see if that actually happens, dude. Like, can you imagine this? Like, anyway, it'd be a new one for the modern era. That's for
sure, man.
Sure, right?
Call it what is it? Expansion. What is it called?
He's expanding his territory.
He's
quite
expanding
frankly.
it. So I mean,
Here we go, Joseph. I just want to cover HMR, guys. We get that ad on. What did we get? We got 77s there. Just went the beak at 85s. Now I'm waiting at 88s. I'm happy with this ad. I always complain to you guys that I don't add into the right areas. I did this time, and I'm kind of happy with it. Let's see if we can continue to move up. I will be adding on these successive moves down, but I'm still acutely aware of the possibility of a double top manifesting here on HMR, especially if we reject $3 or in and around 3, with the previous high essentially being on HMR 294. So we'll see what we get. We won't get upset. Shout out to Neil. I hope he's enjoying his time down at Dunedin for spring training, which if you've been watching the show for any discernible amount of time, there he is. Don't look a horse in the mouth. He does every single year with the fam. So shout out to Neil. I hope he's having a fantastic time. Joseph.
Yeah, over there in Dunedin there, nice weather. Starting to warm up here though, guys, north of the border. That's a positive sign. We'll take it. We get a whopping 13 degrees on Saturday, it seems, but followed by some rain.
Say again?
Yeah, 13.
On Saturday?
Yeah.
Lies.
I swear, look it up.
Lies and propaganda.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, the weekend though, Katina, man. So it's actually usable. That's
well,
the
it's
thing,
supposed to
right?
rain, 55% chance of rain too, so it
need
comes
proof.
with the territory. But people are on full effect on Lakeshore. The runners are out. It is not a money storm today, but yeah, the runners are out, and it's an exciting time. I can't wait to get some sun and be out on the Lakeshore because I'm right there and walk the path and everything. Me, yeah, I'm a big runner. Yeah,
him and Yanni were running.
Yanni came around. Yanni had to
tapped out last year,
a
didn't he?
couple times. Yeah,
tapped out.
Sorry, Yanni. Sorry, we love you, but you tapped out a
I miss
couple
that
of
guy,
times,
bro.
man.
Him
He's
and
good in
his
shape.
sweaters.
He's in good shape though.
Yeah,
He's in
he's
phenomenal
always
shape.
been
Yeah, he's
back,
in
bro.
phenomenal shape too. So, but yeah, maybe he can hang this year. But your boy likes to go the distance. We were running like it wasn't even anything crazy. I just do the
my
thing.
God.
So I told you before that it's about 2 kilometers to the first workout gym, and then additional to the Jameson outdoor workout gym, and then so you're 4 there, and then 4
That's
back.
sick.
Yeah,
That's not a bad look
So
at all.
you go in
And
there
you
and
get calisthenics in with
and
the
you get
run. I mean,
cows
that's everything you
in
need,
on the
right?
way.
Like-
So yeah, and other positive things along that path there, guys. But let's see what's going on here in the TQs. We are starting to break through some key support levels. Katina Man is still short, running through 6120. So that is the club. What is that? You know what's funny? I was trying to think of the club name that used to be on the Queen's Quay or the Queen's Quay, whatever it was, the big facility, the government,
baby.
That's it, government. I don't think, yeah, exactly. I don't
That's
think
the club,
Yeah,
bro.
there's no way that Ramin and Fabian would know about the government, but we used to live it up over there. So yeah, hey,
Bro, the government. What was that? What was the rooftop?
Yeah,
orange room, but that was
orange
inside.
room.
Man, what was the lounge upstairs called? Sky Bar.
Something. Oh yeah. We used to go there. Yeah, all the
Yeah,
time.
I don't remember, but that was
Nice upstairs and nice patio. Get crazy up there. Yeah.
Good
Big
time.
spender like Sharif to get.
Oh,
Yeah, to get up there, yeah, you gotta know a couple of guys.
I was going out on event nights, baby. $3 drinks.
$3 drinks, that's funny. So the government, for all my Torontonians in the chat, and are old
know
enough
what
to
that
know what
is.
it is, then they would know. You could get whatever you needed there. But we don't want to talk about that. We don't want to talk about that. But
Cool House, yes, Dewey.
Let's go. What do you say?
He knows
Cool
about
House,
it.
there
Cool
you
House,
go,
because that was
Dewey.
part of like a subsidiary club in the government, right? Like,
Man, the chaos
oh
outside
my
of that
goodness.
club around 3 a.m. was absolutely insane. So
The cabs, the
the
street,
everything.
and all like the hot dog vendors,
Oh,
they'd be
dude.
like inundated with drunkards wanting to eat.
I would never forget 1 year Caravana. We were at government, and there were so many people like hoarding this sausage stand. Buddy quit on spot. He's like, I don't get paid enough for this, and quit right on spot. And he said no. He's like, I'm not making any more. Get out of here. It was absolutely hilarious. And my cousin got his sausage, and I was next in line, and that was when he shut it down. That's
the worst.
Yeah, it's
Like,
the
yo,
worst, man. The worst.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, it's funny. But let's see if we can hop in here, guys, on the TQs. If we can hold the volume weighted average price, then that'll be good. But this is looking like a bearish price action pattern as we run into support levels right now. So it's not going to be a good look for the longs. What we want to see is turn around and some more buying pressure start to step in this underlying here. So again, we push down. We want to see buyers step up, but I'll have to get in at the top of this range for some confirmation, and then we can use the lows as our outs. We'll go a little bit smaller size because we're not going to tap in right in at 61.25. We'll have to wait for that indecision print here in the TQs. Amazon, it seems to be the bearer of bad news today, Sharif. Raining on the old parade, on the rally parade here, unfortunately. But here we go, running into some support. Triple top. I heard Obi and you say that earlier on this. Tapped into 200 multiple times. Sold right off on that news that Adair said something about the Prime membership along those lines. I don't remember. I was going to the washroom. But here we go, climbing higher. Running into the support level here, acting as resistance, and then now heading south of the volume weighted average price. Let's see what Adair is up to.
I want to clarify what this news was, because I'm not sure that's necessarily what it sold off on. I think it just dropped to the rest of the market because the news is not in and of itself negative. So basically, CNBC reporting that FTC, or Free Trade Commission attorneys, have asked a judge to delay the start of its Amazon trial. They're accusing Amazon of deceiving Prime users. basically they're saying that they had to delay this because of staffing constraints and other issues. So a delayed trial here would actually seem to be good news for AMZN. Looks like it just dropped to the rest of the market. I just wanted to repeat that catalyst in case you missed it. According to the CNBC, the FTC has asked a judge to delay the start of its Amazon Prime trial. Back to you.
Man, I'm just complaining to the Katina man about the lack of coverage by the major networks of, like, don't bring it to us moments later. We don't want it moments later. The market doesn't care about moments later. It cares about now. We need to know about now. And so these networks just posting, like showing videos of him moments later, that's not what we want, networks. That's why I was kind of jokingly saying earlier, maybe we should have like a news network on YouTube that just covers this guy 24/7. Like, and it would be, I think, good for people who are in the market. They would probably want to have this information live as we do, so that when things are tanking, things are popping, we can have an understanding as to why, right? So it's always good to report on 2 cents. Well, that's what we're doing up here. We're taking trades. We're reporting to you guys on what's happening in the market. So Adair said they gave us headlines as it went, but the footage didn't come out until after the fact. I was delivering the headlines throughout as I got them. Adair is killing it at the big desk. We got no complaints with Adair. What I got complaints about is when I look to the right, you know, if I see Donald Trump, at least I'll know that he's talking rather than having to read through a news feed line by line. I think it makes it a little bit easier, but your point well taken, Adair. All right, so we're keeping an eye out on HSAI, still hanging out south of VWAP. I want to say that the current candle setup is putting it on the lows. I'm talking about this candle, bless you. I'm talking about this 5 candle setup right now, all of which have rejected VWAP. None of them, though, are making lower lows. So I am on the lookout here for break and a hold above VWAP. That's number 1. Number 2, I'm still involved in HMR. Did come down a little bit. We did get multiple outs into 85, but that one at 88 still went unfilled. Now the one I'm looking at is GRPN. Where is that one? There it is. So I perceive GRPN to be maybe starting to do that rounding kind of pattern that we saw on HMR. So we definitely have these lower lows, lower highs, and then we come into that 20 exponential at 1350, 1360. And now what I'm looking for is incrementally higher highs and higher lows to give that rounding, that bowl shape. If we get that on GRPN, you better believe I will take this long for that move possibly back into 14 and maybe even better, a move above 14. So here's what I'm going to do. In fact, I'm going to get it long now. And I will put my stop below the area low. That area low, guys, is around 1352. Let me just think about this one for a second. So the deal with this one is it's a little bit shady. And the reason I say that is, we'll have a look at this, right? So if I get long here, what's helping me out in terms of support? There's really nothing. There's a volume weighted average price all the way down at 1314. And there's price action support like at 1320. That's fine. That's a big gap from where I would get in, say at 13 2/3 and all the way down there. The only thing that could really possibly backstop me is that $0.50. So if I get in here unsure whether we're going to have that curling effect, that bowl effect, it's a little risky. I'm gonna wait a little bit more on GRPN, but what I will do is if I get in, I'm gonna be placing my stop below this area right here, 1350, 13, yeah, in and around this, below this candle at 105. That's gonna be my move on GRPN, but it's got to set up in the right way. So that's my thinking there. Sadie. What a class act you are. Always impressed how you now. Oh, that's very nice of you, Sadie. I don't know what you're mentioning, what I did, but thank you for the nice comment. I do appreciate you. Refrain, Sharif, if the news doesn't move at the speed of information, it isn't news. Go Hidara. No, Adara, not Hidara. I know what you meant, Adara, but her name is not Hidara. That's a new name for you, Adara. She's down with it. Okay, so you got a receptive ear in her. Shout out to Refrani. Her name is Adara, Adara. We used to call her, remember before everyone said Adara, some people were saying Adara? Were there? Yeah, Neil was. Neil has a lot of Katina, man, leave him alone, bro. Remember that Adara? We weren't sure if it was Adara or Adara. And now it's exclusively Adara.
She said it's like mascara.
Yes.
Mascara for your eyes.
Okay, so I remember a different thing. She told me it sounds like Panera.
Panera.
And
Which it also does.
She doesn't. She takes issue with that, but I remember it very specifically, Adara. I know you're the one with the eidetic memory. It's not me, but I remember you saying it sounds like Panera. But Katina Man backing you up there, saying you said the whole mascara thing. Shout out to Safe, Sharif, Joe. Any tickers, suggestions to try swings? Seem like there's a lot of discounts in this market. So I don't know, I'm not going to speak for Joseph, but I'm in a wait and see approach right now. I really don't know what to expect from these markets, given all the volatility with tariffs and stuff like that, Joseph. So I'm in a holding position.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea too, Sharif. And I think, Saif is their name. I think you answered your own question as well too. If you think that a lot of these names are at discounts, then don't forget you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Just make sure those risk measures are in place. But I'm in Sharif's camp. I am waiting for a cover rally right now so I can get out of some names and then rotate into some other ones. So again, you need to find something that is setting up for your style and something that you find is going to fit your trade criteria and just run with it. Obviously, just implement risk measures. But I think you answered that question a lot yourself, because if you feel that some of these names are at discounts and are ready for a bounce, then by all means take a shot, take a swing at it.
And the time frame too, Joseph. Like if people are working in, well, he said swing.
Yeah, swing.
Okay, so that kind of
so it's like a
there.
swing. Yeah, you know what I mean. So a swing trade, you're gonna hold on to it for a couple weeks, a month, whatever it may be. And if you think that this market is oversold at this moment, which I feel it slightly is, right, 10, 12% in the Nas and in the S&P, a lot of the Mag 7 down double digits as well too. So if you find something that fits your trade criteria, literally take a swing at it for a swing trade to see if it comes into play and it works out for you. If it doesn't,
I
then
agree.
you get stopped out.
I agree, and I want to say if you're an investor too and your time horizon is a little bit longer, I mean, I don't want to, this is not financial advice, but if you're bullish, these companies in the long term, as a general rule, it is a good idea to build your position in when there are red days like this, okay?
Yeah. On that. Yeah. Like, but that's an experience thing too, Sharif, right? Like, for just going through a couple bear markets, I told you I started in 22.
Yep.
I didn't know it's like, okay, buy some of these names that are essentially at discounts. You got Google trading at like 18 times forward earnings or something along those lines, and you see that you're down 12, 15% in some of these Mag 7 names. I know a lot of people are going to be buying them up, right? At some point, right? Once you get a little more confidence in the economy, a little less macro data coming in, and you see some more stability, then you're going to start seeing more money funneling back into the names that have been working for them for the past couple of years. So when you're down 13, 14%, don't go all in at once, right? You want to slowly allocate into the position, and that's when you DCA if you're looking to invest for the longer term, and especially in some of these names.
I love hearing that, man. Yeah, that's absolutely accurate there. Guys, we're long CRVO at the volume weighted average price. Let's see if we can get a bounce here. I'm waiting at 41s. Where are we long? 28s. It's showing me 39s, now 40s. There's a hidden seller. There's definitely an iceberg order here. Here we go. There's really no size posted on the book, and it keeps rejecting 40 and 41. What a random area to reject that. So interesting. Here we go. Boom. We get the fill. So we've got now nice fill on CRVO. VWAP rejection, let's go ahead, or bounce, excuse me. Now we're waiting at 51s, showing me 45s, 48s. All right, so let's see if we can get that. As Joseph was talking, I saw CRVO come down aggressively into VWAP, and I said, you know, this is as good time as any. Let's give this one the old college try. Now I'm waiting at 51s. It's showing me 45s, not forthcoming to the high side quite yet. I don't want to trade this incorrectly, so exactly what I'm going to do is the volume weighted average price is at 519. Let's go ahead and wait there, and oh, here we go with a 50 penny area. So let's go ahead like that, and boom, we take out 50 pennies just like that. All right, so now thank you, and now we're going to wait up at 77s. Let's see if we can get something around that $0.75. Get it, Katina man. I appreciate you, brother. So we're going to keep an eye out here on CRVO. Great VWAP bounce, waiting now at the $0.75, and now it's showing me 60s, so we could be getting close to that 2/3. Still definitely some selling on this one at these levels or size here at 60, but a few hundred lots. That shouldn't be the problem. The problem is these hidden sellers on CRVO, and there we go. We had another hidden seller there at 60s. We'll keep an eye out on that one. The other trade that I'm involved in, got stopped out of HMR. That's all right. We de-risked most of it to the high side up into there. Let's see what the other one is doing. HSAI still going unprinted on this one, man. Despite the fact that it rejected VWAP and we did add into that high 30s area, it is not forthcoming to the downside though, despite the fact that it started making lower highs and lower lows on each successive 5-minute candle. But I really do need to wrap my mind around some of these small cap gapper shorts. They are not tanking in the way that they skyrocket to the high side. They really do take the escalator down, not the elevator down. That's what it seems to me anyway. I haven't been shorting these small cap gappers since early to mid 2023. So we're definitely going to get our feet under us here with this trade. Back to CRVO because we still have one out on this one. Still showing me prints in the mid 50s. Nothing to the high side quite yet there. Oh, super chats coming in.
Yeah.
Hey, KB. Shout out to my man KB. $2 super chat. We're going to hit the bang for KB. It's the leg 7 now. LOL. Okay. Hold on. What were you guys calling it? The meh 7?
The meh.
Instead of the mag 7, the meh 7?
Meh 7.
Who was that? You?
No, it wasn't.
Was that you, Adara? Huh?
Probably me.
Probably you, but you have an
leg
eidetic memory. You would remember. No.
There you go.
Like how I cornered you into that one, huh?
There you go.
No, but I don't know. Someone was calling it the meh 7, but yeah, that's a good one too, Joseph. Let's see. We got another super chat over here. Day Trader Cut, one of the chat OGs. $5 super chat. Hey, Sharif. Joe, I need some help on a stock. I keep swinging in and out of the stock, WIFE, W-I-F-E, but every re-entry gets more expensive. Are you making
what
a joke?
Who
I'm not
said
even
that?
type
Who
in the
said
ticker.
that? Yeah,
I'm not going to even
I
type
was
in the
about
ticker.
to, but then as you continue to read, I'm like, I see where he's
That
going
wife
at here.
one?
That wife,
Yeah, I was like, there's no way there's a ticker called
hey,
wife that I
we're
don't
all
know
in that
about.
boat.
Nice try, Day Trader Cut, but I do like that. Okay,
W-I-F-E, yeah, expensive.
I've never been married, so I have no idea.
Trading at 50 times forward earnings.
Well, there you go. I know that Katina Man spends a ton of money on family,
there you go.
kids, sports. Obviously, he's taking family outings. I know Neil does the same, so it looks pricey, Joseph.
Yeah, hey, I
It
guess
looks
it
pricey,
does.
Joseph.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's always good times when you're single, your meal costs about $12.99 or whatever it be, but then when you're in a relationship, somehow it's $100, and it's just like, how did he even get to those levels?
Oh,
but
boy.
Michael's Limo says, sorry, man, but not the case necessarily with all the companies, even at these discounts, are not discounts. They're still trading way above what they are worth. And I respect that you don't necessarily agree with what we have to say.
Ooh.
So, no, I respect this. We'll just agree to disagree. And I think that some of these names are at relatively good prices. The earnings is supporting it. And I'm going to stick with that, right? You still see some moderate growth in some of these names. Again, we know that iPhone sales in China are down, but services are up, right? So that balances each other up. Then you have Netflix with doubling the amount of subscriptions year over year. That's a positive sign as well, too. Are they a part of the Make 7? Not necessarily. That was more a FANG, but different name. But some of these tech stocks with NVIDIA still growing as well, too. So again, not at the rate it was before, but still growth within the company. So there's a debate to be had about that. So that's just my opinion. I think that there is still some ways to go. I think NVIDIA is going to continue to grow. Netflix is going to continue to grow. We're streaming live sports now. They got WWE. You can catch the hockey games now. I watched my first Leaf game in a while the other night on Amazon for free. I didn't even know you could do that. That was pretty cool. So I think there's a lot of room for these names to grow, even though there's still some economic turmoil.
All right, I just got I want to show a video, but I just want to set up my stop on CRVO because it is coming back down. Let me just, I gotta clean up these stops, bro. Jeez Louise, GRPN, HSAI, Jeez, my God, I have a lot of unfilled stops. Okay, so we do have a stop on CRVO. It is for the incorrect amount of shares. So we're gonna go ahead and do that right there. We're gonna give that about 508. Okay. All right, guys. So you guys, I love my English cars.
Oh,
right?
What do we got here?
And so we talked a lot
this is Jag.
of smack about Jag and their launch into EVs. It looked really silly, and I was wondering what the hell they were doing. But I gotta tell you, Joseph, this one over
wicked.
here. Can we show this, Andre? Yeah, no problem. This one is really getting that color. This is the new Jag Type 00. Okay, obviously Type 00. We're talking about 007 likely.
Bang.
I don't know if this is going to be the actual look of the car, or we're still very much in the super prototype phase. But I don't know. What do you feel about this?
I like that car.
I like this car.
I like that car. a
Okay,
lot.
I think they completely botched the launch.
Yeah.
But this is a badass car. Are
It
you
is bad.
kidding me right now?
That thing looks pretty
Let's
sweet.
look at the inside. It's right-hand drive, obviously.
Jeez.
Well, it's not. It's left-hand drive. This is in Paris. So they're.
Who's
this
that,
is on-
Barry?
I don't know who this is,
That's
man.
Barry Keoghan, man.
Do you know him?
Yeah, well, I don't know him, but
Well,
you know.
yeah, you know what I mean. Where's I don't want to see the dude, man. Where's the car at? There we go. That's a good looker right there, man. So I don't know how you guys
So
feel
there was
about
no one
that.
even driving it there. Is it?
I
didn't see
think
anybody
somebody
even
came out from the other side.
Oh, did they? I didn't see anybody. I only seen Barry himself there. You never seen the movie Saltburn? That's a good one.
Let's see what everybody. I don't even know what that. Adara knows what it is because she
Adara, you
reacted
like
quite
Saltburn?
aggressively there, but she's been traumatized by the Saltburn car or guy. Let's see what people are talking about in the chat. That's clean, says Day Trader Cut. Super Quant Roblox collab. Yeah, it does seem like a Roblox car. Not that I've ever played Roblox. Oh my God, Brick, awful, says Jetsum. Bongzilla, not ready for it. I respect that. Patrick Riley, CGI. It's actually not CGI. These guys were on the streets of Paris. It's everywhere. People will vandalize this thing, says Jack B. Nimble. I like the name, by the way. Patrick Riley doesn't even look real. I promise you it is. Saul G, doors open too slow. Agree. Got to be way faster than that. Escape Planet reminds me of a Bentley. Okay. Chime time. So that is what Jaguar actually wants to do. Believe it or not, they want to leave that category of like Mercedes, BMW, Audi. They want to be that Bentley, that Aston Martin. They go into that. How you do it, and if you can do it, an entirely different story. But that's what they're going for, Joseph.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that car is pretty cool. It looks really, really neat. And it looked like it was dry. There was no one in the driver's seat. So autonomy, maybe 101. I like that vehicle. Will I be buying it? Maybe, probably not. But
it's gonna be pricey.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be pricey. Stevenson, we're already in the Playmaker. I don't know if we hit any targets. I don't have SPY up on me right now. I don't know if we got stopped out or whatever it may be here. I'll have to crunch some numbers later, but we already did all the documentation for it. Our target is 561 and we have a stop of 558.31, so we haven't got stopped out yet. We're now trading around 560, so we need another $1.30 roughly in order to hit that 2-to-1 there on the SPY there, guys. So yeah, looking pretty good. You know what, Shreve, I'm kicking myself a little bit here on this TQ trade because the market has been relatively strong here, especially with this this relief rally, but I didn't get back into the trade multiple times when I should have. There's 2 times I could have got back into the exact same trade, one being here at the failed new high, and then another test with some indecision candles as well, and then once we crack that downtrend, hopefully this holds, and then maybe go and test that 62.20 once again. But multiple entries missed on this name, and that's unfortunate. I'm looking at Apple hovering around the volume weighted average price, and I'm like, is this going to start to get the ball rolling? I just don't think it is just yet, unfortunately, but that's okay. If momentum and volume does step in, then we'll look to participate at the break of VWAP. But I mentioned 210, there's a high level of open interest, so we might not be going anywhere too fast in AAPL. And Google as well, trading a lot better, as high as 167, so that's a good name for my second largest holding in the account. A nice pullback, some indecision indecision candles right here at the lows. I tried to swing around here, I think roughly, and it just didn't work out. Cracked through, and then we continued that southeast price action here in Alphabet. So antitrust not looking too good here for Google. Yeah, not too good there in Google. But yeah, guys, holding these levels nicely in TQQ. We're gonna look for a base. I don't have anywhere to definitively put my stop, right? I would have to put it in mid-range, and I don't necessarily want to do that. I want to find a base. So if we get a pullback and a hold of this downtrend line here, Sharif, I'm gonna hop in some TQs.
All right, still involved with CRVO, and let me talk a little bit about this one. So we've got one out left, and we were waiting at 77s. This thing came up to 72s, and it's putting a really precarious candle involved right now on the 5. So what you're looking at on the white charts here, that's the 5. And I don't like the look of this hammer candle or inverse hammer candle right now. Let's see if it closes as an inverse hammer candle, or does it end up being a doji. The point is, this, to me, feels like a failed break. We're putting in higher lows, we're putting in higher highs, and then it kind of just loses the bid. Now, having said all that, it still is far away from my entry. So I've given my stop here a couple of shekels south of my entry. So it'll have to breach this area low for me to get stopped out. Now the question for me is, if it comes back into 520 and then holds, do I add? That's always a question that I always ask myself and that I struggle with the most. Adding into winning positions. It's a psychological block. It's not something that I have trouble understanding from a technical sense. It's just about not wanting to give back profits and then have it come against you. So it's entirely psychological for me, but I do see the areas where sometimes it's warranted to add and I don't add. That's me, and I will look to improve on that. But the point is, we're kind of caught, I'm caught between two minds right now. Whether to move down my beak wetter to kind of get the fill and then want to reload back at the low, or to leave it and get stopped out. So I'm just going to let this one cook and come what may. Let's go back to that HSAI trade. We got the fill there at 18s. Happy with this one. We did add into this one, believe it or not, into the short when it came back into VWAP, rejected VWAP, and then down it goes again. I'm still keeping my eye on HSAI though, because the pattern that I want to see consistently off that VWAP rejection is lower highs and lower lows. If I start seeing higher highs and higher lows at VWAP, then I am concerned that we'll recover VWAP, and then that's where I don't want to trade it, right? So keeping my eye here on HSAI, I'm still quite, I'm keeping my next beak wetters at a very lofty area of below 22. In fact, 2170s. I don't think I'll get that, to be quite honest with you, unless the bottom really drops off. So I'm keeping my eye on CRVO, HSAI. I did get forced out of, sadly, HMR, but that one is kind of doing nothing right now. In fact, it's putting in lower highs, so maybe I don't feel all that bad for getting out of this one. The one that I just can't get a read on right now is GRPN. I keep looking for this rounding effect, and none is forthcoming at the moment. So if we get higher highs and higher lows above that 70 penny area, then I could get involved. But right now, I don't like it. Dara, you're killing me, bro. She can't help herself. Are you keeping your HSAI on it? Yes, I am, Adara. I am absolutely doing that. Shout out to you. She can't help but pun even when she's at the big desk. And she didn't want to yell it out. So courteous is she. She had to throw it into the chat, Joseph.
Dang.
That's a look at that.
That's the look. All right, yeah, finish.
Drops trades. CRVO, low volume. I'm assuming you're talking about low volume in the current candle setup, because CRVO on the day has 120 million shares in a $5 name. So it's not a bad look. But I see what you're saying with respect to the current volume profile. It's certainly down and to the right. We are lessening in the amount of volume that we've been putting, and we've been doing that all day. I think I can show it a little bit more clearly on the black charts. So let's zoom in over here. And this is, I think, your point. Drops trades is that if you kind of draw a trend line on the volume bars, which you can, yeah, it's down and to the right, with the exception of this bad boy right here, which took us into that 640 high day. So it was an outline. The Katina man is short Apple at these levels. Say it again. He just put it in the chat right now. 218.25. Hey, okay. 218.18. Get it, Katina man. The Katina man short Apple, looking for that area rejection. So 218.25 on the dead one Apple. Let's flip over here so I can kind of make my point. On AAPL, you can kind of see 218 25 does come in right over here. We reject, make higher lows, come right back in. It looks like it's rejecting the 50 exponential on the 5. It's not really moving its way back up to VWAP, Katina, man. So good entry there for you guys, or for you. Yeah, it does seem to me, at least for intraday, Apple is using the 50 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart as resistance back below 218 right now, Joseph. We'll have to see how this cookie crumbles.
Ooh. Nice one there.
Hey.
Yeah. So this is. I want to get into some NVDA here, guys. As the market slowly starts to drag higher. The thing is, though, I don't want to buy the top of the range, right? Because I want to ask you guys, where am I going to put my stop here, right? I can't put it in the middle of the range because you can see that price has just been consistently trading through it. So I need to put my stop all the way near at the bottom of the range. And what is that? If I enter at the top of it, 1621. So that's about 80 cents. A little bit more there, so that's not an ideal type stop loss. What I want to do is catch the bottom of the range and then look to see if it can break through it, or mid-range that will help my risk to reward or something along those lines, right? So if I were to be in this right now, I'm already 20 cents out the money from just buying the top of it, so I gotta wait for it to come mid-range or even closer to the bottom of the range and then hold those specific levels. One thing that I will note that is positive, as you can see, we are constructing higher lows. That is something that is a good sign for this setup because we have been consolidating for quite some time, right? So over about, let's see, 5, 10, 15, over close to an hour in this range here, guys. So we're going to hold off. If it looks like it wants to slowly curl over and then come back to the top side and then even go and test the high day, sorry about these dark pool prints, but this is what we would want to go for, right? So you can see that we have the high day around 1682. If we got in at 1620, we can potentially catch a 60-cent move. And if we want to crack through that past that 2 p.m. hour, then we can tap into about 117, 118 even, I think, in this name. We're up 6.6% on it. So that's a good recovery here in NVDA. I believe it can drag the Qs up along with it. And that's what we need. I say it all the time, guys. We need the top names to participate. Look what happens when they don't. Market breadth is great, but when you have a handful of companies that have so much market capitalization that are heavily weighted in the S&P that equate to over 30-40% of it, then they're going to drag it and they're going to follow what's going on in the overall market. So that's waiting for this to come in around 515.42. We'll grab the bottom of the range. If it cracks through VWAP, that's it. But we can put in a 10 to like 20 cent stop at that point, just in case there's any form of liquidity grabs or anything along those lines. I know Katina Man is short Apple. It is continuously rejecting the volume weighted average price, so that is something that we need to keep a note of. And yeah, BBAI is the new Palantir, says Aldrin. Okay, that's a little bit of a hot take. I don't think Palantir's dead just yet, Sharif. Is he right? Okay. All right, he's right. Never mind. Hey, forget Palantir, says Katina Man. We're now on the big bear. Ever. Never forget that. But guys, we got some bills to pay here.
New traders, listen up. First month, it's free. That's right. We're waiving the fees. You get to trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to Elite. You'll be able to analyze, strategize, and then hopefully after all that, you'll capitalize on their platform, which has everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with better backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now, if and only if you're ready to elevate your trading. Scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Shout out to people who know how to read without making mistakes like that. Literacy, shout out to literacy, which I clearly don't have. No, guys, we're still involved in HSAI. We got the print there as it broke below 20s, but it's still continuing to put lower lows and lower highs. So I'm thinking maybe the right idea here is to not be so lofty with my beak waters below 22. I think I'm going to move them up. At least one of them, that is. We're going to put it in the low 22 single digits. But for now, we're going to keep it exactly at the second one, that is, going to stay below 22 there. Now, I've been watching also CRVO. It keeps putting in lower highs despite the fact that it's still above my entry. I am quite concerned with this one. This one does feel like it's going to give up the ghost. The lower highs are what's operative for me here. So we'll keep an eye on CRVO. I don't want to add into this position, especially with the umpteen amount of lower highs that keeps coming in. If we can get the fill to the top side, then maybe we can discuss a little bit of a different look on this one. I told you I picked up some BCAAs yesterday.
Yeah, you told me that. Yeah,
picked up the BCAAs.
Nice.
Now we're going to do the summer cycle. On to the creatine, doing the loading phase right now.
Oh, okay,
so I'm going to do 5 grams in the morning, 5 grams at night, 2 weeks. ChatGPT told me to do 20 to 25 grams for 4 to 7 days. I didn't want to do that because I felt like that might be a little bit of pressure on my liver.
Maybe.
Right? So I'm like, let me spread it out. Let me spread out the loading phase over 2 weeks. I'll do 10 grams. That'll be decent. Then we'll flip to that 5. Now, when I go down to 5, I'm thinking of actually splitting it 2.5, 2.5.
That's fair.
Just to keep it the bloodstream
Yeah,
or the levels in the bloodstream kind of even.
That's valid.
Right? I'm throwing it in. So the loading phase, doing it, taking it in the morning with the protein after the session at 5, and then I threw it in with the BCAAs to drink during the session. So
And that's funny. So I was off of the creatine for about a month or so too, Sharif, and then I hopped back on it a couple weeks, about a month ago, maybe roughly. And there's a definitive notice. Like I can definitely notice my rep intake, right?
Absolutely.
Right. So
Absolutely.
it's so much easier to hit and exceed those reps. It's like, okay, yeah, you're struggling at like 10, 15 reps, we'll call it. But then it's like 15, that's it. Okay, I'm going to continue to go. And I think that's where you could kind of gain that muscle.
I agree
and get the water
100%
on
with
top of
that.
So it's definitely a rep thing.
yeah, and I haven't been on creatine in years and years. The Katina man telling me basically split it up. I agree 100% with that, brother. I mean, I definitely don't want to damage the bod. So we're definitely going to take it easy. X-Banes, does creatine mess up with the hair? No, creatine is not a hormone. Right? It is not like a male hormone like testosterone replacement therapy or anything like that. So it's not going to have an effect on DHT. Dihydrotestosterone is the chemical that binds to the hair follicle that makes it fall, right? So it doesn't affect DHT whatsoever. So the answer to that is no.
Your body also like organically, but you naturally produce creatine as well too.
Of course.
Yeah,
and you get it in food. Like you get it in steak, you get it in obviously all these other proteins. Apparently the loading phase is unnecessary, says Roof Ninja. I don't know. I was just basically going on what chat told me. I explained to chat what I was. I'm like, okay, I'm an advanced lifter. This is what I've been doing. I haven't been taking anything. But I gave it like my full bio, and then it spat out that 4 to 7 day loading cycle, which I wasn't a fan of. So I'm going to just kind of do it on my own. And apparently you don't even need to get off creatine. You can be on it perennially. Yeah. I always thought you had to do 6 weeks on, 6 weeks off for the liver. Apparently that's not the case anymore. No. Say that again, Andre. Yeah, exactly. Andre is echoing the same thing that I'm saying. His nutritionist told him it's not necessary to cycle on and cycle off. Yeah. So we'll see exactly how that goes. We'll report to you guys, obviously. Mark Westhoff, yes, I'm talking about creatine and branched chain amino acids. Claw feed, creatine is the best supplement, hands down. It's also the most studied supplement. Yeah. Apparently the most studied supplement ever. Yeah, that's what everybody keeps saying. I mean, we can check it with chat. But yeah, I kind of like that. So that way you're not.
That's really I got a couple years worth for like $60 last year. Yeah, and I was on it for heavy consistently for a full year, and the results are pretty good.
And you're good. You don't have any liver issues.
Nothing
like that, right?
So maybe I don't know if it sped up the old hair loss there, but
it doesn't, bro. It doesn't do anything. Stop saying that. Right? Thomas.
Hey man, listen. You got a full nice mop up there. I don't got a good salad anymore, man.
Thomas goes on to say, creatine requires water like crazy, and you shouldn't do it when it's hot outside. I drink up a storm. Thank you for that. You're absolutely right. It also helps with absorption. If you don't take as much water, you don't get as many benefits from it. So, Thomas, I agree completely with you there. Ross Hansen, I have my MS in Masters of Science, I'm assuming, in exercise physiology. You can take creatine indefinitely, and you can get more benefits from taking the standard 5-gram dose as a larger person. Really? Okay, that's really interesting to know. Thank you for letting me know that, man. That's when you guys chime in with your expertise, I really do love it. I do really appreciate it because you're getting information from people rather than chat. Let's see, Just Brad. In high school, we would go do bench press in study hall, and we would load like 10, or we would load like 6, 10 pounds or whatever on each side and do 10 reps and take one off each side. And again, by the time it's just the bar, yeah, that's called drop sets, brother. And those are sick for building up endurance. So that's not a bad look there whatsoever. The OG Darwin, DJ2, oh, he's talking to somebody else. Okay. Vecna, breakout. I break out when I'm on creatine. That's actually interesting. I've never actually heard anybody break out on creatine. You would assume that it has an effect on your hormone levels. Maybe it does, because it's anabolic in a sense, and then maybe it ends up having an effect on your hormones.
Maybe. I've never had an issue with that, that I know of anyway, I guess. So.
What's going on here? Yeah, probably closer to that. Day trader cut. Do you guys think the Fed will cut next Wednesday with this good inflation data we got today? I doubt it, my man. I doubt it. Now, a lot of people were talking about, having to do kind of like a preemptive cut in case the tariffs have a negative effect on the GDP. I don't know. We're going to have to see, man. But they've been kind of keeping that close to their chest, saying that, we're going to be data dependent, this, that, and the other. Well, we got the data today. And which way did it go? So, yeah. What are you looking at, Joe?
Yeah, I'm here at in NVDA, guys. I'm not in it just yet, but I'm thinking that I want to try to grab the bottom of this range. One thing that I like is that we don't have too much downward momentum. That can be a positive sign, but I want to get a specific price, so I'm going to post up around 1563, I think. So 1563, I'm going to post up and see if we can catch a fill. As we start to come in on that momentum, looking like it might want to step on the downside, so maybe I'll be a little bit more patient on pulling this trigger here. But I do want to grab the bottom of this range. Maybe 1551 is going to be a better price, but so I'll go in between that and go 58s or go 57s just for the dream. And then we're going to post up there to see if we can catch a fill around that area. And then maybe we can just range trade NVDA before it breaks down. And that's the thing, right? So I'm going to be in at 51, it looks like relatively shortly. But if we break 42s, then I'm just going to get out of the trade. Why? Because that's what it's telling me. This is my risk profile. And if we break the support system that's currently holding structure right now, then I'll just get out, because then maybe it'll come into the volume weighted average price, and then that way you can just get a totally better price. I'm not going to hold too many shares on this position. I didn't post too much. Once it starts working, then I'll continue to add into it. So if this comes into support and acting as it kind of is right now, then that's going to be a positive signal. But what I would need in order for me to add into this position is a break of the range with volume stepping in and momentum. So nice little dip buy into there. We're about 10 cents in the money right now, which isn't too much. I didn't put on very many share sizes because I want to get a little bit, I'm going to go half risk first. And then once the thesis starts working, then I'll go into full risk, but that will also raise my stop as well too. So if I take a loss on this trade, I'm only losing half an R. So a half a risk unit on this trade. I like this for a possible dip buy and the hold of these key support levels, Sharif.
Shout out to Willis Addison. Thank you very much, Willis, for the $2 super chat. He goes on to say, guys, all you need is CMOS in unison with creatine. So I actually hadn't heard what CMOS is. This is what it is, Andre. What is CMOS? Irish moss. Apparently CMOS, also known as Irish moss or red seaweed, is a type of seaweed that grows year-round in tidal pools and inlets found along the coastline. What's it good for, though, Joseph? So CMOS commonly harvested. Okay, it showed me over here. It basically said CMOS is a vegan, gluten-free source of many nutrients, including vitamin B2, calcium, magnesium, and zinc. So let's go to chat, see what chat has to say about this. Is it a good idea to use CMOS with creatine? We're going to find out when we get back from Adara.
And some of these prison stocks here, including GEO and CXW, NBC reporting that the Department of Homeland Security says their immigrant detention centers are at capacity, and they've reached out to other agencies to find more space. So here's GEO here, near days highs. Prison stocks on watch right now. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Willis Addison, ChatGPT agrees with you. Yes, combining CMOS with creatine can be beneficial depending on your goal, and here's why. Potential benefits of combining CMOS: improve hydration, enhance muscle recovery, nutrient support, gut health. Things to consider, though, if you're sensitive to iodine. Dosage matters apparently, and hydration is key. I'm obviously summarizing that very briefly here. I will be looking into that. Thank you for that, Addison. I didn't even know what this was. Did you?
CMOS, I've heard of it, yeah,
Have you?
but
Okay.
I've never tried it or anything along those lines. My brother used to take it. My older brother used to take CMOS. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
okay. So then, did he have good?
He's good. Yeah, he's good at it. Well, I don't know. I don't think he wasn't on it long enough, but he tried it a couple times. So yeah.
Everybody's chiming in here, Joseph. Pathek. I've been taking Shilajit, the pure form, from which is a black tar. You put it in hot water or milk, working great. Also, the gummies that have CMOS, Shilajit and Ashwagandha. I forget how to say it. Pug Life. You can get the same benefits from Celtic salt as CMOS. Interesting. This is great stuff, man. Yeah. You guys are killing it today. Why not just take multivitamin pills, the Piper? Good question. I don't think that they're mutually exclusive things. I think you can take creatine and multivitamins, right? They're kind of for different purposes. Willis Addison, it's loaded. Thank you for the super chat, by the way, Willis. It's loaded in minerals, vitamins. It is undefeated, 100%.
Oh, okay.
Stevenson, round top on NVIDIA. Let's look. Let's get back to trading here, Joseph.
Yeah, let's
bring it in from the side chart and have a look at our friend NVDA. Yes, absolutely. There we go. We get into that predictable level of resistance that we got into earlier, and now we're putting in those lower lows and lower highs. That 116.50, well called out, my man. Shout out to Stevenson. Yeah, that does look good, and I think a possible retracement into the volume weighted average price is quite reasonable. That 115 area could be money for the short. Obviously, that's not advice. You're going to have to execute based upon your own observations. Pug Life. Ionized salt does the same thing, but you can't use that if you're prone to hypertension. My old man has hypertension, but we live completely different lifestyles, him and I. And we have lived different lifestyles. He was not really an exercise guy. And I actually went to his cardiologist, Joseph. And the funny thing is, his cardiologist doesn't take any new patients. But when I told him I was he looked at me like a science experiment. He's like, let me get this guy in there, see how he compares to his old man, right? So I was able to weasel in that way, and then everything was all right. So.
Nothing. Like Brian John, you can be a blood boy, I guess.
Blood boy.
Blood boy. But yeah, here we go, guys. Back into the markets here, Sharif. I like that you pointed out. No, don't. What did you say? Don't apologize. I like that you pointed out. I want to touch on this because you pointed that out, and I forget who you mentioned in the chat. Said, "Hey, rounded top here on NVDA," and I started to take a deeper look. So you can see that we were constructing lower highs here throughout this whole price action print, and then when you said rounded top and multiple eyes are like, "Hey, this might curl over," I just got out before it even came to my break even, and I would have got stopped out as well too. So a little bit of a profit there. We didn't catch the top of the range, and that's okay because we might be able to find an entry here around VWAP, Sharif.
All right. CRVO actually went into 77s, and that's exactly where I'm waiting. As you can see there, it topping tailed right into my my exit. It didn't fill because it didn't cross. So that is kind of annoying for me, but that's all right. It's still putting in higher lows right now. So CRVO defending the volume weighted average price essentially at 5 1/4, 5 1/5. That's exactly where I got involved. I got involved at 28. It has been incrementally putting in higher lows. Is by no means parabolic like it was during the earlier trading day. In fact, it's kind of, as someone pointed out earlier, the volume has really been dropping off substantially here on CRVO. And here it comes back down into the 40s again, so we're gonna have to pack our patience or flatten out on this one. The other trade that we've got involved is this HSAI short. Nothing doing here. It seems like it's gonna straddle VWAP and kind of just hang out near there, which is fine. I'll flatten out on this bad boy if we get off the show in about 8 minutes without having taken a fill. I've got 2 more outs left on HSAI. Doesn't look like they're in fill, which is fine. Stevenson, does those creatine mess with your heart? I've been working out for 3 years now, and I never take anything. I can look better, but I don't think it messes with your heart at all. Now, I don't want to give you medical advice. Obviously, you're going to have to check with your physician, but nothing that I know that's like a psychostimulant or increases your heart rate or anything like that from creatine, but you may have a different nuance from me, so you should probably check with your practitioner. Did my father smoke in the past? Eddie, yes. But he quit like 20 years ago, but you do the damage, baby. That's just kind of how it works there. And he also, you know, like he He was a bit heavier than me when he was younger. He also didn't have the healthiest diet growing up. They didn't know a lot back then, though. So I don't want to.
Yeah, the spam.
Yeah, bro. They didn't know
I think
spam.
I think spam is the most disgusting thing on the planet. Sorry to offend anybody.
Yeah, I don't eat it.
So I've never spam.
The Katina
I
man.
could barf. Like, who would eat something called spam?
Dara almost threw up right now.
Yeah, I will barf.
Guys, that short on NVIDIA, whoever called that out, that is money. NVIDIA round the top. Beautiful look. Where's my chart? Oh, we got the fill on CRVO. So we're happy about that one. That's the end of the trade there on CRVO. Let's look at NVDA, though, because that's really kind of the look right now. NVDA on the NQ. We're talking about that. I think we were talking about it at like 70 something. It just dipped down right there in the 13s. The Katina man short Apple as well. He's yelling about Apple. It's a fantastic look there. Great trade, Katina man. It broke down again off that 218.18 the short that he had. We were calling that out earlier, 218.25. It's a you know what I mean. Down into 217 we go. But Katina man, we found support earlier at 217, so this could be an interesting area here. In the same way that we found resistance at 218.25. So AAPL headed down. Here we go with NVIDIA, that 115 area at the volume weighted average price. Looks like it's going to hit right now as the market comes back down again. We're talking about the NQ moving back down. The NQ's back at VWAP, guys, at 16 or 19,620. Adara, tell us something.
I will tell you guys something. Be aware of the market dropping here, and actually Q's near previous support from, I guess this is about an hour ago now. Basically, JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon has said, quote, I'm seeing some weakening in the economy and negative sentiment, and added that tariffs are causing uncertainty. These comments were on my blotter a couple minutes ago, but the market really dropping now. So I think it's worth noting that Jamie Dimon expressing some uncertainty about the market, specifically with regards to how tariffs are moving things around. Back to you.
Who's this Jamie Dimon guy?
Who's Jeremy? Jeremy.
His name's Jeremy, Adara.
Jeremy. Yeah, there it goes. Still short the TQ.
It lost VWAP, Joseph. Show him.
Large lost VWAP here, guys. You can see that we put in this double top as well too here, Sharif. So nice wick here, nice touch here, double top type price action here, and now we're gonna break out the base of this as well too. So I'm
treble?
just. Pardon me.
Any trouble?
Any trouble? Oh yeah, all about that base. About that base. No trouble. What song is that? Oh, that's crazy.
I don't know what they're saying it though.
I'm just talking. I'm talking to Ramin in there. She said she got some cereal for me as well too. I'm trying to figure out what kind it is. Megan Trey. That's jokes.
This is the weirdest Wednesday I've ever.
Yeah, weird Wednesday,
I
baby.
don't know what it is, bro.
Yeah, there we go. Q's breaking through. The momentum to the downside is continuing, Sharif. It's honestly sell any pop at this moment. But the one positive note is that you see buyers really start to step back in here into these markets, guys. As you can see, we rallied really, really nice here. Nice rally at that CPI print. I thought that would be a data point that could turn things around for the short term, maybe. And it's looking like it kind of is right now. So it's still positive, even though we are drastically selling. I'm glad we got out of this NVDA trade. You can see we took a small scalp on this one and then just broke through the bottom, and then now punching through the volume weighted average price. Volume picking up on the lower time frames as well too, guys, so that's going to be something to note. So yeah, just be patient, wait for those setups to come in. The volatility is in full effect. We'll pull up the VIX real quick and then send it back to my guy. I don't know why I always do that, because you always have to type in the index here on this platform. So here we go. So nice look here on the VIX. You're going to slowly start to pick things back up here, guys. So you can see throughout the early hours this inverse correlation between the VIX and the overall market. As we rally here, the VIX slowly starts to cool off. We tapped into 30 the other day, I believe, from a daily standpoint, and then now pulling back a little bit. So volatility stepping down because it was heightened, but I do believe that it can pick a little bit of steam back up here, guys. We got, what is it, PPI tomorrow, I believe it is. PPI. So yeah, just wait for that, guys. Don't hold any positions. Wait for those prints to come out and see which way the market brings you.
All right, so shout out to Big C. I'm not going to say your name because we can't. But shout out to Big C, Sharif. LOL, my government name is Thaddeus Cox. Am I saying that? Thaddeus? TH? Thaddeus.
Thaddeus.
Thaddeus. Okay.
Greek, maybe.
I got the nickname as a child. Great show from the wife and I. Thank you very much, my man. I see you every day in the chat, and we shout you out. But we can't say the full name, but I get it. Thank you for the explanation. Do appreciate that. Shout out to you, my man. I really do appreciate the explanation there. There's another individual there, Sharham. He wants me to look at Zena. Zena is the ticker. This is my best friend's sister's name, by the way. Shout out to Zena. Now, hey, Adira shouting you out as well. So this is a good look here, guys, for Zena. Higher highs, higher lows. It's not the biggest mover on the day, but it is the number 2 gapper after CRVO, at least subsequent to the bell. Up 42.25% since that bell rung. We closed out yesterday at 280. There isn't a whole lot to say about this other than it has higher highs and higher lows. Seems to be respecting generally that volume weighted average price. But on occasion, you do have these candles that breach a level and then tank right back down. So you have to account for that. The range per candle at the extremes is quite wide. And, take profits quickly with this one. That's what I would say. Either have your profit levels already earmarked by having resting profit takers up there, so when the price spikes up, you get filled, and have a bit of more of a nuanced stop loss placement. Because if you keep your stops too tight, when the range per candle is quite wide, you end up giving back when you don't need to give back. So shout out to you. I've been looking at Zena literally all day, but it was just really not setting up. What's going on over there, Katina, man?
We're at the government. We're at the government now.
Oh, he's at the government.
We're at the government.
All right, guys, I think we have like another minute left on the show. I just wet the beak there quickly on HSAI, Joseph. I've got one more beak wetter on this one. I'm going to let this one cook while I'm at the green screen. If I can get the print south to 22, I'll be pleased as dang punch. I literally waited 3 hours for this print, bro. We've been trading this essentially since we started the show. Yeah. Let's see if we can get it. Any final thoughts for everyone?
Yeah, I got a nice little thing here, guys. So what we're going to do here, just follow along. We only got a couple seconds left. Sharif, I want you to follow along as well, too. If we can get the double shot here, it's simple exercise. I want everybody to raise their hand. You going to raise your hand?
Yeah.
All right, now raise it a little higher. There you go. Now ask yourself, why didn't you give it 100% the first time?
Oh. Obi's not giving it 100%.
Obi, I seen Obi did. I seen Obi did.
Joe just left. He's like, yo, I'm leaving.
It, man.
He just got up. He walked away.
I'm done.
He's like,
I'm hungry.
No, this is not good enough for me, bro. All right, so I'm going to send it off. All right, Katina man, Katina man, you were making efforts there.
There you go.
But I got Obi's effort was a little suspicious there. I think you're gonna need to talk to him there, Katina man.
Extra buying power so I can.
He keeps extra buying power so he can get some on the dip. All right, we're having a great time, guys. It was a really interesting day today on the show, but the big kahunas are waiting for you at the next desk. Joseph and I will see you guys tomorrow, same bat time, same bat time.
I'm with Katina man tomorrow.
And then Obi's over here?
No, Obi's not here. I think it's A with you tomorrow.
Adara, you're on?
No one talked to me.
Wait, you're on.
Do it. All right, guys, we're gonna figure this out. They're over there.
Bye.
She's by himself, man. We you gotta do the whole show by himself, man. You can handle with that one.
Yeah. Here's the thing.
Who's short right now? Put up your hand.
How short am I? How short can I probably be?
Yeah.
Come on.
Man, what has Joe created over here? Now I feel like we're back in school over here.
Let's go.
What's up, Chilean? How are you, man? The funny thing is, Fabian wasn't even kneeling down there. Okay, so...
Nice.
That was classic, right?
Man,
what are we even doing?
How are you guys doing?
I'm gonna get in and out of a trade so you guys can see. There it is. Boom. All right.
Let me. Yeah.
I mean, right now, $2 in the money on Apple, $1.50 in the money on the TQs. Our coffee. Me and Randy went. I asked you if you wanted one. You were cool.
I got my because I don't like a full coffee, but like I usually get like a little bit. I get 125 milliliters.
That's too hot.
Because the machine you can tell it
adjust.
Yeah. I get 3 coffee beans because you can even do half coffee bean, right? You can adjust the coffee beans in terms of
that doesn't mean you're getting
intensity.
3 beans.
No, I know.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say if you're just grinding up 3 beans.
No. Doesn't mean I'm grinding up 3 beans. Oh boy, here we go. But yeah, no, I like my three beans and 125 mils. That's I've found over the couple of years that I've been using this this machine that's the sweet spot for me. Not too much caffeine that I get like wired.
Yeah, yeah. You don't want to get too excited about
not
it.
Not too much coffee as well. Just the concentration's just right.
All right. Well, yeah, big saws. Yeah, Neil does look a little bit different here. He got a little different hair. He got some facial hair. Neil's always claimed to never been able to grow facial hair. So, sorry, you know, Neil. you've got a great one going on there.
Yeah,
I decided to shave.
It's taken away from other places.
Different trading styles, different facial hair styles. Thoughts on QBTS?
Quantum?
Yeah, but that halted before. That halted.
I think, did it halt?
We'll look at all these names. But welcome back, everybody. Yeah. Just while you were gone, since you've been gone, this is the short that we had, man. We shorted the TQQs right back into here. And then it went, whoops, there it is. Thought you knew. All the way down to 60.50, and we covered some there. We're pretty light on all this. An apple a day keeps the longs away anyways, it seems like these days, as another long right there for Apple today, down 1.88% against the market being up. So we were long early on Apple until, whoops, fell down. But then we were like, Stone Cold Steve Austin style, comes right back up into VWAP. You and I, Obi, I'm really going to miss you, man. I mean, I think we've had a great week. I've been telling Brendan all week about how great it's been and how I feel like it's a little bit of a different vibe, and I think it's great. I mean, the vibe Neil and I have is great as well, but you really filled in, so I want to say thank you for that.
Thank you for having me.
I know you've
likewise,
like 100 times, but
yes, no, I definitely enjoy my time here with both Neil and Sean. Yeah, it's a different vibe. Not saying one is better than the other, but definitely
it's been good.
Definitely a different vibe. And
especially, I like this week too is because there's been just so much volatility.
It's beautiful.
And you and I are holding these trades a little bit longer, just a different style, and I think that it's been good for the audience to see.
Yes.
We've been going up and down there, some good trades, some bad trades, but at the end of the day, I think we're doing a decent job of holding and looking for opportunities. We'll welcome Neil back with open arms, obviously, on Monday. Yeah. Oh, I meant to check that because Randy asked me. I said sometimes this guy takes that extra day off. Let me just double check because I know I was mentioning to you as well. So let me just see here. No.
Not yet.
Yeah, nothing there. So the only note I have is Michael Noss will be on Monday, but that's just his usual suspect right there. So, all right, so you guys voted throughout the midday. We're not ready for it yet, but we will go over some of those names that you did vote for during the midday. I want to say a big shout out to Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you for all the great work that you keep on doing for us as well. We've got some big earnings tonight. It'll be Adair and I back through. And the thing is we got Adobe tonight. So I feel like Adara and Obi should be maybe doing the recap show because then it could be Adobe. And
sure, why not?
No, I'll do it. I mean, you can do it if you want to. I mean,
I got to catch a flight, my guy.
Oh, when are you leaving tonight?
No, tomorrow morning. I tried to get a flight back tomorrow evening
that
as
was
well. That didn't really work.
That wasn't that dramatic. I mean, you just said you had to catch a flight.
No, I gotta go get. I gotta get ready. I gotta pack.
You gotta get ready. How many days?
I'm just there for the day.
Wow, it sounds like you gotta pack a lot. And then
I'm literally taking I'm taking literally that backpack there. I don't need anything else.
Swimsuit?
Oh, that's a good idea.
Well, you're going to Miami. When in Rome?
Yeah. No, I'm literally like I'll be right by South Beach, so right there. So.
You got to get going in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll go for a swim. I'll send you guys.
Yeah, man, send us something. That'd be really nice to do that. Yeah. I love the boardwalk there. I was recently there. Shout out to Nelson if he's in the. We stayed at Blau there. It was really, really a great time, and we really enjoyed it. But
I managed to snipe a good Airbnb deal for.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask you because I know it's super expensive.
In Nikki Beach for $1.30 CAD.
CAD bill
for the night.
So that's like
$130.
$90 US.
Yeah.
Yo, you better.
As soon as I saw it, I was like, yes.
Do not sleep with one eye open, my friend. All right, no, that sounds pretty cheap for Miami.
Yeah,
$90 a night in South Beach.
Yeah. And, I think it's called the area is called Nikki Beach. It's in the
Nikki Nine.
No, it's actually dope. It's a full room, king size bed, everything. It's like a hotel. Like it's proper. But you're right. Sometimes things could be a little fugazi, but
the thing is, you never know. Like obviously, when there's a lot of things happening.
I'm gonna have my bag on me. So
no, I was gonna say, like in Miami, obviously prices fluctuate because they have They have the
Yes.
F1. They've got that Bitcoin conference. So many
Right.
things happening
Yeah.
there in Miami. And now that you told everybody that you're going to be there, it's probably going to
boy.
be chaos now.
Oh, boy.
In Miami as everyone gets ready for some oh boy specials. All right. So, yeah, you know, we're just sitting here having a great time. We're short Apple $1.70. We're short the market 150 handles. That's all that we have on board right now. We will be looking to add, and we will add as the show goes on. But right now, we're just getting ready to rock and roll. Let me know, Ramin, when we are ready, because I see Sharif over there at the desk. I guess maybe I have to be logged in to hear what Ramin's saying, so I will do that right now. And then, there we go. I'm logged in now, Ramin, so you can let me know when. Oh, we are ready.
Let's
Okay,
get the rundown.
so Sharif is ready to go. It's the rundown. You voted on him. He's got him. Let's go.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi in for Neil, Big Kahunas, though, are locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers up there is to join us during the How to Trade show, during the midday with Joe and I, and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day, but only the top few make it on. And you got to be a subscriber in order to engage with us in the chat. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at the triple Qs, guys. We're still positive on the NQ, but it has been a very bamboozling day. We started off well with that CPI print coming in lower than expected. We popped up to start the day. We went negative, believe it or not, on the NQ, or almost negative, and then we went back up a 1.5%. We're double topping there below the lows right now. So the NQ 0.91, the ES 0.43, and the green, with the Russell 2000 essentially flat and the Dow down 0.2 as a result of the weakness in Apple. The first ticker, though, as decided by you, NVIDIA. What a move up today for NVIDIA, 5.33%. We had strength in the chips today when we got word that there could be a possible joint venture between Taiwan Semi, NVIDIA, Qualcomm, Broadcom, AMD in order to run these Intel chips. Sean, what's going on over there?
Okay. All right. So I was just looking at the board. You were just talking about semis, right, Sharif? Okay, good. So there it is. So semis on there. All right. So a good call so far. Look, the only semi that we traded today was NVIDIA. Obviously, we have some Palantir coming through as well. We've done okay on NVIDIA, but we just get out by the skin of our teeth. I think that's a saying, but I've never been able to figure out where that saying's come from. But anyways, long was really good. Thanks, guys. Was really good there off VWAP. And then, you know, we tried it again there on the pre-market levels. Did not hold. Once that broke, we got out. Turns out that we basically got out at the bottom. I mean, there was a little bit more action down there. And I think that when you're talking about trading on a day like today, this is the thing. NVIDIA's up 5%, but we can easily... Like, I don't know if we saw what happened yesterday. We can just remind everybody. There it started going absolutely ridiculously crazy at about this time, straight up from 107 to 112. That was a $5 move, only to give all $5 of it back at the end of the day. Well, at least $4 at the end of the day to finish the day at 108, and then in the after hours, back down breaking 108. So I'm pretty excited about it. But for right now, when I look at this thing, Obi, I mean, I'm looking at it and thinking to myself, it's under VWAP, it's under the 200 period, it's under the 50 period moving average. Me and you talked about this, where I'm using the 50 period moving average as a trend changer, and right now it's pointing down. So I'm thinking short now. I don't know if that's going to be right or not, but that's what I'm thinking, and let's hope that the short can print for us. I like to trade short right now. NVIDIA, we've only been long, though, today. Up 5%. Difficult for me to short being up 5%, that's for sure. But for right now, I mean, I would think that this 115.50, if you're buying dips right now into 114.50, I like the Dollar Club winner back up there to the 50-period moving average, as well as a supported shelf. So we'll wait to see if that breaks. And this is, if I know maybe visually it might look a little bit better. There it is right there. So that's the bottom. It's the top right there. So this little area, I think, would be one of concern. So if I'm going to go short, and I don't know if I am, I would wait till 115. And if I was long and looking to cover something and looking for a bigger trade, obviously I'd get something out at VWAP for 50 cents, and then I'd look right here as well. So, I mean, I like the trade. I like the stock. That's NVIDIA. We'll talk about, obviously, Intel as we go. But any thoughts there on NVIDIA? I'm not sure you were in it. Were you?
No, I traded it this morning, right? That's so NVIDIA pretty much we've been chopping within the opening range here. You can see that consolidation hold right off of the open, CPI move, and then pops all the way up to 1675s. Sure, we take a nice little pullback there, and that short worked out really well. And then we kind of false break. This is what I was saying. Remember, I was like, okay, well, let's see if we can take out this consolidation from that post CPI level right there, and look at that. Would you look at that? Comes in right there at that 113. That's where the bid catches once again, and then we go all the way back up. Remember, I was like, I'm holding an insignificant piece, and I think I remember telling you guys that, oh, okay, my trailing stop would be the prior bar break on the Spider or the ES or the NASDAQ. Guess what? I didn't take that trade. I wasn't at my desk. That happened in and around right here, 1370s right here. So ideally, I waited, and I when I came back to my desk, it was around 15 halves, and I was like, oh boy, this stop is probably gonna get taken out. But I was like, all right, well, for the reps, I'm just gonna leave it in. I'm gonna see what this action does, and if we're gonna range, then yeah, probably very likely that we just take it out, and guess what happens? I said my stop was at 116.39 or 49, something like that. It comes in right there, takes it out, and then pulls right back in. So a bit of a range movement there, false break. Not necessarily a false break, but a failure to follow through all the way to day's highs gives us a nice little reversion back down into VWAP going into the close, and the NASDAQ as well. You can see here a little bit of a pullback towards that 19.5. We were talking about that 19.5 maybe being of a little interest for mean reversion, and it seems like it's trying to get there, but with only about an hour and 45 minutes. Let's see what we have in store for that. But yeah, a little bit of a VWAP chop here on NVIDIA. So that's all I got on there. Participated a little bit there, but it's going sideways overall.
Tesla doing its best to recover today. It's not at the highs, but quite close, 7.75%. There was this headline yesterday where Tesla shares trading higher. Elon Musk on social media announced that he plans to double vehicle production in the U.S. within 2 years. There were multiple analyst notes today on Tesla, most of them negative. This one here, JP Morgan maintaining their underweight rating on Tesla and lowering the price target, guys, to $120.
Interesting. Okay, so $120. Okay, puff, puff, pass. At the end of the day, Tesla's up 8%. I mean, that's a great win, right? No matter if you're trading it, you would look to short right now if you think this is overdone to the upside, and then if you're long, you're having a nice little relief day, right? We've been higher than that today for sure. We're near the top, but we got to 252. The thing is, like, look at that. How good is that right there? Kind of giving us that top there twice. Came in, you could short there as well, and then right back in, and that gave you $7 to the downside. This is why I'm saying, like, it's giving both sides enough juice here to do something. The long's actually been pretty tough to get, in my opinion, when I look down at this thing, because right here, there hasn't really been too many levels that held. I mean, early on, I think you would have got pretty... I mean, unless you took sort of these, I mean, this is not even, that's before 9:30, but that play right there makes sense. I think this is one of the best longs, maybe of the day, just technically. Bouncing again, look at it, hold the 50-period moving average, comes right into it then. And we could do tick replays. I'm not sure where the 50-period moving average would have been at that time, but at the end of the day, it's bouncing off of it, straight up there, about $8, comes right back into VWAP, gives you that look again. So I kind of take it back. I mean, I guess the 50-period and the VWAP were great trades, but then it wouldn't work there. Here, you when it got into trouble. I could see giving some back, and then right now it's pretty choppy. But here's the move right back in, so it's congratulations. That's a good move there for Tesla. I'd still say it's a short up here until proven wrong. So let's wait for 252, 251 to come through. Again, like yesterday, whoopsies, I'm drawing these lines when I don't mean to. Yesterday afternoon, around, it was about this time, about 3 o'clock, close enough, where we started to give back pretty much the whole market. So we'll wait. We've got the board up. We've got Adara. We've got news in our ear. We're just waiting to hear, what the next shoe to drop. Yesterday, obviously, it was very ceremonious on the lawn of the White House where we had, rolling out there. Wow, there's a lot of computers in here. So yeah, that was he was pretty amazed with it. And then he made sure to tell everybody that he hasn't driven in years, nor does he plan on driving it. But what a beautiful American-made car was that Tesla. And so, anyways, a lot of fanfare of it. Good day today. Now up almost 8%. I like the long, but I still think we need to hold 250. Clear that. try to start over there tomorrow and see what we can get with that level, Obi.
Yeah, so I think I definitely agree with you when it comes to that 250. That's been a bit of a little bit of an over/under. It was, I think it was last week or no, earlier this week, Monday. Yeah, sometimes the price action blurs
Blurry lines.
Blurry lines in terms of the time. But yeah, 250. Look at that, kind of a similar story here, but this one actually false break, so distinctly different from NVIDIA, where NVIDIA kind of gets up there and can't kind of like meanders and stalls in and around the highs. But then Tesla gives you a much cleaner false break of the opening range or the morning session high right there, high being 251.68, and the secondary high being 251.84. So about a few dimes apart from off of those highs, and it gives you a nice little sell-off there. But pretty much a similar kind of story here, sideways action, still trading within the opening range. We attempt to push below. We hold very well here, actually, right on this right here. So we never really get down to reference lows there, reclaim some of this consolidation, and then pull back in. So yeah, sideways action there. Definitely able to capture. I think there's still opportunities to capture legs on this ticker on the day. And yeah, bigger picture, are we bidding up from this from that consolidation that we had? Look at that, nice little sideways consolidation. Then we step up, and we're stepping up and consolidating after some strong selling earlier on in the week, as well as the past few weeks as well. So the question becomes, looking at a higher time frame, let's take some of these indicators off. Yeah, take the VWAP off as well. Is this the first time we're starting to step up like this? I don't think so. We've had a little bit of a few days along the way of this downtrend where we do attempt to step up. But is this going to be different because it was the 215, because it's the 200? I have no idea, but I'm going to continue watching this one. That 250 stays a little bit of a key level for me until it can move away from these prices. So Tesla 250, absolutely beautiful action on the day today if you were trading in and around that. But like I said before, an idea is great. You have the execution around that 250 to take the trade, and that's up to the individual. But nonetheless, great opportunities on this one as well.
Intel started out the day well, much higher than where it's trading now. It's still up about 3.8%, but as I mentioned, well off the highs. It gapped up early. It was really on the back of this headline here. TSMC proposing, as I mentioned during the NVIDIA hit, joint venture with NVIDIA, with AMD and Broadcom and some others, Qualcomm as well, to operate Intel's factories. But apparently, there's a lot of resistance within Intel. They don't want to sell the foundry business without the chip design business, nor do some executives within Intel, some legacy executives, they don't want to see them meet with their competitors, Taiwan Semi guys.
I mean, yeah,
You're the one on it,
yeah. I'm currently trading this name. I've been trading it for a couple of days, doing some decent volume, decent price action as well. We got that gap up on that TSM JV news here. Nice little push, but guess what? We kind of talk about that. Just what did the chart show us last week? There's a little bit of potential supply at that 21 coming in, gapping up above that 21 level, tries to consolidate, makes lower highs in the pre-market, flushes down. Guess what? Look at this one looking distinctly different on the CPI move. That CPI move pops and gets sold into right before the open, so distinctly different. I like that. I wasn't really paying attention to it as close as I should have off of the open because I was watching that NVIDIA. Look at that. Comes in right into those pre-market lows. Absolutely beautiful. 1, 2, 3, triple bottom hold on the in the pre-market session. The opening drive goes right into that. That support turns into resistance, and oh boy, we are coming into the downside. VWAP rejection as well. Absolutely beautiful price action. This one keeps giving over and over again. I really like Intel. I don't know if again it has that buyout kind of thing rumor looming above it, and there are people looking at it with some interest. It's been doing some decent relative volume and making some interesting moves, but Intel on the day today, again, giving you that distinctly different price action if you were watching it off of the open, and those sellers stepping right back in through that 21. So more of the same if you've been looking at a higher time frame for just for the past couple of weeks here on Intel. So even bigger picture than that, I have no idea. But as of last week and this week, that's the information that I'm taking off the chart.
All right, thanks. Good look there, Obi, of course. Yeah, I mean, I know you've been trading Intel. We had Intel on our mind today a little bit I just want to say we are starting to short the Qs a bit more. That's why my positions, the price is changing if you're trying to watch. We're just shorting here into the 50 period. There we go. Okay, now it's coming back into the 50 period and into VWAP. So, okay, nice move down. I'm going to put another 5% here at 17s. Just to see if we can get that. So we'll put some orders out and make sure we can get it. Give me that 17. Right now. Give it out. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Props up. Anybody short with your boy? Okay. So right now, we'll wait to see what winds up happening now, though. Okay. So Intel. Look, we wrote down $20 today to try to go long. It came into 2020. You know, not close enough. So not really deciding to do anything. Obi and I have talked about this a couple of days already, and that is that I'm trying to, anyways, fade plays off VWAP in the afternoon. So that's what we're going to do because, again, I think that, especially when you're starting underneath VWAP, you know, we're up 1.15%, which is giving me a little bit of pause for concern that maybe we continue to run the rest of the day and maybe try to get back up to the highs. But as long as we're underneath volume weighted average price, the shorts of 1 on Intel today, which is all that really matters sometimes. So we'll wait to see if the short keeps on printing. I mean, this guy's got it at a great price. He's got it right at VWAP. That's exactly, for me anyways, that's almost a perfect look. So, yeah, Obi does what he wants to do, but I mean, I'm a little nervous about this 200 period right there. So I would say just watch out for that. The 50 period moving average is still, hovering down and pointing to the downside. So I still like the trend going short in this name. And oh boy, here we go, man. This futures is now starting to get going. We'll get some more out there at sevens, as we just touched 5. And there it goes, man. A nice little reload right into here for the futures and a nice take downside again. So it looks like right now the market rejecting right there VWAP. This is the whole NASDAQ itself. So nice little VWAP rejection. You were talking about 19,500, and that's a pretty key level, man. We just bounced off 19,530. So okay. All right.
Let's go.
Yeah. See, this is why I like this guy over here. All right. See, this is the difference. When you have skin in the game, you do get a little bit excited. So I want to say congratulations to Obi and a great job on the midday, man. I saw these guys trading, various names. Very hard to trade small cap runners, especially moments like this, because again, attention can shift from one name to another, to tariffs to this, and then all of a sudden people aren't looking at the same stocks anymore. So it's not the easiest time to trade right now, but I think as long as you kind of stick with the trend and make sure to scalp something out when you're right, then you can have that home run trade, if it happens. So that's what I'm looking at right now, trying to make something with this TQ. We're going to get stopped out at 61.50. All right, Crowd. Wow. CrowdStrike. We haven't looked at this name in a minute, but I'm glad it's on the board. Let's go figure out the story with Sharif.
It was at $300 yesterday, Katina, man. And in 2 days, we're up nicely, about $45. Good look for Crowd. Today, it's up 4 3/4. On the back of this headline, trading higher after the company announced a collaboration with Accenture and distribution agreement with Dicker Data. Don't really know what they do, but the market likes it. It's up 4 3/4.
Just on earnings. And I remember we were doing the show, and it really hasn't traded great off of that, right? And so, again, pretty disgusting, man. This is the daily chart for CrowdStrike. Like, I don't really have, we always say if there's nothing positive to say, maybe don't say anything at all. But for this one here on CrowdStrike, I don't know if it's a little different of a story, but huge move down. And to me, it broke this shelf. And whenever that happens is when you start to get a little nervous about these trades, right? And so you're right back up to it. Okay, a Bloomberg report, but it was something else. Okay, so down here, I like the stock. I like to see it above 350 right now. Huge move down. It did take the 200 period moving average. So again, another spot to possibly get a little nervous about. But at the end of the day, I'm just making sure I have enough orders out for the TQs. I like CrowdStrike. I like the space. It is going to be obviously a tech name, but this is a much bigger name than that because we worry about national security. We worry about some of those things. So we're going to have to wait to see what winds up happening with CrowdStrike. PanW is another good name as, again, hackers and national security and things like that. I really think these names could work again in this year, especially when we have a lot of this turmoil globally and whatnot. So, I like some of these names heading into this year.
Yeah, no, I think CrowdStrike, I wasn't necessarily watching it today. Definitely a little bit strong there. It was doing some relative volume early on for him in the pre-market, also off of the open there. And yeah, a bit of a strong trend there. Yesterday, closing near its highs there. And today, we're just consolidating pretty much sideways on top of prior day's highs. But interestingly enough, what stands out to me the most here is what looks like a little bit of a held offer here pretty much all day, just around 346.70. So yeah, that's interesting action to me right here, because every time it did try to go up there, seller kind of just steps in, or I wasn't watching it. I don't know if it was a single seller, but definitely there's a wall sitting up here at 346, 347s. Every time it gets up there, kind of holding on the offer. But let's see, bigger picture, it kind of did trend up pretty strong yesterday, and it's building into that with higher lows on the intraday. So going to continue watching this one. Nothing really too crazy here, but that held offer, pretty interesting. If you saw it, maybe you took some trades on it. Let us know in the chat if you guys did participate in that in CrowdStrike today. That should be interesting. I want to hear about that.
Interesting look today for Bitcoin, not really doing a whole lot. I mean, IBIT's below 47 bucks, it's down 0.55, but there were a couple of good headlines. Standard Charter says Bitcoin is going to defy recession fears and will hit $200,000 by the end of 2025. Believe that if you want. Vladimir Putin also coming out and saying nobody can ban Bitcoin, and as a result of that, the Bank of Russia now looking to allow crypto purchases, guys. Not really helping the stock, though.
Yeah, so I guess that's the next play there. As Trump has all these plays, and I'm sure that he's talking to China about that Bitcoin reserve. He's talking to Russia about that Bitcoin reserve. Probably wants them all on board with that. By the way, we're getting close to getting stopped out. This is why we're like excited when the future's going down and we're covering. We talked about making sure to scalp, because the way this market's going, anytime any of these trades, both mine, both Obi's, anyone could get stopped out. So just be careful. We do have good risk management in place right now. 61.50 is going to be our out. So we're really comfortable with that. We've done really well today. TQ's, the futures will be my number one stock. So, I mean, maybe Apple, but we'll wait to see on that one. So, all right, Bitcoin. I mean, we could look at IBIT just real quick to see if there's been any like technical trades on this here today. All right, so let me just have a quick look. Let's just zoom this back in a little bit and have a wider look on this. So, or zoom it back out, I guess. Yeah, what a day. I mean, okay, we did hit the downside. We did get obviously oversold down here a couple times on the RSI. Bouncing off the 200 period is obviously pretty good as well. But at the end of the day, yeah, this looks like a good short, 47 and change. So let's just see what that looks like as far as BTC is concerned. Right now, here's the Bitcoin chart. So let's have a quick little look here. This is a 5-minute chart. All right, so the morning was pretty nasty. Right around noon is when we bottomed there at 80,000. But Obi, I mean, this looks like to me, this level, maybe we need to zoom out just a little bit more. Let's go to an hour chart. All right, so this 78 is now held. I mean, it didn't hold greatly, but it did still hold. We are all looking for 72, 73s as the bottom. I'm wondering now if we're going to be talking about this 78 there. We had a couple wicks lower, but for right now, you're back above the 50. I mean, we just put it to an hour, so I don't normally use the 50 period. But if you look right here, this looks like some decent support around 81, 82,000. And that was pretty much that bottom today. So if we're going to use a 15-minute chart, which we definitely like, there's the 200 period moving average. Look how good it was there for this short once we broke this at 89,000. So we broke that. You can ride this all the way down until you finally get out at 82. So that's 7,000 right there. And then obviously if you took the long, that would have been wrong. Came right back in there. You get out again. You lose about $1,000 there. Then it tanks. Then you hold it, rip back up, and now you're holding again the 200 period. So looks like there's some decent support down here at 81,000. For Bitcoin, but I think the title on the board is about right. Meh. I mean, I don't know. It's nice to be up. What is IBIT actually up? IBIT's actually down on the day. So I guess it is kind of disappointing considering the NASDAQ is up. But remember, that's a hard number to look at because crypto travels throughout the evening and all day, 24-hour period. So we don't really look at that. But again, the NASDAQ closes, opens back up. We got a nice little bump there, and we're not really getting it in IBIT. So, yeah. We know that crypto tends to follow the NASDAQ from what we've seen. Yeah. There are more dramatic moments where it doesn't, but yeah, I like it.
I think yeah, meh is kind of right here. We did make a little bit of a, what is this? This is a 3-hour chart. bit of low at that 76.5 that we've been talking about. Yeah, that prior low at that 78 as well. So we're still kind of in a bit of a pullback off of this consolidation that we had in and around that 100,000. And like I've mentioned this multiple times before, kind of this is what I'm looking at here. Higher time frame, kind of coming into 60s if we continue this downtrend. Right, that was that prior high at 73, 74s. See ya, Sharif. So 76 halves is the current low. But yeah, I want to see if we can actually get down here if this trend continues, because we are pulling back off of the 100,000. A lot of people were looking at kind of this shelf here, being like, all right, if we hold above these 90s, then yeah, we are poised for maybe a push a little bit higher. But then we break the range the range lows, right? We break the range lows, we pull back up, we test the 90s, and now we're pulling them back a little bit down. So I'm like, all right. The next place I might want to look for buyers, if it can get down there, is down here in the 66s. So meh for now, I think is very apt in terms of describing the Bitcoin. So yeah, I don't know how the what do you call meme coins or smaller coin scene is going as of right now, but yeah, I don't really stay involved in it. But Wayne trades those quite frequently when they do get hot. So I'm sure when he comes back from his vacation,
he'll be able to tell us.
I'm going to talk to him. He's in I think he went to Taiwan, and then he's in Japan for a bit as well. I'm curious to know if he was trading the coins, the meme coins,
global thing,
while
right?
he was
need to worry about the timing of it all. But yeah, here's a quick little.
I'm sure he was.
Yeah, here's a quick little look at some of those coins you were talking about there. Bitcoin. So Bitcoin again, maybe a 24-hour look is a little bit better. So flat the last 24 hours. Ethereum down 3%. Yuck. I tweeted it out when I saw that breaks 18. It went to 1760. That was the bottom. So we'll see if that can hold again. Tether. Okay, so Ripple XRP, I should say, up 3% there today. That's nice. Solana down over the last 24 hours, down 1.5% as well. Cardano, the same thing. Dogecoin flat, up 1% or so. Nothing else, man. I don't know what this Pi network is, but that's there too. I think that might be a programming, something to do with programming or coding there. So, okay, just to have a quick look. So TQs, we're almost stopped out. We just got a nice VWAP trade there, but we're going to get stopped out in a second. We just got a nice VWAP trade. I meant to zoom in, not zoom the other way, right there. But that was about it, man. That was 25s, and there it goes. And there's the break, so there's the out. So it breaks 50. We'll slap a fail on that last one. I mean, we're fine with it, but still an L, right? We don't ever like taking those, but should have just took it all out right there. Again, this is the push and pull, right? That might be the top. I don't know, but I just don't want to be in this, and I want to regroup. So I want to have that ability to regroup. You could see what Apple's doing. Apple's just continuously going lower, which is making me wonder. I'm going to go one more time. I just said regroup, and I'm going back into the queues. All right, 61.61. 10 handle stop, 15 handle stop now. We just got back in right there because I just looked at Apple and was like, maybe we just got stopped out there. But okay, 61.61, the new stop area there for the TQs. But yeah, Apple continues to make that downside play, right? I mean, I'm really surprised at this. Like, we went short right there, and it just started bleeding. And we took this, even before I had this, man, we posted this in the chat on the midday show, and I was like, I'm shorting Apple. The boys talked about it, and there it goes. So that's like straight down. I hope some of you had that. I'm looking to get out once we break this. We must as well put our order in right now. The order to get out of this Apple was 218.60s. So we were risking about 40 cents on this trade to make $2. But what we made doesn't really matter. Okay, so 216.51. That's going to be my stop. We just put that in there. Let's see if that works. Again, change of momentum. We're going to take advantage of that if that does come through. JP Morgan's flashing around on my screen here a little bit, so let me just go have a quick look to see what JP is up to. All right, so not a great move. We're actually long in and around 230. We bought it on the close yesterday or the day before, so it was in and around here for that trade. I checked the account earlier. We were roughly flat on it. I'm a little disappointed. I thought there was a bigger opportunity today for JP Morgan to hold those bids. Banks really got hit early and pretty hard too. This name must have gone negative. Obviously, we just closed yesterday right there. So we were down about 1.5%. It's nice to see it up, but I'm just worried about the banks a little bit. This name just continues to fall down. And you're into a support area, which is why I thought we would nibble a little bit, try to buy some. There's our 200 period moving average. So again, trying to buy things. All right, I'm going to take out 5% of this 410 handles if we can on the Qs. But right into there. Looks like it's a decent support level, so we're gonna dip our toes in and see what happens with JP Morgan. We're already on that name. Disney hitting some levels. Ooh boy, we just got a nice. See, that sucks, man, because again, we'll have more shares the first time than this last time on the futures as we start to come back in. All right, so there's Disney today as well. Wow, yeah, nice move upside right now on Disney, continuously going here. $99. So we almost make it all the way back. We went all the way up, all the way like $96. There's some wild moves, man, on some of these names today. Like Disney's moved 3%, which is a kind of a big move for this name. From noon till now, we go $96.40 to $99. So up about $2.60 in just over a couple hours. Nice move there on Disney as the market tries to retrace as well. What is the ES today? We don't normally look at that. So ES is only up 0.7. So that's a real nice move there for Disney, getting some back upside there. Microsoft was always talked about on the show. Let me check in what's going on with the bear. So big bear, a little bit out there, out the rest there once we broke 20. It's funny because initially I was like, I'm not getting out until like a 310 or so break. It does get right into, it was these levels right here. So we might have got stopped out anyways. What is that low? 313, whatever. We get stopped out once it breaks 320. We got in at 326. We took like a 33 print, and then we got stopped out of the rest. Doesn't really look like it's moving too much. We'll take the up 4.5% though today. But at the end of the day, Big Bear AI is still down from the open. I don't want to confuse like that we're up here to take in for strength. It's not strong, man. It looks like it might be now above VWAP, but Big Bear, a little disappointing there as a small cap name. And then Rigetti is another one that I like to trade. So let's have a quick look at RGTI New York NQ on the NASDAQ. Quick little look at Rigetti as is. Well, yeah, that's what I thought, man. Up 10% today, RGTI. Look at it, hold VWAP, bang, bang. So again, another good trade. Whenever you see a name that's up percentage points like this, always try to find where VWAP is. So yeah, we can wait for that, but 860 there on Rigetti. All right, some of these shorts really, Apple's really working for me, Obi. I haven't looked at your Intel, but the futures is waning back and forth, you know, in the money, out the money, flat. So yeah, what's up with your Intel rate?
Yeah, no, nothing much. I think I might have fumbled this one a little bit there. I had that good price, and then it made that I guess a lower high, or what I thought was going to be a lower high right there. So I added on to it, kind of bringing my average a little bit lower than that VWAP. Now we're trading pretty much at my average here. So just keeping an eye on it. I'm not going to let it go too much there. But yeah, we did get that strong aggressive sell. I did cover some, but definitely not enough. And I added on a lot more than I had covered. But yeah, absolutely crazy action here. That sell-off was intense. That 19,700 rejection there, a bit of a lower high there, lower high. And yeah, so bit of a sell that we got off of that. That might have been, I think Trump was speaking in and around that time as well. So it might have been catalyst to driven in that sense. But that sell was nice, but we're coming right back in, kind of reverting that move pretty nicely, about over a 50% reversion so far. So if anybody caught the bid right there on a lot of these tickers, again, we're looking at the futures as well. I was looking for that 19.5 to come in. It never really does come in, and we get to 19.550 and then pop back up for a push. And something, again, like I mentioned earlier today, this was something I was looking at. Actually, I had the line kind of like this. So I was like, okay, well, I had it pretty tight, and I was like, oh boy, we've broken the trend on the VIX, and I'm like, all right, am I looking long? Should I be looking long? This is about 12 o'clock, right? So let's see what happens in and around 12 o'clock here on the market. 11, it should be 11 here. So this right here is that 12 o'clock move there. But you know what I noticed, guys? I gotta correct myself. This is not the best kind of trend, because it's like, okay, you're not really. I know people have different ways of drawing the trend, but then I was like, all right, well, realistically, this looks like it's breaking this trend that we've had. But if I take the actual low point, we're right there. So the first and second two lows. So we're right there, and now we're actually looking for a potential break of this trend. So it did kind of start getting a little weaker. We got a strong quadrunk there. We got a strong bid in the market from that, and then pretty much a bid back up. But take a look at the Mag 7. Some of these tickers, like NVIDIA, like like NVIDIA, like Tesla, like Microsoft, like Alphabet, like Amazon, and the Spider as well, pretty much trading within their range, right? Within the opening ranges. So sideways consolidation. We saw some of that action happen yesterday, right? Some of that action yesterday, we consolidated, we sold off aggressively, consolidated, and then stepping up today, consolidating some more sideways. Sure, we get wide legs because, again, volatility is pretty high, and then you get strong moves going in both directions here. Look at that. I had the great price, and then now I don't have such a great price anymore here on Intel. So that's what's happening, coming right back into VWAP. So I'm gonna let that ride. I'm gonna let it work. See where that kind of comes into. Let's see if that 19.7, if we can make a lower high underneath that 19.7, Sean. But with only about an hour and 20 minutes left in the trading day, I'm not too keen on expecting that to happen. I just got to be as nimble as I can, and like we say multiple times, and I know I read this somewhere, but strong opinions loosely held. The strong opinion in the morning session was, oh boy, we're holding the VIX very well, and I was very confident in it. But then again, at the end of the day, I'm a trader. If the chart, the price action shows me otherwise, I'm more than willing to be like, all right, well, I was wrong. I was definitely wrong in that, and we're coming right back in, and we're no longer respecting that trend as of right now. Sure, we can get a false break of that trend. That's besides the point. That's more anticipation. But if and when it does show the false break, then maybe I could get a little bit more precise with some of my entries. So that's the look on Intel that I have. But TQs people talking about as well. But TQs.
I'm trying to go short here, but it's not working.
Yeah, similar story here. Pretty much trading within the range that we made in the morning session here on both the ES. You can see it right here, ES and the NASDAQ. So pretty much sideways action, nothing too crazy to write home about. Let's take a quick look at some of those tickers that we were watching for on my morning watch list. So let's take a quick look at those. We're looking at Novo as well. I want to see what this one is up to. I'm pretty curious. I'm always curious to know the tickers that I had on my watch list in the morning, how they ended up performing by the end of the day, right? So Novo Nordisk kind of stepped up above its morning range, so I guess there might have been something there. iRobot, I know IRBT definitely was on watch there. Wow, nice little continuation, but we bid right back above VWAP, now holding above that, pretty much sideways as well if you want to look at it kind of in this range. So sideways consolidation there on iRobot, and then Groupon. Wow, this was the one, GRPN, I think that's the one right there. So Groupon as well, pretty wild. This one, I didn't expect too much from it, but it gave me the move that I was looking for. I was looking for a potential hold of the gap, maybe buyers coming in at VWAP or prior levels that were marked off in the pre-market, and it kind of gave us that pretty much very choppy, but it did bid up, and it's starting to push a little bit higher going into the end of the day here on Groupon. So 1398 is the high of day, doing significant relative volume off of the open, almost 50 times on a 5 period, but we've been kind of decreasing in both RVol and the traded volume as well. Interesting that we continue to tick up on both those kind of things as well. So keeping that one on watch. I know Oracle had earnings prior day, and today was a day 2 on Oracle. So today, look at that, beautiful action here. We step up on top of prior day's range. We step up on top of VWAP, and we continue to push higher for a test above that 152s trading as of right now on Oracle. So nice little continuation off of that earnings day 1 play on Oracle. We saw that at the end of the day, we reclaimed this anchored VWAP from earnings, right, which was acting as resistance majority of the day. By the end of the day, in and around 2 o'clock, we reclaim, we hold. That's cool, but coming into the next day, we actually hold consolidation in the morning session above that end of day consolidation for a continuation to the upside, maybe a little bit of a trend break here as well. But Oracle worked out pretty well. I wasn't necessarily involved in it. And the other one was EHang Holding. So they had earnings this morning, and I did have eyes on them. But yeah, nice little quadrunk. We talked about that 24 level, and it's only been kind of pretty much in a dead cat bounce off of that strong sell in the morning session. So that's kind of what I have on watch. Just watching this Intel, probably going to get stopped out soon enough on this one. But the question I ask, Sean, is where is the next trade? So I'm going to continue looking for that one. We still have an hour and 45 minutes left in the trading day, so you know.
We got a new position. We went long Apple finally. I mean, so Apple's now my number one stock, and shout out to Girl Trader there. She's like, I assume but when's the stop for TQs? We got stopped, and I tried again. Now, the problem is I stopped at a 75%, so I tried it one more time. It looks like it is pulling back now. But, you know, shorting, we tried it there, and realistically, we lost our way because we drew that line there, 61.50. That's really where we should have just, like, hung it up. Unfortunately, I tried again right into these levels, and it broke. So there it goes. I'm glad we're out now as it's trying to extend a little bit further. Now, just to flip it over, because now we put Apple. Oops, that's not TQs, that's Apple. Now we got Apple. I'm going to get something out here at 83 if we can. Ooh, we just sat there at 83 and stopped the move. Did you see that? I just put in 83. It was on the offer, and all of a sudden it went to the downside. To your point, Obi, before, you have live orders there that they're not expecting. Like, that was just cruising there. I don't know what happened. I didn't even put that many shares there. 83 stopped and then dropped literally 15 pennies. Like, why did it do that? Futures are still there. So this is just a, what? Okay, this was just a, you gotta give me 15 seconds. Okay, so yeah, I'll take my time. Okay, let's talk slow, breathe. So anyways, Apple there. Let's see if we get the 83 now. You see how it just comes right back once it can finally settle down? Now just pretend I'm not there. Come on, 83s. Let's go. There it goes. Okay, now we are through that. So that was a good trade there. And again, Obi, you and I talk about this often, and that is that having the ability to flip over, decide a little different. I know we have that advantage being here on a prop floor, and that is that, you know, being able to go in and out, short or long. We do trade equities, right? This is not just CDRs or options, so we're actually trading the physical stock itself. So shorting is not a problem, as there's lots of borrows for especially names, let's go Apple, to the upside. But right now, if I want everybody to make sure they scan that QR code right now and unlock the nuclear renaissance with Foremost Clean Energy. They are leveraging one of the biggest mega trends on the planet, and that is nuclear energy. Stocks up huge today, SMR, various names as well. So partnered with Denison Mines with properties strategically located in the Athabasca Basin, known as the Saudi Arabia of uranium. This undervalued company is poised to capitalize on the exploding nuclear market and offers unparalleled growth potential. Wow, Apple. All right, the future is nuclear, and Foremost is your entry. Of course, you can find them on the NASDAQ under FMST or on the Canadian Securities Exchange, the CSE, under symbol FAT. Make sure you do go to foremostcleanenergy.com for all the information. Okay, Obi. Okay, man, this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to have a little bit of this. Sirens up. So again, trend change. We talk about this all the time, Obi. I hope you adopt this. I know Neil has the 50-period moving average right there. As soon as that changed, we got out and we flipped long, which is part of the reason why we said, to the futures, we had to get out of that one, because this is what I mean. We were really shorting right here against VWAP and the 50-period. Once it broke, we had our out. Stubborn once again on that. So that's not great. But it's okay. So we'll take advantage of that. We just got out some Apple. We're getting out some more now because we do fail off that 217. And we also don't get to the 200-period moving average. And it's Oppo day for Apple. Apple right here, although we have a nice little Clementine, maybe this is like a micro strategy. You know, they went to orange as their symbol now because of Bitcoin. But yeah, Apple today down 1.8% into a super strong NASDAQ, man. The NASDAQ's up it's not super strong, but it's up 1.5%, giving me the idea that it's a little strong. But okay, here we go. Apple, more cover there. So this is a new position. You said, what's the next trade? I said Apple. All right, what else are we talking about? Hood, HOOD. Let's have a, whoa, that's near, is that the high of the day as well, Robin Hood right now? Up, no, I think we were up 10 points at one. No, right here. So here's an opportunity. Okay. you're looking short, I'm long right now, but if you're looking short, like Robinhood just double and triple topped right there. We made that move right there off the open at 39.70. We touched it again right there at 39.60. We went all the way down to 38.50. That's $1. We just touched it again without any risk. You could be short right now. This is my kind of trade. I don't mean me as in like mine. It's just, this is the trade that I look for, where you have clear support or resistance and you could take a boatload of shares and just go for it. The only problem is, it's not, I'd rather go for it down here near VWAP where we've sort of supported this name rather than taking out the top in what I thought was a good market upside. Like Apple, we just got out of Apple, so that's a good trade right there if you're gonna go short. I think I like that. I'm just worried because it's up 9%. But this is a great, if we pull back anywhere into 38.50, which we could easily do, that is a long for us on Robinhood. We'll see if we can get there and make that trade. From a winner into a loser. Yeah, my face loser. Yeah, it's a good one. All right, so we'll face slap that one. Look at Apple, man. It is giving me those kind of feels right now. We were just in the money and thought we were cruising right there for Apple. Like, we just got some out at 217.05. All right, then it just dropped in 2 minutes. See, now that it's coming back up, I am going to take advantage of this. All of my outs are about 5%, and I know that's crazy. We used to do 10%. I'm trying to do a little bit less and trying to hold for a little bit longer because some of the prices that we've been getting have been so great that, looking back at it, you want to try to hold maybe for that bigger play, but then I do think that there is some value in scalping out. So we're already, let me see how many shares we had in total of this trade. Okay, 150 there, 150. So we have I would say we have about 40% left on this trade. So we'll get another piece out if we can get this back upside. I don't have any more outs until the 80s. It's actually 87s. So maybe we can get that. Then I have one again at 219 to 17. And then we'll wait for higher highs, but that may not be coming. Our stop on Apple is the same thing as before. We'll wait for 216.40. We'll just go a little bit lower than that. 216.25 should be where we're out is. I wrote down, I have 216.20s as our out. So we'll wait for that. I think that's pretty reasonable at this time of day to give it a little bit more room. So we'll try that. We had 60 cents as a winner. We'll try to get 30 cents as a loser at the very bottom. So we'll give this a go, but Apple's been working out for us so far today. It is my number one stock.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of selling coming into the market here. That 19.7 we were talking about, a little bit of pressure entering here on both the NASDAQ and the ES as well. I got NVIDIA and Intel. Intel kind of stopped out of the trade right in and around VWAP, and then guess what? It comes right back in. I'm like, all right, well, that's cool. I'm gonna get right back in. And like Sean said, we have that ability to kind of be a little nimble there. So why not? Let's see if this one kind of comes in here. About 5 minutes left on this 15-minute candle to print. So let's see what happens in the next 5 minutes, guys. So that VIX is still kind of teetering 2420s on the VIX as of right now. NVIDIA is trading at 1570s as well. Kind of have eyes on the chip sector again because I'm trading in Intel as well. SMH pretty much sideways. SMH has been the most tame out of all of these here. So I think that's something to kind of consider maybe. Bigger picture, SMH just pretty much sideways, very, very tight in its consolidation. Yesterday, some strong action into the close there that actually got past its opening range high. But today, stepping up above prior days highs here on the Van Eck semiconductor ETF SMH. So triple twos, we're making lower highs and higher lows here, so a little bit of compression as well, perhaps. So I'm going to keep an eye on that one. TSM as well. I know a lot of people are watching this one along with Intel as well on the day today. Oh boy. Oh boy. That triple top. Triple top on TSM here. Maybe a little bit indicative, but higher lows building up into this what might be a flat top break. Shout out to Sharif. 178.13 are the highs on TSM as of right now. 177.29. So yeah, this one also doing a little bit
frustrating
of relative volume. Glad I got back in to the Intel as it's kind of starting to work right now. Let's see if the market.
I like that. The Ohio State.
The Ohio State.
Yeah, you don't probably.
I have no idea.
That's okay. Yeah, so no, just sports guys that go to Ohio State, whenever they do their introductions, they say the Ohio State. But anyways, okay. So yeah, I mean, I agree with Adam there in the chat. Like, it's just been, there it goes, we're out of Apple. It's just been frustrating because the market is like we had the short, you know, we had the long in Apple. We didn't get out of it all there. We got out of that 75%. So maybe that was a capitulated bottom. I don't know. But we're still in it. We'll buy a little bit more here. All right, 21.16. We just want to, 21. Don't put that in. 216. 14 there was the low. We'll get out there if it breaks again. But no, I just, what I'm talking about when I talk like this, like, see, like our stop just got ran at 20s. Like, how frustrating is that? You know, only for it to bounce right back up there into the 40s. You know, so it's like stops are getting hit. We wait for more news. We wait for tariff talk. We wait for this. We wait for that. But at the end of the day, what are we really waiting for? I mean, the market is choppy. We know that.
Oh, sorry.
Is that your phone?
I love it.
I don't know if you guys can hear that. It's pretty, so there's some violin action going on over there. Obi, I mean, it's a very, 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 oh, that's Game of Thrones? Oh, I have no idea. I didn't realize you're that big of a fan. F you, Apple. Honestly, this is part of it. Season 2 Game of Thrones? Yo, you little, how you feeling? You all right? I mean, you just got your winter jacket on over there? Okay. I mean, I know you're hot fire, but, you know, just, you got to cool down a little bit there. Joe's got the parka on.
Oh, boy.
Look at this guy. What? He's sitting right there.
Come on.
Right there.
You know how hot it is?
Maybe I'm feeling the heat from these trades, but I'm feeling some kind of ways, and this guy's just chilling out over there. Shout out to the guy over there who'll be joining me tomorrow, and we will say goodbye to Obi for a couple of days, and you'll go to sunny Miami Beach for $60 or $90 a night. I wish you the best of luck at that place. But at the end of the day, if you need anybody, don't call me, okay? All right, so here we go. Apple. So, like, there's the stop, and then there's the rip. Like, if I don't trigger there, then we're huge on this trade. But we did trigger there, and we get out. We did buy some back in, so it's fine. But just the frustration continues to mount on some of these trades. And so I do see what Adam says there. Adam visited us. He knows what's good and some of the things that we do around here. And the thing is like, it is all about living to trade another day, Obi. And I mean, we're very comfortable. We're not talking about that. It's just once these moves happen, you have to be careful. And that's what I'm saying. It's not worth, I don't think there's going to be, especially in the middle of the day, I don't mind early taking shots on bigger risk, but I just think at the end of the day, it does become, see, like, look at that. We take a look at that. Like, we were just at 60s there. Now we're at 30s. So if you're in 500 shares or something and you're dropping 30, 40 pennies at once, you're getting taken out, then you're getting upset when it goes back up. Like, that's not the right way to trade, right? So we're going to just calm down. We do have our new stop in there. We did take some profit out there at the top, and we're just going to try to look for the ultimate trades at this point. Get to levels where they're exhaustion levels. See? Come on, my guy. All right, because I'm a little bit off-putting, I'm going to get out of some here in the high 40s if that move does happen one more time. And then we'll just stop out on a break of 20 as we talked about before. Get going. We're at 47s. Can we get a fill there at 47 or not? I don't know. But anyways, I just find it, I don't know how you're finding Intel right now, but I'm just looking. Mostly everything I'm trading is pretty whippy right now. And I've only traded Apple in the futures. But let me have a quick look at Amazon. I mean, I guess trading big names is probably going to be a problem if I'm looking at Apple. And yeah, so very choppy again. You know, runs the bottom right up to that top again, right? You might think it's getting going and then it comes right back in. But the thing about Amazon is at least it's holding above everything. Above VWAP, above the 200 period moving average, and a green day there. So for Amazon. So yeah, man, nice move to the upside there for Amazon. We were trading this one today, and I was saying to Obi, we got out of it. Actually, this will be my worst stock, actually, Amazon. So we got out of it before this move comes down in, but we were trading it probably a little too aggressive right here as we got a lot of stops. This was the problem. In here is fine. It's this. Starting right there, that was the problem. Starting down here at 198, just trying to play off this level, and it just broke on us real hard. We weren't able to get anything out, and it just came crashing in, and we took about a buck 50 hit on that. That was not cool. Made some back, got stopped before that happened. But this is kind of what you're looking for.
Okay, hello.
Apple just went. I know you're shorts, that's great, but Apple just went to the downside, so I throw my hands up in the air. It's this consolidation right there on. This is what you're looking at around 11 o'clock. This kind of consolidation, and then the break higher. So whoopsies, that's the kind of stuff that I'm looking for there on AMZN. So at least I know I'm just a little over dramatic, but like right here on Apple, just to show you guys that last little trade, like we had just gotten a piece out right there again, right there at 47s. And then it did this, whoops, all the way back down. So yeah, it fell out. We took another bid there and then it fell through. So there's 20s breaking. See ya, Apple. Now I'm thinking about going short, right?
See you
Probably the wrong
later.
way. All right. So being in on Intel and not doing anything, it seems like the best move. I feel like I'm just kind of throwing around.
I'm watching it. Hey man, I got stopped out. That was. I mean, it wasn't painful, but I was like, well, damn, it's gonna stop me out. And I watched it happen, and then it false breaks, and then it comes right back in, and then I'm like, all right, well, I should be getting right back in because that's where I wanted to sell in the first place, anyways, right? Like if I have identified that this is a place where I think there are sellers, and I can see that there are sellers. Sure, I'm not going to be perfect in terms of like trying to find that perfect price, but Apple. I'm more than willing to kind of get back in. But where I kind of mess up sometimes, and I've said this before, is getting in too much at not the best prices, maybe not the best places. Forget the prices. Maybe not the best places on the chart, and maybe not off the best price action there. That ad from earlier I think stop was just above prior highs there, and I was like, all right, well, we're coming right in, and then we actually broke that for another push back down. But like I said, I'm honestly still looking for this 19.5. We're getting some of that selling, but that selling, like you said just a couple of seconds ago or a couple of minutes ago, this action is very whippy, right? So a lot of whippy action there. 5 pennies that way, 5 pennies that way. Whip your candle back and forth. Right here, kind of action happening on the market. I have no idea whether we're going to get to that 19.5 by the end of the day, but there you go. The bid comes right back in. So that's an aggressive kind of thing. This is what I'm looking at here on Intel. Look at that wick. Look at the bottom wick of that candle there. That's absolutely aggressive. Goes all the way down to 59s and then bids right back up. What time is it? It's 3 o'clock. So it's okay. So it's the opening of the new hourly candle as of right now. So I got my eyes on a 30-minute, 15-minute, 3-minute as well. Let's see how this hour of power pans out with some of these chips, just not really dipping, not really popping, but just kind of staying pretty flat here going into the close. But VWAP seems interesting. 24 is the VIX as of right now, and we are attempting to push back towards 19.7s on the NASDAQ. And NVIDIA still holding in and around that $16 mark as of right now. So couldn't really get past it a little earlier, but we're coming right back in. So again, could be just random noise that we're talking about. So I'm just waiting for maybe higher time frame stuff to potentially step in here going into the close. But yeah, nothing else too crazy. Let me know in the chat what you guys are watching. Have you guys been mainly long today? Have you guys been mainly short? How's that worked out? Again, I know you guys call out a lot of tickers in the chat, but let me know what the name was, and what the name of the ticker was, and what the plan was, and whether it worked out or not. Like the plan could be pretty simple. For example, if I want to trade. I don't know, if I wanted to trade Tesla today for a potential continuation, I can be like, all right, well, if I like that 250 and we kind of consolidated yesterday and we hold prior day's levels, prior day's highs, do we hold VWAP for the long into 250? And the execution could be, a level hold of that VWAP as well. So that's what I want to know from you guys here. So let's see, Todd McLean saying, been trying 5 hours to get you guys to look at Goog. All right, I mean, we looked at Google. If you want me to look at Goog, that's fine as well. Goog right here, Class C shares, it's not the Class A shares. Pretty much the same kind of action here that you'll see on both. But yeah, pretty much sideways there. Strong selling coming in off of the open there. A little bit of R-vol that we've observed on many tickers off of the open there. But holds higher lows going into the close. So yeah, a little bit of a reversion. I remember talking about this in the morning session when I was looking at Goog L, right? So I was like, oh boy, that's a strong trend to the downside. Looking at it in a higher time frame, let's go to the 5-minute chart. I was like, I kind of want to revert this when the bid does catch back on. And guess what, Sean? That trade would have worked out beautifully if I was risking 2-day low. I saw this happen. I was like 164.40s. my real risk is all the way down to this bar low at 163.50s. And I was like, that's about a point away. Do I really want to take it? Doesn't matter. That's the trade. Risk a point, put the appropriate size on, and take the trade. That's what I have to kind of get better at at times. And then sometimes it's like, all right, you see the dollar of risk, and you're like, maybe I don't want to put on significant size. That's great. Why don't you put on a risk unit? Being like, I'm going to put on 10% of my daily shutdown. I'm risking 10% of my daily shutdown and risking a point on that, on whatever size warrants that 10% of daily risk. And guess what? We've traded all the way back up to opening range highs on Google. So absolutely beautiful action coming in here on Google on the day today. But let's see if the market pulls back. We've been holding VWAP quite splendidly. It seems like reversion to VWAP has been nice, and it's only about 44 minutes left in the trading day. Let's see if we get another reversion to VWAP here with the next about next few candles here on Google. So sorry about that. I guess we didn't cover Google as much as you liked, but there you go. There's a little bit of Google action, just talking about what the chart has already done on the day today. So that's the look.
I'm taking more out here on the TQs. I mean, my stubborn ass is right back into this thing again here for decent. I mean, we're not, in order to look somewhat sane, we're not trying to trade this with a huge amount of shares right now, because this has been pretty violent. But we finally do fall back in here into VWAP. So we did take a little bit of that was just a tester, but right into there we did buy against VWAP right there. If we drop through it, then we're gone. We do make that move back up for a little small. Man, no continuation right now from many of these trades. Like, it's just choppy right now in the market, pretty whippy. So good. I'm waiting at 54. I wonder if I should just get it. I'll get 51s or 50s. Did I get those there? Yeah, okay, good. So we get some 50s out there, making a little bit back on this, trying to get going. Yeah, I am trading a little bit for fun here, Mohammed, to be honest with you. I don't really want to put on too much right now. It's good that we got into VWAP. We were patient and waited for that. But even now, I really don't even feel like I have the greatest price. 40s, VWAP is only 30s, but I'm so jittery right now about all of this. It's just the market is just so back and forth. We got to trade things that are having some sort of a directional bias right now, and it's definitely not the market. It's definitely not these big cap names. I mean, when Obi's talking about moving 5 cents back and forth, I mean, I'm not interested in that, and it's just. We all want the market to move. It's just, if it's not, it's not. So SMR, okay, I thought you were up today. You're not, so you're down. Again, could be a good trade. I'm trying to find something that's triggering at certain levels, right? All right, what's happening with Tesla then? We know, okay, well now I have to address this futures move because now it's actually going. So we'll see if we... Oh, come on. Again, I was waiting at 59s. I just punched them out there at 54. We just missed us. Let's see if we can get back up to the upside. 20 handles in the money is what we're trying to get out there at 59. Hopefully we can do that as we go. I was just going to look at Tesla before that happened. So maybe if I go back, we'll get that fill. Now it's 57s. Okay, maybe we will. All right, so we had said that. I mean, even look at Tesla, right? Pretty choppy name here as well. What are you going to do? It looks like you're breaking out through this level, so maybe you take the long. Maybe you get stopped out there as well. I don't know. But is it really working out for us in the long run here? I'm not sure. Tesla, again, you take the bottoms, you just got run. So that's probably a stop out right there, unless you're holding all the way to VWAP. And I just don't think that this is worth it in those levels. But I do, okay, there we go. TQs just went through 60s, so we're making a little bit back here, Obi. So that's going to make me a little bit happier right now. Tesla, great bottom. What is that, 241? I will see if we can see that tomorrow. We do have PPI coming tomorrow, so CPI's number today completely erased everything. There's the number right there. Boom to the upside. Complete destruction to the downside there. Giving it all back and a heck of a lot more before coming back up and never, ever seeing those highs again today. I hope we can get back up there as we're long the futures, but it's not looking pretty good right now. As look at how choppy this is for the NASDAQ. We wait for more news. I mean, the whole market right now is at bated breath, I feel like, just waiting for something to happen, something to come through. And right now we're not getting it. What about Alibaba? A strong name, obviously, in China there. I'm not sure if it's strong. It's been really strong. Let's have a quick look. We did talk earlier today about China giving some back. Looks like that is happening. Okay, expecting you. Hassett? Who's Hassett? Talking about GDP right now on Fox News. We have Fox. We've switched from CNN to Fox over there. So right now he gone, but I don't see anything happening on Fox right now. So we'll wait to hear that talking about some GDP growth. Alibaba, good luck. White House Economic Advisor. Okay, there it is. So GDP growth between 2 and 2.5%. I thought we were trying to get to 3. What I heard the other day. So maybe that's not a great look for these futures. But if I'm saying that, then that must mean it's a long. So we'll wait to see what happens there with that, just tongue in cheek on that one. Baba looking like it wants to go a little bit higher here as well. Uber's at not a bad level, it seems like. Right now, near, not the high of the day, but near a good little level. Coming on the scanner here is Uber. Just looking like it's, nice consolidation points right there. Look at this. That could be a good long. Above VWAP, above the 200 period, looking to take it out. I just don't know if the long is right. We're really struggling with these futures trying to get going as well. So I'm going to take another piece there at 57 if we can. We've just been getting out at the top here. I hope it's not the top, but look, a bunch of outs right into here right now. It doesn't look like it wants, doesn't look like it wants to go, but then it does again. So we'll wait for it. Hopefully the futures go, Obi. It's only 312 right now. Yeah. Maybe we do get a run up here into the close.
Yeah, we still got some time until the close happens here. And I'm kind of watching, being patient. I covered a little bit here as we're holding about 10 pennies below VWAP there on Intel. We are kind of just chopping here. NVIDIA as well, eyes on NVIDIA because it could not get through that 16 mark as of right now. But again, like Sean said, still it's 312. We still have 45 minutes left. There's still a lot of time here for the closing bell to kind of come in here. So I'm still waiting for some more confirmation. Maybe I'm in the trade that I want to be in, so that's good. Is it going to work out? I have no idea. But I know that you guys, Monty G, again, going back to what we were talking about earlier, saying that I'm learning how to do that, and it's definitely helping. So yeah, shout out to Monty G there. You guys were talking about BTC. Not a lot of people really left or talked about what trades they were involved in on the day today. So I know that someone said, Rainmaker said, waiting for the Path earnings call. Okay, all right. So I think is that earnings today? You know what? That's a good thing. Let's take a look at some of the upcoming earnings for tonight. Let me just get that board up
I
here.
know what they are.
But let's see what we got tonight. Again, you mentioned this before. Adobe is coming in, and Path is tonight. Sentinel one as well. American Eagle Outfitters. Haven't been to that store in a while, but they're reporting. Anyone else of interest here? Dollar General tomorrow. Oh boy, I'm gonna miss out on that one there. I think I've traded Dollar General a few times with a little bit of success. Again, that earnings play. I remember last time I think. DG was the one that would kind of gap down, if I remember, one of the ones that gapped down.
I don't like the dollar stores in this environment. We'll see what happens.
I mean, the trade I think was nice here. Let me take a look at DG and see what that one's up to as of right now. Oh boy, selling off going into earnings.
In Canada.
So interesting here. So this is the chart on DG Dollar General. So look at that, absolute kadunk yesterday, a bit of continuation coming into today. So beautiful, beautiful technical stuff here. Not really doing relative volume, it seems, but the price action seems like it's definitely kind of continuing off of that strong action from yesterday. But I wanted to go look at a higher time frame and see what it did last earnings here. So if I remember correctly, we had a little bit of a shake and bake or a quadunk or something like that. There it is right here. So yeah, so we sold off on earnings, but we did catch a bid right back above it. And guess what? We are trading right at that prior earnings day one range low or day low there as of right now. We did trade much lower post earnings in 2025 at the beginning of 2025 this year. But look at that. We went up to 85, pulling back aggressively as of right now. So Dollar General, interesting stuff here.
Oh, you're
Volky saying I'm always long on OV. Thank you, Volky. Shout out to you. I am long on you and the chat as well. So Hood saying, Stefan, Hood curl. Okay, let's take a quick look at Hood and see what's going on and if everything is good on this ticker.
Let's see if everything's good in the hood.
See if everything's good in the hood, Sean. So again, had earnings. Was it yesterday? No, three days ago. 3 days ago.
Hood?
Was it Hood?
No, very much.
I'm thinking about a different ticker then.
Yep.
I don't know. Sometimes I forget the name of the ticker, but I'll remember the price action if I see it. But nice little reversion here, nice V shape. So we've kind of reflective of the rest of the market here. Oh boy, the selling coming in. You're gonna hit me at 60s, buddy.
Look at that move
Hit me
down.
at 60s. Hit me at 60s. Hit me at 60s. Intel.
This is
I got
a
hit at
drone, right?
60s. Thank you. All right, cool. Next. Let's see if we get that 19.5, man. That's, I mean, a man can hope, but don't trade on hope. That's the difference. But okay, so pre-market lows.
We just
bit of
got
a
run
lick grab
again.
there, and then look at that opening range highs as well. So a lot of ranging action I'm seeing here, and volatility again, kind of still chilling around. 24s is the VIX as of right now. So we did break. So as of right now, this is broken. This is broken. Whether you want to put this line on or you want to put in the line that I had in the morning as well, we've broken this little bit of a trend. The question is, are we going to get follow through? That's the next question here on the VIX volatility S&P 500 index. So. Look at this consolidation we've been in since about 12 o'clock here, Sean. So we made that lower high in and around 12 o'clock, and we've just been trading within that range here on the futures, the ES to be specific. NVIDIA, again, couldn't get through that 16 just yet, but still chopping around. Got to 15 halves, catches a little bit of a bounce. It's 317, and it seems like we're just going to be chopping around sideways. So I'm not really seeing anything. I'm not really looking at anything that's showing me the next trade. Like I said before, maybe, you know what? It's interesting. I remember they were talking about Amazon during the midday show. And would you look at this, Sean? Would you just look at it? Would you just take a look at that? 200,
yeah,
boom,
I took a look
200,
at that.
Boom, 200, boom. That's exact prints of 200. So is this, that's actually, that one's 19, this one is 99.99. So 199.99. Let's see what this one is right here. This is 200 as well. So a little bit of a held offer. We're seeing a lot of this kind of action across the board. We saw a held offer on CrowdStrike as well, CRWD. Again, I wasn't there, but I wasn't there watching the tape is what I mean when I say I wasn't there. But yeah, a little bit of a hold on at this price, and we're seeing that happening on a lot of tickers. Now, you might ask where else? Look no further than MSFT here. Look at this. Would you look at that? Pre-market, boom, some supply in the 385s. Opening range, some supply in the 385s. Again, once again, 385s, more supply, 385s, more supply. Look at this quadrunk that Microsoft just had, Sean. This is crazy. Did Microsoft just get news?
Dude,
because
I
look
honestly,
at this candle.
Like, puff pass right now. I am so stressed out right now. It is. I'm not even. I mean, let me check what the heart rate is. Like, we just got run again, and then I was just like, I'm buying this right back. Yeah. See, 3 minutes ago it was 80 beats per minute. That's way too high. Normally I'm at like 60 or so. I like Joe and I about 63. I think has a good resting heart rate. I think for myself, I'll double check that. But like we got run there right here, like as if like I'm honestly, and we just take it back up. Like we're actually going to be up on all of this, but it's just like how frustrating is getting run down there. And then like Joe and I just went back and forth because this guy's long the TQs as well. And I'm coming to you, Darren, just 1 second. It's just like all of a sudden, boom, right back there to the upside. And Joe and I just said, oh, it's having a hard time breaking 60s. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm long. We could have just gone short there and made 40 cents. What's up, Adara?
On Microsoft here. So the FTC apparently moving ahead with a broad antitrust probe into Microsoft. It's worth noting earlier today we heard that the FTC was going to be delaying their trial for Amazon's antitrust case, but it looks like they're moving ahead with their Microsoft probe. So antitrust news here for MSFT. Looks like the new Trump FTC will be continuing with their Microsoft antitrust investigation. Back to you.
All right. So yeah, definitely some news on that. I saw the candle right there, and I was like, what is going on here? This candle is not usual.
Maybe we should be probing like non-US companies. Maybe that would be a good idea because, again, like we give everything, like TikTok and all this kind of stuff has no problem, just completely Chinese run. All this kind of stuff, that's okay. Grab all the data you want, do whatever you want. Meanwhile, we're going to look into Microsoft and Google and all this stuff. Honestly, it's too much, man, but whatever. Not my monkey, but I guess it is as an investor. So, okay. We just did good again, man. I mean, we're not going to sit here and talk about 6160 as being a top and then basically knock it out of everything when we get right up to there. So that was good, man. Look at this flush down. One red candle to the downside. Thanks, Adara, for that news. But obviously, it's affecting the NASDAQ right now, even though that news is a couple minutes old. This is just wild, this back and forth here. So we'll hold the rest of this for a little bit. It's going to have to break 61 for me to get out. And I'm not even going to average back into this. We got out of like 70% of it. And I think we're just going to hold that last little bit for the dream.
For the dream.
Oh, man. And that's the thing. And you and I talk about this, about how trading is more than just a science. Obviously, it's way more of an art to me. And I think part of that is just slowing down, getting control of your trades, making sure that, you're not getting what I'm getting right now, not getting frustrated, just sitting there, chilling out and being able to watch these stocks, right? And so, again, I get a little bit frustrated because we've talked about it over and over again, getting short into the afternoon. And it's just like we were short here. Got taken out, went to the highs, and now the short's coming in, and it's just like I'm trying to buy VWAP dips. It's just not working out. So this trade will actually be fine because we're able to get out of 70%. But still, even losing on this last 30%, it kind of sucks. All right, what's up, Adara?
Is be wary of Colgate Palm Olive CL taking a nice dip to the downside. This one is at low of days. Apparently here, an executive said at this UBS conference that the company has noticed, quote, hesitancy in the consumer given all the news flow. So apparently tariffs are making some CL customers nervous. Colgate at day's lows, continuing to push lower here, guys. Back to you.
NVIDIA is vacuuming to 115 as of right now, or towards VWAP. That's absolutely wild.
Again?
It's like...
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's just sucking up all of... the book, the bid, is getting taken out into... All right. Fabian was like, do that one more time. I feel...
Never done that again.
Oh, boy. I feel like...
you're in trouble.
It's going to be another oh, boy moment. Yeah, get ready for the meme. I mean, I'm cool with that.
We're down with
a little bit of a
get some content in there,
there,
baby.
Okay, and we are still... I mean, we got down a little bit lower. We didn't get to 19 halves just yet. 19.550s and some change below that is where we got to last time here. But like I said, this thing sometimes Intel moves like molasses and NVIDIA does not. And when NVIDIA starts to get moving, again, it is the chip leader.
It did come right into VWAP there.
It did. It came right into VWAP and took a little bit of a bounce. So there's something I'm trying to get better at as well, Sean. It's like if I've seen sellers at a price or if I've seen buyers at a price, just kind of just posting there before the action kind of gets there to get involved for the next time. If I do feel confident in those sellers, then I can kind of
like Lego?
I can kind of. Do I like Lego?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Lego. I grew up building Legos.
this
Whoa.
Look at this.
P1 cleaner than your church shoes?
Look at that.
Oh, boy.
I have no idea what that means. This is all Lego right here. My wife right here at Sherway right now. Check this out. What a car right there. I don't know if this is all 100% Lego or what. Like, look at those wheels. McLaren right there. Yeah, Technic. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Logo Technic. Okay. Good job, Rob, there. I know there's mini ones of
really
these,
cool.
But look how cool that is. Thanks, love, for sending that through. That's a great one there. Looking sharp, man.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a McLaren P1, but that's a line from like a Weekend song.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I know
P1
you love the Weeknd.
yeah.
What do you think about that? The new one? I just
get some new songs. I like them.
Yeah.
I haven't heard all of
as
them.
my DJ, you know.
Yeah. I like the Weeknd a lot. Yeah.
I like the Weeknd too. I mean, I like spending the weekend as well.
Oh boy.
But right there, yeah, cool car. So shout out to Lego. Lego, a private company, Swiss, I believe. Okay, so going upside here goes the futures. We'll take advantage of that right now, bouncing again off of O's. We got stopped out, but I don't think we should have, but we did get stopped out there. So back in basically at the same price that we got stopped out right there. So take advantage of that. Just tired of getting run, but one last chance. Like if this is going to go great, we're now hearing that news about Microsoft having a look inside. We'll have to look at Microsoft and figure out what's going on with that stock. 383. This was the one. Again, like some of these names trying to hold out. There's the move. Adara brought that to us she brought it to us a couple minutes ago. It looks like it was about 10 or so. Huge move down, right back up, and now trying to figure it out. So Microsoft right now still up 6.66, up 2/3 of a percentage point. And yeah. Like how frustrated would have that been to be trading Microsoft? Because, oh boy, I'm glad I wasn't Obi. Because like if I was long Microsoft, I would have used this 381 right there as my stop, 381.50. We went all the way down to 380.50 and then all the way back up. But this is not a market-related move. This is news, individual stock-based movement right there. So pretty good, man, up to there. So nice move there. I did want to look at, Again, we've called this Starbucks short. We haven't done much about it, but now it is officially there. Spin it. There's been some traders that have messaged me about this trade, and I just want to say congratulations on it. We had talked about Starbucks for a minute, and it was this bar-coded. There was some support up there. It wasn't really dropping with the rest of the market, but there's the pullback in for Starbucks. Just kind of lucky on that. We had just really looked at it and said how far away from the 50-period moving average it was. And we had done work, and it really hadn't gotten to that level, despite that move right there by them getting Brian Nickel, stealing him from Chipotle. It did still even pull back after that, and then even made that new low. So right into there, we do come back. Look at that short all the way back in now, Obi, breaking through $100. I like the stock. Adara did that great piece about stocks that were up on the year. Starbucks was leading the NASDAQ. This was a couple days ago, so probably not anymore, but definitely not anymore, I would say, as we've just dropped down another 10% there on Starbucks. So a nice little retracement play. That's about 20%, right? 116 down to 98. So a nice move there in just a week and a half. Starbucks giving it all back, and now going on the year. No, we're still, so it's luck. So I see why. That's kind of cherry picking. Adara just did the math. It's nothing to do with that. But we were already at those lows. So Starbucks has to go all the way back down into $90 before turning red on the year, but they had that nice boon right there. So nice move back there to the upside as we go. Okay, here we go, Obi. Now we can start to do some of this. After all of this, we're going to be flat. Like if we exited this trade right now, we'd be flat on the Qs, which is kind of embarrassing. We have, we traded 7,000 shares of the Qs today. And it's been an aggressive one. So up and down and around right now for the TQQs. But there it goes, 61.40, 61.50, trying to get back up to the upside. We'll do our best, man, to see if we can get this back to Greensville. We're very close. If we exited it all right now, we'd be percentage about like, I don't know how to tell you how close we'd be, but we'd be very close to being green. So let's see if we can get that going right now. I like Walmart, I like Starbucks, and I like Costco, but the pullback is real on all of those names. I think you got to wait.
I think it's interesting.
Look at it. Oh
boy, yeah. I mean,
wonder I have no hair.
I think so. I'm getting there as well, Sean.
Shut up, Obi.
I'm almost there. You know, a lot of people ask me, they'll be like, "Oh, why the man bun? Is it the early 2020s or something like that?" And I'm like, "Hey, listen, this is a great tool to hide that bald spot at the back."
No, you're just lying. I mean, you're looking great there, Obi.
Pro tip:
organic maple syrup.
Pro hair tips. Sorry.
Tomorrow I might come in with a man bun and we'll see how that looks. But what is this here? Erie Pages, organic maple syrup.
Okay.
What are you guys doing?
Okay.
Oh, wow. Great. No, exactly. Or you're dead. Okay, so yeah, you're welcome, Dewey, for the liquidity there on the TQs. Someone in there said right here, organic maple syrup. Yeah, thoughts on it? Yeah, bang. Oh, on toast? Yeah, why not? The thing about maple syrup, what you really want to do is you get it in the winter when you get the snow, and then you pour it. It's got to be hot. You pour it on the snow. You get like a popsicle stick. We've showed this before.
Maple syrup?
Yeah.
What are they? What's it called? Like ice?
It's like an icicle, like maple syrup.
Yeah.
You just you get it. So put it there on the snow.
Classic.
It's in the snow. You dribble the maple syrup on it. Get the snow on there, and then you have out.
We used to do that a lot in elementary school.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Currently in Manitoba
Yeah,
as
yeah,
well.
yeah. Well, I mean, everywhere.
a Canadian
Neil's
thing, very much a Canadian
in-laws.
Yes, he was
They
talking-
don't have a maple syrup farm per se, but they do their own. I thought in the first, I was like, yo, make sure you bring me some, but it's just a family. They're not. It's not like for resale or anything like that.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I thought it was like a farm, but
Just like
Neil
their
loves it.
own, and they just, you know, yeah.
Yeah, you
That's
tap
cool.
a couple
That's
trees.
cool.
I thought he said there's 30 or 40 trees maybe they have tapped. I don't know if you've ever been to a maple syrup farm. It's pretty cool.
I think once.
Tracks everywhere to have it run down. Yeah.
It's like once again. In elementary school, we went on a field trip to like this this maple tree farm, and something like
Where
that.
did you go to school, Markham or?
In Markham, I went.
Oh, wow.
In Markham, and then also a little bit in Toronto.
That was a good
as
memory.
well, so.
Who's hitting that for Markham over there? Ramin or you, Joe? Who hit that?
Mark Ham.
Oh,
yeah.
What's wrong with Markham? You been there lately? No, nothing. Everything's great with Markham. Great place.
It was nice. What is not nice is this
slush
choppy
puppies.
Slush puppies. Slush
I don't know
puppies.
what they're
Don't you get slush puppies at?
Maybe that's like a Slurpee.
Yeah, it's like a Slurpee, right? At the convenience store. Yeah. That's what I'm.
yeah.
That's what I'm thinking about.
We don't do that no more. Too much sugar, my friend.
Yeah,
I used to take the kids there too. It's like we don't even now. Marissa just bans that. Like Randy drinks his coffee. Like I asked him if he was done. I don't think he.
Did you roll it up?
Yeah, I'm still like halfway on this.
Okay.
Thing. I don't know. I want to roll this up to see if we get some roll up to
Roll up.
It's one of our segments. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so just quickly here, TQs. So we're long. Look, man, it's 30 handles in the money. I hope no one did inverse Sean on this one because we did a nice trade, man. Up there into. I'm still waiting for 50s. We did get a 48 there. We're waiting. I do have an offer. Actually, I do not. That was my last offer. I'm going to put one at like 55. See if we can get out of a little bit bigger of a piece here as the market's just a little tipsy-turvy. We are going to get stopped out if it takes down that level one more time into there. 50. Oh, no. I put down 59.94. Whoops. It is 60.94 is where we want to get stopped out at. Wow. See, if that would have ran down, my stop wouldn't have triggered because I had the wrong price. So I am glad we did that. Yo, what's up, Jesus? What is Jesus saying here in the chat? Jesus Cabrera over here. What's up with the shrinking buildings in Canada?
What? Like,
well, we have the CN Tower.
ING is the
CN Tower is bigger than any building in the good old United States. Taller than Sears Tower. Yeah, the prices are kind of going up right now in the city. What, you mean real estate prices?
You get the Sears Tower in Chicago, I think? Or
Not taller than the CN Tower.
No, not taller, right? Yeah.
I know the Empire State Building for sure isn't. But again, the CN Tower kind of cheats because we have that peak.
Yes.
You can only go up. So there's two levels. I don't know if you've ever been to.
Oh, yeah, the Skywalk?
Oh, yeah. We didn't talk about this with you, did we?
No.
You going to do the Skywalk? Would you do the Skywalk?
Yeah, why not?
Why not? I mean, there's lots of reasons.
You got harnesses, you got a net, you know.
Oh yeah, I think it's pretty safe. I don't know if
like-
my heart. I mean, I can barely stand these trades, but
I mean, I'm trying to perform in high stress environments.
Yeah, that's
over
true.
Here. So it's just
I'm
like
gonna call it up again.
a little bit of exposure to that in real life as well. Kind of, you know.
yeah, it is
be
a
like-
hard situation.
Yeah, it's like
there.
boom,
this
boom,
is
boom,
what
boom,
the
boom.
Skywalk looks like here for those
Yes.
of you that were somewhat interested in it. You know, you can hang. This is Obi right here, actually. You can hang off the CN Tower right here.
Oh, boy.
I'll click. There it is. There's a pretty decent. Oh no, I clicked on the ad. Okay, is this going to be loading ad?
loading
Okay, forget
ad.
about it. I don't
Okay.
forget about
Oh,
my
that's
pain.
a horse.
Anyway, this is what it looks like. Like, come on, that is like. Who would you guys do that in the chat?
Because think about it realistically. Say your legs slip off and you fall over.
Yeah.
You'll have a heart attack, maybe, but you're still in place, right?
Yeah.
Be fine. Be fine.
Yeah.
Have you
doing
been
this? You doing this?
360?
Look how lovely Toronto is, by the way.
Oh, it's beautiful.
The
The restaurant's nice. I really like the restaurant.
Yep,
with like
yep.
with the moving floor, especially if you go there around sunset. Absolutely beautiful. Kind of get there around sunset, and by the time the sun sets, you have the city lights.
This is
It's
what
all
I'm
dark
liking
and
with the CN
everything.
Tower these days.
Yes.
Like, it's when it lights up like this. So there's the restaurant that Obi's talked. Oh, come on, Futures.
Come on,
Now we go
futures.
down. What the heck? That's not on fire. Oh yeah. We did have not on fire. There was fireworks coming from there, but they lighted up different colors. based on like Raptors winning or Leafs or any kind of an event and a sort of a day or anything like that. So there it is. I mean, look at this. It's a pretty good skyline right there. Here's looking at the island there. You can take Porter Airlines out of there. There's where the world famous Toronto Blue Jays play out of the Rogers Center there. So just giving people a little bit of a tour of Toronto.
You've flown Porter before, right?
I have never flown Porter.
I really like. I think so there's two airports in the GTA, right? There's YYZ, the Toronto International, and then there's
Mississauga.
and then there's Pearson
International, which is YYZ.
and then there's YTZ, which is the one that John just showed you guys. And yeah, you have to stand in line. You have to stand in line for like what, maybe 30 minutes to an hour sometimes at YYZ. YTZ has been the most smoothest experience. Yeah. Sure, they have smaller planes. A lot of those flights are direct flights as well. But the thing is, you can just pass through it very, very, very easily. Like you don't have to wait too long at customs. The check-in is really smooth, like 10 minutes max. Max. That's every time. But the thing is, you got to pack lighter. They charge extra for any carry-ons or anything like that you have. But I think one of my flights might be Porter. I gotta check.
Good job there, Daryl. No, I don't think Porter flies to Miami.
No, I think.
Oh, they do now.
Or no, that might be New York. I think they fly.
Yeah. I think it's just mainly. I mean, mainly East Coast. But obviously, Miami's there as well. But I don't know if they go that far. But maybe. I mean, it's not too far. The flight to Miami is only a couple hours.
Yeah, it's like 3-hour flight. Yeah, it's not too bad.
It's okay. All right. All right. Trade smarter, not harder. Make sure you do scan that QR code below to get your hands on a free eSignal account. I mean, it's completely free, depending on what entitlements you want to get. And the best part about eSignal, of course, is that you can back test. It has all of everything that you need. It's eSignal. Make sure you do scan that QR code below. We do want to thank eSignal for everything that they do for us as well. Look, we just got run again on the futures, by the way. But whatever, we had 30% left. It's not the end of the world, just more frustrating than anything else as we wait to see some more profits kind of disappear right there. But anyways, that's what's happening right now for me on the TQQs. Like, sucks to do that. How strict is y'all's airport security? Very.
No, it's still there.
I mean, Pearson International Airport is one of the major, it's a major airport. Oh, yeah. Like, I don't know the quantity of flights that go through there, but I'm saying it would probably rival the most, like JFK. Yeah. You know, something like that, or LaGuardia.
The procedures are pretty standard, right?
Yeah,
airport security.
You still have to go through
I've gone through so
customs.
many airports. Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I'm pretty sure, like,
what are you trying
especially
to do?
U.S. Customs, there's a whole playbook of how they do their security. So it's like, there's standard SOPs.
Look what just happened here on the queues. Again, completely crazy. Bears, you're right. There was a huge gold heist.
They never found those guys, right? They found them? Really? I was going to say, they didn't find them for a long time. I was like, bro.
There. What did they, I don't know they found them either.
Yeah, I thought they never found them. Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, hey, man.
What happens
in Brampton stays in Brampton. I'll tell you that. Like, I grew up in Brampton, man. I never want to go back there. But shout out to everybody who lives in Brampton. I still like it. My grandmother used to live there until she had passed away, and we used to go back to Brampton a lot. And I do like it, but I hope to never be found in there again. But I do have, sometimes my daughter will play hockey there in Brampton. Sure. So, no, I like Brampton, all kidding aside.
Yeah, my sister lives in Brampton. I got to put on an extra seatbelt when I drive in.
Right, that's what I'm talking about.
Peel. If I'm driving into Peel region, I got to put on an extra seatbelt. The driving is a little questionable.
And insurance is way up. Literally, I think there's a lot of carjackings, and not jackings, but stolen cars.
So like you drive a lot. So like when you're driving, other drivers give off like an aura, right? In terms of how they're moving and whatever. There are certain parts of the city where you can just feel the aura change of how drivers are kind of moving around. Be a lot of wonkiness within the lane. Nobody's kind of, there's a disrespect of the lines happening. Yeah. And I'm like, oh boy.
That's my number one
bit of volatility.
Pet peeve about Uber drivers. Not just Uber drivers, but drivers in general, where everyone's waiting in line, but they just go right to the end and just sneak in. Boom. And it just creates, but now Toronto police is all over that. Like, major intersections, they're kind of like
holding. Do that?
Yeah, they're trying to like watch out for that. Like we went to Elimination Chamber, the wrestling, and man, that was like a disaster to get out of the Rogers Center that night. Like it was, the traffic was just, and everybody was like going opposite ways on streets. And I mean, you guys know, anybody that's part of like any major.
You ever drove in New York? That's wild.
Not driven there, but been there. And I like being in a cab there because they're those guys.
They're those guys.
They know where to go. And
Like,
I don't mind it if I'm part of that. I just hate being a driver experiencing that.
I'm like, I was driving. It was one of my first times driving into downtown New York. I forget which bridge it was we were crossing, and like everyone's pulling up to the lanes, and all I see this cab driver cut me off. Everyone's going slow.
Yeah.
He's trying to get to the gate as fast as he can. I was like, oh boy, all right, somebody's in a rush to get places. It was wild. Like I was like, this close.
Yeah.
This close. I mean, maybe it goes to show like they definitely have been putting the reps in for the driving, and if they're able to comfortably go at those speeds.
Yep.
Keeping margin of error and risk that tight. I mean, it's a skill. It's a skill.
Queensbridge. Yeah. All right. Was it Brooklyn in the building? That building that shrinks when you drive towards it.
Which one?
I don't know. What? I'm not. You know about this, Ramin? This is the same guy that said, yeah, that house that's basically nothing house.
Oh,
I don't even know where that.
We have like a replica of that building. I'm forgetting what it's called there, but we have one in Toronto.
Oh no. We had the Flatiron.
Yeah. Is that what you're talking about? The Flatiron?
That's not what we're talking about.
Okay,
but that is maybe what he's
imbalances.
What he's doing. All right, imbalances. You just got your little alert there, so the imbalances are ready to come out momentarily.
8 minutes.
So we'll wait to see what happens with these imbalances. We're hearing tariff news in our ear. Look, at the end of the day, I'm an idiot because we talk about being short. We showed you yesterday that the market was short yesterday. The market's short today. I fought the long, and the long one, and that's not a good feeling. So Robinhood's at 38.50. Wow, Robinhood getting killed a bit again, I guess. How high? Yeah, okay. So I thought Robinhood was near 40. So there it is. Thank you for that shout out right there. Tesla's also dumping. What's up, Sebastian? Sebastian's a real one as well. Always in the chat. We want to say thank you to Sebastian. Okay, so yeah. Look, it's 342 right now. I'll go over some names. Like I told you, I'm a little bit like, I would say, like I'm frustrated, but I'm not like disappointed or like upset really at anything. It's just, it does suck to have some of this back and forth here today, especially with some of these names. So we'll just continue to look here. We've lost about a day and a half worth right now. So we were up almost 2 days earlier, 2 tires, and now we're down a tire and a half, and that sucks, right? So, by the way, tires are on. You got the Pirellis. The wife's pretty happy, although it took a little bit longer than expected today. So they went to the mall late, so might have saved some money doing that too. All right, so Tesla down here, down 7, now up 7%, but heading to the downside now as well into the close. For some of you that are looking at these imbalances, let's just have a quick little look there to see what's going on. So these are all New York names. We do not get the NASDAQ imbalances until 350, at which time you will see some excitement, some fire in the booth when those come out, man. We will see some actionable trades for sure happening on the futures when the NASDAQ hits. Tonight, we have UiPath is coming with earnings as well. So that should hit later on tonight in just a matter of moments. We do have tonight's earnings reports out. Or looking forward to them anyways. We do have Adobe. We can talk about that in a minute as well. UiPath and Sentinel-1, it looks like, is the next biggest one that I have, which is symbol S, which has been getting crushed as well. We can have a quick little look here to see what Adobe is doing. So let me just have a quick look at that ADBE on New York, on NASDAQ. I know this has been getting hit. This was one of those plays, again, that we had a little bit of worrisome. You switch symbols and it just takes a minute to load. I just saw a guy over there, the tech guy, I was going to tell him. Okay, so actually Adobe's not as bad as I thought right there. It does have this whoosh down, but now we're kind of holding near the 50-period moving average. The implied move is 20% for this. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening with Adobe later on here today. So we'll get that and we'll figure it out. But Adobe with a nice move back in here today. Implied move 20%. We'll see where it goes. That's going to be a good move. About 438, we'll see that report. Join Adara and I after hours for that. Oh, here it is. What's up, Marty?
Yeah, Marty, we got a super chat.
20
from
bucks,
Marty,
man. Yeah, down a few tires yourself today. So, yeah, a little bit of money coming out of the wheelbarrow, not in, right there today. All right, Obi, I'm just going to make sure that I have my keys set up all here properly and ready to go. So, yeah, thanks for a great show. Hey, you're welcome, man. It's just been a little frustrating there at the end of the day. QBTS earnings tomorrow, raised guidance. Yeah, I mean, we saw them halted earlier, didn't we? QBTS. So, an interesting name there as well for anybody looking at it. Thanks, Ali, for that. I didn't realize they're reporting tomorrow morning, but they are. So, good little look there as well.
Yeah,
all right. Anything you want to talk about here?
Did you mention okay, so we got another super chat here from Ali saying QBTS earnings tomorrow, raise guidance with supremacy. Yeah, so yeah, QBTS been moving around a little bit here on the day. I don't have, I gotta set up some of my charts on this computer a little bit better, but back at my desk, I do have a basket of all the quantums. I have a basket of all the chips. I have a basket of the nuclear reactors as well. And yes, if anybody says, oh, QBTS or Rigetti or something like that, I just click on that tab and I have pretty much 8 tickers opened up, being like, all right, what is that theme or that sector kind of doing right now? But I don't really have that right now, and I don't think I'm going to set it up 3 minutes before imbalance is here. But yeah.
I feel like we're starting some new trends over here.
What's the trend?
No, I just laugh if you guys saw me laughing a little bit there. What's up, SF Day Trader? I'm not down a tire today, but I'm only up an air freshener. So I feel like we're creating a little something new here today when we're dealing with how to reference our nets.
Yes.
Again, I don't think I'll ever get Neil to do any of that, but that was a lot of fun there today. Down a couple tires, down a couple air fresheners, down a couple cups of coffee today. More than a couple cups of coffee. Yeah. A tire is like 100 coffees.
Yeah, tire might be 100 coffees.
Yeah, I paid about $350 a tire out the door, so I think that was pretty good.
It's not too bad.
Yeah.
For Pirellis? 20-inch Pirellis? Yeah, that's solid.
Yeah, man.
That's solid, yeah.
Yeah, so I thought that was pretty good there. A couple phone calls back and forth.
Yeah.
I even had the dealership. This is on the Atlas. So I actually had, which is an R line. It's all blacked out. A little bit of Rick Ross action happening.
Nice.
Yeah, I even phoned the dealership, and they're like, "Oh, we'll match." I was like, "Too late." If you deal with the dealerships, I don't know.
Oh, it's a little fugazi.
Someone's got to pay for the nice dealership.
Yeah.
So I just went to a local guy, support that, and that was the other thing. I'd rather do it from the local tire guys, especially with today's market, and trying to do our best. Okay, with only 2 minutes to go, these futures, it's been kind of a nightmare situation for trying to scalp something there, just because some of the levels have been breaking there. So we will live definitely to see another day, and we'll be back tomorrow with some new ideas. But yeah, like I said, man, adding all this liquidity today on the TQQs, I'm fine telling you. More, nearly 7,000 shares on that, just up and down, and that's just including this all. So some of these fills, obviously not every fill is 1,000 shares. You can see how many fills that we do have on that one. So the other one was UiPath. So people are asking us for a couple predictions here on UiPath. Let's have a quick look at the chart. It's very hard to make a prediction on a stock because look, see what I'm saying? I know it's a New York name. Switch. All right. We don't know. We don't have that crystal ball that's going to tell us what's going to be happening right now in this name. But we've seen other names like GitLab and some of these sort of tech, AI, coding type names. This was a Cathie Wood favorite. I believe ARK is still invested in this name. But you're right near bottoms again. And if you break below, I can't say that we're excited for this trade tonight for UiPath. Their expected revenues... their expected EPS is plus 19 cents. So we'll see if they can get a plus number there, UiPath coming through tonight. Is that right? I'm just reading what Adara's numbers were. Yeah, plus 19 cents. Yeah, so a nice move there for UiPath coming through one more time. So
20 seconds. Less than 20 seconds. Yeah.
No. That's their EPS. So for UiPath, You
I'm saying 20 seconds for.
Oh, imbalance is less than 10
10
seconds,
seconds
right now.
now,
You have it loaded up. Let me get it loaded up.
Yeah,
right
I got them loaded up.
Yeah, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's go.
Let's see
Let's watch and see what happens with NVIDIA. We had to sell. Oh, yesterday we had that sell with NVIDIA, right? And it kept going. Do we short it now again? We talked about this yesterday. Obi, what do we want to do with this? I'm going to put a short on right now. Small. Oops, I'm still on UiPath.
Yeah.
Smaller piece though. Smaller piece. NVIDIA's short. We did take it right there yesterday. We saw the short. Get juiced up. It grew into the imbalance. We'll see what happens right now. It's a small one. It's 282 million shares. Yesterday, I think this number was more near 14 or 15. So, you know, a little lighter than we were yesterday. Tesla also with the sell. That one's losing its face a little bit there. Whoa. See, this is the thing. Wow. All right. So let's put this over here just so you guys can see this. Like, if you didn't know about imbalances coming out, look, we just went from 248 to 246. Like, that ruins your whole day.
God.
Right there, for me anyways, on that kind of a trade. That sucks to see that. But oh boy, Obi.
Let's
go. Da-da-da-da.
Damn.
Is the next thing. Yeah, don't just continue the da-da-da-das. But there it is right now. Nice move to the downside as we go. But so we just take it out there at VWAP. We take a little bit piece there on NVIDIA into that short. And again, you talked about this yesterday, man. It's patterns, right? We had seen this happen before. So again, not one pattern is going to tell you what's going to happen, but at least you can play off of it. So we'll see if something happens right now. We just took right there 25 cents. So I'm going to give a stop on this name. Same way, 115.51. If this runs 25 cents on us, then we'll get out of that full load. So we'll see what happens here. It did grow at 355 yesterday to the short side. We'll see if NVIDIA gives us the juice. I'm bidding 06s to get out of another piece. Let's see how low can we go on NVIDIA. What's up there?
Just be aware here, Starbucks is an interesting note because it was talked about earlier today as well. Just seeing this note, apparently they're redesigning their stores to encourage customers to stay longer, which includes adding more seating and power outlets. They think this is going to be an attempt to boost sales. We know that CEO Brian Niccol, formerly of Chipotle, has said that he wants to bring people back to Starbucks, and this has been part of his plan all along. Last Thursday, we had reports that after layoffs, he really wants the company to step it up, specifically hire members of the company. So just keep an eye here on SPUX with that in mind. More, talk on these progressions that Brian Niccol wants the company to make. Back to you.
Family has not stopped going to Starbucks, so so there's that happening right there. I like Starbucks. I mean, if you understand that you're going in there to spend a dime, then that's what's going to happen. Then you're fine with it. I like it. I mean, I think they have a decent points program, but not that really matters. You're spending a lot of money anyways at that point. That's where we use all those points to get like fancy drinks. You know, like the kids get like those little add-ins and everything in there. I don't even know what they are.
I think that's a pretty solid way to kind of do it. Just provide a little bit more value, a little bit more seating space, and people will stick around. And like if you're working at a cafe and you're putting some time in for a couple hours, I mean sometimes
free refills too.
Sometimes when I go to like a place, there's a lack of room. They're all full. Right?
Yeah,
so it's
I don't like
all
when
right,
people are just sitting there all day on their laptops, but I do understand that's what it started from. That's a coffee shop.
Yeah, it's a coffee.
So I think getting back to the basics there for Starbucks is a good idea. All right, see, we got our 06 there, and now it goes running to the top, so we'll wind up losing. Unfortunately, we still have like 70%, if not more of that. Like, see what I'm saying? Like, NVIDIA is not even doing anything, and it just runs the top there. This is not what happened yesterday, so I'm guessing maybe it will flip. Like, I'm always wondering if there's an early look on some of these plays, but we didn't take anything. We took a 1-unit, small little play there to see if NVIDIA would work. My next bid was at 114.50. Like, I was hoping that it would really come in there. Tesla, on the other hand, does make that move. Go like this. Tesla does make, what did I just do? Tesla does make that move back up, is again trying to cover up some of that play there. So Tesla trying to work out for the long as well. I do want to watch NVIDIA though, because with only 30 seconds left, if this does, I'm okay to go short again. If this does hold, maybe we do get that move back in there into the close. So let's wait to see what does happen now with NVIDIA. Willing to punch short again on this name. feel like we're just adding liquidity at certain points, but here we go, 20 seconds left. All right, there, look at that rip.
Oh, boy.
There, it's gone already. So there it goes. It flips over to a buy. Boom. There
Oh,
goes NVIDIA.
that's different from
right there at
yesterday.
the end of the day. Boom. Nice move to the upside there for NVIDIA, switching over to a buy. So maybe it's a buy the rest of the way. Like, I'm just saying maybe because I really don't know. So we'll wait to see here what happens with that rest of the move. Okay, there it is. So now the official is 355. The flip is real. There it goes, man. The flippening.
Flip game
has just
strong.
happened right there to the upside. The flip game is strong on that one as we go higher. Not the flippening there coming through. Lumen, we did see them. They were that... Lumen is the rocket there. What is that called? Yeah, Lumen Technologies there.
Yep.
All right, NVIDIA, AAPL. Anything else happening there? Apple, Intel. No. Oh, you just got out of Intel.
Yeah,
okay.
it kind of came right back into that, and I saw the flip on NVIDIA, and I'm like, all right, well, you know, that's good enough for me. I kind of covered the majority of it. Like you can see here, it's a little choppy here. I might want to, that candle's getting in the way here, but we can kind of go back here. But a lot of it right here, I covered in and around here. We can kind of make the screen a little bit bigger. That doesn't really help because of all the wicks that we have. But yeah, a lot of it kind of covered it in the 60s, the 50s right here. As it just consolidated, kind of bled out sideways and got some covers below in the 50s as well. But if we're gonna rip right back up to 116s on NVIDIA, and if Intel's gonna wipe right back up to its VWAP, I'm like, all right, cool. That's I think that's enough for me today. I guess I'm down a quarter tire maybe on the day today. So
okay.
you know, maybe not the best day, but I think I managed the risk pretty okay there. Certain trades, again, I got to go over some of these. We were talking about this, man. Like some of these, were just snipe entries, and sure, I never got it on my first try. But when the moment did come in, I did well to get right back in a couple of times. So I think that is what I want to focus on going forward from today. That's kind of the silver lining from today here. I want to take that low out here, 20.5 there. That should get rid of that. And now we can see the action a little bit better here. So perfect right here. So this is what I was talking about. A little bit of action here. I tried to get short in and around here on the initial break. It kind of consolidates. It stops me out. I double tap in again because I'm like, oh boy, it's holding. Stops me out again. I'm like, third time's a charm. I'm only trying one more time, and I actually did well to get in because here I sized not as heavily. Here I sized a little bit more, and then when this happened, this was a double tap. When this happened, I got back into everything that I had from the initial, and I think. Again, I have to continue that, being like, all right, I'm in less here, I'm in a little bit more here. I still like that this is looking like there's sellers underneath VWAP, and when I actually see this piece, I should be getting in a little bit more here. Maybe not a little bit, maybe a lot bit more, but that's something I gotta work on. And a similar thing kind of happens here. I kind of add a little bit aggressively, not the best decision on the day, but I did cover some into the flush. When it pops in above VWAP and then I get stopped out, I'm like, all right, well, cool. Got stopped out on the original. I was a little oversized due to this entry, brought my average down to 65s when my original average was, I think, 70, 71, 72s. Yeah, 72s and some change maybe. And then I punched right back in with a little bit more than I had initially. So I kind of covered that in pieces as we went into the close and into the imbalances. You can see the action that we had on the imbalances. Technically, higher lows building into VWAP with a bit of a flat top here. 2070s is what I am seeing as how Intel closed on the day. So interesting stuff. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, I have no idea. But tomorrow I won't be trading. That is kind of a little unfortunate. But I won't be trading here. But I'm curious to know what Intel does with some of these levels, or do we continue to see sellers in and around VWAP back to back on Intel? Not always the cleanest, but definitely sometimes coming in very nicely and respecting some of those levels. This is the thing about indicators, man. We talk about indicators, using indicators. It's just like, all right, you can use your VWAP, use a moving average, use a trend line, use whatever. But what matters is the price action and the ticker kind of respecting that indicator? If it is, then maybe that's a little bit more confluence for the trade, and that's all it is. So, or that's how I see it as of right now in my trading journey. Subject to change, I have no idea. But Yeah, not really watching anything else. Imbalances, nothing too crazy on the NASDAQ here. We got Micron now at the top, but just about 10 seconds left. Oh boy, Sean. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Countdown going for us right now. Yeah,
I didn't even notice.
Okay, we hit the countdown right there. I went over there to fix the screen. 4, 3, 2, 1. We are now closed. This is brought to you by Foremost Clean Energy, man. Make sure you go check it out, exploring Athabasca's world-leading basin. So we'll go find that. There it is right there with Denison Mines, of course, fueling the nuclear revolution. It is Foremost, FMST. We want to thank them for sponsoring the closing bell. Okay, Obi, make sure that you do have, obviously you will, fantastic time. So thank you so much for a great couple of days.
Thank you as well.
And yeah, good trading on Intel, obviously. And thank you, everybody from the chat. I'll let you say goodbye, but here we go. Pound it out. Good job today. Good job in the last couple of weeks, or last couple of days. Thank you for joining. And yeah, have a safe trip.
Thank you.
And I hope it's a successful one for you. And we look forward to some stories next week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
I'm out of here. We'll see everybody.
Thank you very much, Sean. Thank you for that. Again, a crazy day. You guys saw the salad bowl at the beginning of the day. I only got a couple more grapes left here. Yeah, red and green was the salad bowl in the morning. And guess what? Look at these futures. A little bit of, it gave you opportunities on the red. It gave you opportunities on the green. A little bit of a chip chop, maybe some price compression happening here because we got like lower highs and then higher lows as well, both on the the Nasdaq and the ES. And let's go back to this fix. So now it's like, okay, we've broken this. Does this mean anything? I'm looking for that follow through, right? If it's going to follow through, we went up to 29s again. VIX volatility. Again, I forget who said this, but the highest probability reversions are not necessarily on price, but in volatility. Volatility tends to revert a lot more than revert to the mean a lot more than does price. But yeah, let's see if we can get that reversion of the VIX back down. This is a 3-hour chart back down to here, but it does seem like it's been winding up. We did crack some prior levels there, but 29.57 as of right now is that high, and we pulled back quite significantly. Trading, or it's at 24 as of right now. I don't know if you can trade this one, but you can trade some of the related products, volatility products like the UVIXI or the VXX. There's a few different ones there as well. But yeah, hopefully you guys have had a great time today, and hopefully you learned a thing or two, because I definitely did. I'm always trying to learn from these markets, and these markets always providing us with beautiful lessons and some beautiful price action as well. But without any further ado, stick around, because we got the market recap. Got some earnings names coming up with Sean and Adara. I'll see you guys later. Take it easy.
Bobby, thank you so much for that throw. Hey, Adara, how's it going?
I'm great. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you. Thank you for asking. No, but yeah, I think Obi's right there about the VIX, right? I think that's something you got to watch out for, the volatility. I mean, today was just a wild day, man. Very choppy, I found, especially in the afternoon. You can see the Qs right here. We finished the day up 1%, which is pretty nice. We did have that weaker than expected, or softer than expected, I guess, CPI print, whether or not it's weak or not. But yeah, downside moving all day, pretty much off that number right there early. Where's the number? Right here. So, you know, the number comes up, and then we just got crushed early, all the way back down. Then some better tariff talk as we get all the way back up to the upside. What a V. Like, you're almost not going to see, like, this is how wild this market is. Look, V-shape there yesterday. V-shape there. When did that start yesterday? 1:30. When did it start today? 11 o'clock. So, like, complete reversal yesterday, closing near, not the lows, but a big move down yesterday. Look at sort of rinse and repeating there. Nice number on CPI. So I don't even know if tomorrow's PPI even matters, to be honest with you. Nice move up. Hits there 480 all the way back down. V-shaped recovery. Downside again, another V back in there again as we get right back in there. Still holding up that 1%. We like that one for sure. We want to give a big shout out to Obi. Have a safe trip. We already did that live on the show again today. Oh, wow, good day there. Someone's up 30% today. Good job on that one. You see the NASDAQ leading the way today, up 1.5%. Now, we do have, I don't have it in my ear, but Adara is going to give us with Sentinel-1. We do have Adobe coming through as well very, very soon. And the other name that we're looking at, AEO, American Eagle Outfitters coming there, and that's it. So basically 4 big names that we will look for. That's the NASDAQ today. What did the SPY go out at? A little weaker than expected. We did have... did the banks end up red? No. XLF up 0.15. But again, weakness hitting a little bit in the SPY. As we see energy today down. Where's energy? XLU. Okay, so again, utilities downside today. China down today. Real estate down. Uranium up a little bit. Oh, okay, XLE up 0.46. So again, SPY a little bit weaker. The name that I recently bought was JP Morgan in and around here. Nice update. We thought we were doing pretty good when we bought on the close yesterday, right? So 229 right there for JP Morgan. Nice downside. They actually go out near the low of the day. JP Morgan's a little bit of a scary situation because you're at the 200 period and it looks like it wants to get weaker. With all these regulations coming through, we just heard midday, Adara, actually. You brought the story there with Microsoft. And that made a move down right there into 380 and recovered completely all the way back up. Just adding to some of the frustrations for me anyways today. A lot of choppy
Adobe
action.
earnings.
Okay, so Adobe is now out. ADBE right there. We'll go, whoa, that's a nice move. Let's go over to a 1-minute chart so we can see it just a little bit better. Nice move upside. Okay, so someone whacked it up to 455 on that, Adara, but that must have been a fat finger because right now we're printing right down here, 437. Adara will parse through the number. Whoa.
Yeah, I can give you the numbers here.
Okay, nice. Yeah, okay, we'll get the numbers in just a second. It's a nice, whoa, what am I doing? It's a nice move down there for, okay, Adobe's still going, 425. Going lower, Adara, what do those numbers look like?
Yeah, so it looks like a revenue beat. Now, I always like to say looks like because sometimes the estimates we get aren't going to be the same ones the market runs with. Either way, they reported revenue of $5.71 billion. Apparently, this is record revenue for Q1. It's also 10% year-over-year growth, and it's above the estimates I'm seeing of $5.65 billion. EPS here, on a non-GAAP basis, $5.08. That would be above estimates here of $4.97. Though on a GAAP basis, it was $4.14. So yeah, I just got these official numbers here, and it looks like it was exactly the numbers we said. So they did beat on both earnings and sales, as I mentioned. Again, nice increase there year over year for their record Q1 sales. Apparently, their digital media segment revenue grew by 11% on a year-over-year basis for fiscal 2025. Digital experience revenue growing 10% for fiscal 2025. So it looks like a good look for the year and quarter, Sean.
That's the problem. So then why fail? I just hit the fail button. All right.
It might be, I don't see the guide yet.
Fail working.
But
yeah, no, I think it must be the guides. That's why I was going to slap that on there because right now you see Adobe, which actually had a decent day today, now down 2%. 440, we go out at 440, we're down to 420. Right now, we'll wait for the guide. Again, EPS beat of 508 versus 497. Sales beat and record at 571.40 versus 565.70. So nice move to the downside there for Adobe. On what are good numbers, we'll wait to get the guide forward. I don't know if they're going to give a full year next quarter guide. We'll get that in just a little bit of time. But
I'm seeing
there it is right there
actually.
into 420. Puff, puff, pass. There's that magical number one more time for Adobe. Nice move to the downside now. Down 3% for Adobe. All right, we will wait for AEO. Someone asked me the other day, like, hey, man, did you ever look at Abercrombie & Fitch? No, I did not look at ANF.
We have AEO.
Okay, so here's AEO. Let's have a quick look on. Okay, yeah, so we do have American Eagle. Looks like pretty choppy. It's only $11 name right now. Makes its way up to 12. Couple fat fingers today, man. It looks like someone hit this up to 1260 and down to 1108. Very choppy movement here in AEO. EIEIO. It's downside right here for American Eagle Outfitters. My family's at the mall right now, and I like that store. It looks pretty good there. Ari, isn't it Aerie or Ari is one of their brands as well? So down to $11 right now. What do those numbers look like, Adara?
So yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing how this compares to estimates, but either way, I think it's worth noting just the decrease is notable. I'm seeing revenue estimates of $1.61 billion. They reported revenue of $1.6 billion. So it looks like it's roughly flat with estimates, but it did actually drop 4% year over year, Sean. Apparently that includes, though, an $85 million adverse impact because they had one less selling week this quarter due to the retail calendar shift. Here, this is, I think, the bigger issue here.
Just getting killed right now.
3% comparable sales increase versus 8% comparable sales increase last year. So much smaller comparable sales increase on a year-over-year basis here. What else? Yeah, Aerie comparable sales, though, up about 6% year over year. But again, that's a lot lower than what we had last year. So interesting look here. Both, I guess these numbers kind of slumping compared to the previous year. And I think that revenue decline is also not a great look.
Yeah, I mean, same way. I just heard, like, I got the wife a gift card for Ari or for American Eagle. She has some things that she likes there. There's there's some real hot, like, leopard prints and all that kind of stuff there, apparently. So anyways, downside to 1050 right there as we go. Maybe a little too much information. 1050 downside there. As you can see, yeah, really bad movement. I mean, we were just at, like, last summer, man, $26 down to $11 right now. AEO downside. What's Adobe doing? This may be the one that's a little bit more important. And again, AI kind of eating lunch here, I think, a little bit for these guys. But again, record sales, so that's fine. But I do know that there's many different softwares out there now that can do some of this stuff. But again, you want to be able to trust it. I don't know what's real anymore between an AI picture. Like, we had that hot car from Jaguar that Sharif was showing. To me, it looked completely fake.
Sentinel.
I have no idea what to believe anymore. But, whoa.
Sentinel 1.
All right, see ya. Downside there for Sentinel 1 as this coming back in. Again, what's the short float on this name? 5% right here. So security software, we talked about bad movements in CrowdStrike as of late, bad movements in PanW as of late as cybersecurity getting hit right now. Sentinel 1 downside, down to $17. Look at its friends, man. Look at PanW down into the 200 period. Look at CrowdStrike. I mean, I know they're not exactly the same, but I'm just talking about security names. Downside right there as well. So Sentinel 1, Adara, looks like it's getting killed. What does it say here for description? Yeah, here, security software that detects models and predicts threat and behavior to block attacks. Right, so there it is. So some cybersecurity name there. Sentinel 1 down to $16, getting crushed right now. Options today, man, 401%. So obviously increased on earnings day. Looks like if you're in the puts here for Sentinel 1, you're going to get a nice little recovery day maybe tomorrow. But for right now, you're getting punished right now on Sentinel 1. Do you have the numbers?
I do have the numbers. So it's interesting. I'm not really seeing anything
as well as out.
yet to describe.
Whoa!
UiPath also getting crushed?
Sorry to interrupt. Look at UiPath. I mean, that is $12 down to $9.
They have numbers too.
$50 right now. People in the chat were going crazy for it. I called it up there. This is like, today's such a wild day, man. We crushed our swimming. Heart rate was completely fine. Then we come back here and we start going up and down as we watch some of these names go. We're having a lot of fun, but that's a tough look for UiPath. Do you have those numbers? I think people care much more about UiPath than Sentinel 1.
Sure. I mean, it looks like they missed on revenue, but I always like to say looks like because I don't know what estimates the market's going to run with. I was seeing here estimates of $424.75 million. They reported revenue of $424 million, so that would be just barely a miss. It's up 5% year over year. Their annual recurring revenue up 14% year over year. They also announced that they acquired Peak to launch vertically specialized agents within their agentic automation platform. So we can get back to Sentinel 1 because I just have more info on Sentinel 1, truthfully, than I do on AI right now. So S here, adjusted losses of 22 cents per share below the expected 21 cent per share loss. Their revenue, though, up 29% year over year to 225.5 mil versus estimates of 222.33 mil. Annual recurring revenue up 27% year over year. Customers with annual recurring revenue over 100,000 is up 25% year over year. So lots of growth. Their guidance is not great, though. 1.007 bill to 1.012 bill for the fiscal year versus estimates of 1.03 bill. So they missed across the board there for their fiscal 2026 revenue guidance. Q1 guidance here, 228 mil versus 235.47 mil expected.
Yeah, I mean, a great great rundown there. I mean, there's lots of numbers to go through. Look at UiPath. Someone needs to be responsible for this. Honestly, is this another Chamath name or what do they call him? Scamoth or something there? Like, honestly, $73 this thing IPO'd at. It is now down to $9. Like, this is the thing. Oh, we're going to IPO a name. We're going to back it up. It's great, right? Sell, all the way down, all the way down, all the way down. Now breaking below $9 right now, $10 for that. I'm just joking about Chamath. I have no idea who's responsible for this, but Sentinel 1 right now getting absolutely destroyed. Look at it on a 1 minute chart. It's battling back a little bit, but there it goes all the way to the downside. One stock that I do know that Chamath was all about right now, Open Door. So let's look at how that one did. Again, well, this is a daily chart. Let me look at a weekly chart for Open Door again. There's a bunch of these names. Oh yeah, it just came out here at $26, now $1. Okay, all right, let's keep going and forget about all that. All right, let's see what Adobe's doing real quick. I still do have, this is Adobe on a weekly. This is why sometimes zooming out actually pays dividends. I wish it did, and we collected dividends every time we zoomed out. But you could see Adobe's not in that much trouble. We do go back to some of the levels we were at in 22, though. So, if you've held this whole time, yeah, it's been a little bit of a rough ride not collecting a dividend from Adobe. But on the daily chart, we've already broken below the 200 period moving average. So this stock was broken a minute ago, right? So that broke actually back at the beginning of the year in December, where we'd sort of fallen through, and it had never gotten back. This was a bad report. Their report back on December 9th, as we fall down there about 20% as well. Looks like we're getting a nice downside move for Adobe, but it's recovering nicely there in for the day. We want to call up a minute chart just to see what Adobe is doing, and then we'll talk a little bit about more of the names. So Adobe down to 420, a nice little recovery back. You just crushed the Sentinel-1 numbers. Oh boy. That's getting lower and lower. Did UiPath go to $1 yet? Just joking. $9.70 to the downside. Let's do a little bit of a quick market recap, and then we'll look. We don't have any guests joining us today, which is fine. As expected, we could have got more. We could have got guests. We said, no, we want to do this. We want to do this live. We're doing it live. Right here again. All right, so let's go to the downside now and have a quick little look. You know what's been a little disappointing for us? Netflix, nice little downside again. Expensive tickers that sold off like AppLovin and Netflix were very, very volatile today. Netflix right here. Let's go to a 5-minute chart. Just have a quick look at some of this volatility. And again, look at this, man. 925 down to 900, recovering all the way back to 925 again, then dropping back in one more time into 907. That's where the 200 period moving average is on the 5-minute chart. Look how clean that was. 200 period there, 200 period there. Let's look at this tomorrow for Netflix. But Netflix getting hit on the daily. I like Netflix. I like the stock. I think it's actually held up quite well in this drop. If you were looking to get some money into something and you're not into Netflix, I do like that stock. Your AppLovin, I say yours because I know you like to trade this.
I do.
They've had a nice move down as well. They went from 550 again, a name that was, I believe, was added to the S&P or one of them NASDAQ.
Oh, no, it was in the NASDAQ. People keep thinking it's going to be added to the S&P 500. It keeps getting shafted.
But that's what it was. So it got the shaft there the other day on additions into that, but is into the NASDAQ. You could see AppLovin 515 all the way down into 230. So it takes a haircut of more than 60%, but battling back their AppLovin today. All right, Tesla and NVIDIA were nice stocks today. Again, to the upside. Let's go a little bit back there on NVIDIA and on Tesla. Tesla going out near the high of the day, which we'll take, 248. Nice day for Tesla, up 8%. So that was a good one. Bang, right there. As we got some talk from Donald Trump yesterday supporting the company, talking about its American ties, and we do know that. I get the feeling that Elon is going to be stepping away from this Doge comments. I believe soon enough that could be something. Do I have a position or something? Intel's doing stuff.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm not seeing anything on it yet.
Whoa, yeah, buddy, right now. Intel, nice little upside move.
Oh, I have something. Wow, this is a shocker.
Just real quickly, the reason why I said that there, Obi's staring at my screen, and he's like, oh boy, like kind of like that. And I was like,
this is
and that's why I said, do I have shares in something? And I'm just like getting smoked or whatever. But all right, Adara, we're having a lot of fun. I don't know what other hosts do on this show, but this is right now. We do it whatever the fans want to do, or the viewers. But at the end of the day, the real boss is sitting right over there controlling everything. So a big shout out to Ramin there today. Thank you for all the hard work that she puts in every single day. But Adara, $22 right now. Intel's up 10%. Hey, we survived. That's it. That's the bottom. Intel.
CEO. That's what I've been trying to say. That's what I've been trying to say.
All right, who's in?
Hey, so it's kind of shocking. It's Lip Bhutan. Lip Bhutan, in case you recognize this name.
Yeah, I did.
He was the CEO of Cadence Design. He also, interestingly enough, was involved in Intel on their board until I believe August of this year or last year. He stepped down because he had some issues with the current, how it was run. Now they're bringing him in to replace acting interim co-CEOs David Zinsner and Michelle Johnston-Holthaus. So now we have Intel Lip Bhutan as CEO. I know Obi's been trying to trade this name less. It looks like he will not have that opportunity because it keeps giving catalysts. Lip Bhutan will become the CEO of Intel effective March 18th. Quite the pedigree when it comes to semiconductors. So keep an eye on Sir Lip Bhutan.
Don't stop talking. Don't stop talking. Everybody in the chat wants you to keep talking. Keep talking. Keep going. Anything else to say?
I mean, I think too with Adobe, I can get over Adobe guidance. I was just about to put it in the chat, and then I got interrupted by Intel existing. So shout out to Intel. Yeah, so Adobe's guidance is not great. Q2 EPS guidance $4.95 to $5 versus $5 expected. Revenue guide $5.77 bill to $5.82 bill versus $5.796 bill expected. It's not bad. It's basically in line. But the issue here is their fiscal 2025 guidance, which is not great. $20.20 to $20.50 for EPS versus 2040 expected. Then we have revenue 23.3 bill to 23.55 bill versus 23.495 bill expected. That is also more or less in line, slightly below estimates on the midpoint.
All right, great job there. Yeah, we're just chilling out here, having some fun there. Dare I apologize if that was too much. But there's Intel right there, up to $23, getting going again. I think on a daily chart, this actually looks pretty good. Maybe we can zoom in. Zoom in, my guy, the other way. There you go. So that's that little tick where we are right now. We just took this level out, 22.75. So, oh boy, it's funny because Obi won't be here tomorrow, but this is the stock that he's been looking at. Nice move up there for Intel. I think this is really where the story is. But again, this has nothing to do, like, I don't expect there to be any more movement in NVIDIA off of this because, again, NVIDIA is not moving. This is not a specific story to the chip sector at all. This is an Intel-specific story, so we do get that movement right now on INTC. So there we go. Nice upside move into $23. So congratulations, anybody that's been buying that dip. You know, I'm long at 1980 off the swing trade. That was basically put into question, and we were red on that as of yesterday. But there's the nice move up. Again, I think that you want to fade CEO pops. One of the most recent ones that we've had, of course, was Starbucks, where they sort of took Brian Nickel there from Chipotle. That had quite a nice bump. So that went from 77 that very next day. The cat came back. You thought it was a goner, but Starbucks came back. Went from 77 to 95. So $20 on 70, so you get about a 20% bump or so on Starbucks that day. Then it bounces around and eventually gets going on earnings. So that's the kind of movement that we could maybe expect for a new CEO. But again, this is Lip-Bu Tang was already on the board.
Previously.
Right, previously.
And they stepped down.
Now stepped out, now coming back in. So we'll see if there's going to be a change there. I don't know enough about anything here, about what the policies might be or what the change might be, but we do know that Intel did have good news today from TSM as they're looking at the foundry. We talked about looking at Intel's foundry again as we build back America, or make America great again. Intel is part of that story. So we'll see if Taiwan Semi can get going. Just before we had talked about that, though, we are looking at some of the runners into the day. We included that with Tesla, which was up that 7, almost 8% at close, and so was NVIDIA. NVIDIA does make that move higher there into the close, and it's a really positive thing. I don't know what the statistics are on this, but it's really great when stocks close near or at their highs. I mean, it's just like we've had some negativity over the last couple of days, including this sell-off yesterday in Intel, right? And then we started the day with a nice move with CPI, comes back into the 50 period, but today holding some of those highs, that's really good. A beat-up name in the Mag 7, of course, Google. Again, look at this, right? Fading out at the end of the day. So a name that is just getting hit every single day, it seems like. Google tried to get back up to 175. There's the fade on that one. So it's 422 right now. Today, Broadcom and NVIDIA, we talked a little bit about that. Oh, we had a bad day with iRobot. I actually didn't look at that. Oh, wow. Another absolutely crushed name. This was a name that we were looking at early. Look at that shelf break of $6. Would have been hard to get that because you would have had to be in that pre-earnings. But, oh, actually, yes, pre-earnings. Yeah, so the earnings came in the pre-market. So that was a nice move down there earlier on today. Again, to be in it, to get those earnings, breaking through $6, what like a windfall you would have had there if you had just sort of zoomed out and noticed that this level was actually 580. So let's just look to see what happened there. So here come the earnings report. Looks like there was a little bit of a bounce there. Maybe 580 you could have had as that short. It does bounce around a little bit there at 530 before getting that downside push there for iRobot. And then we had a note there. We didn't talk about this at all today, but did Stitch Fix also reported?
Last night, yeah. They're on the watch list.
Okay, good. So Stitch Fix, good work there on the watch list, Adara, as they fall down from $5 into $4. So again, earnings seems to be tough these days, right? I mean, that Intel move is not earnings. It was Adobe. We can see if that's holding out right now. Let me put this back into a 1-minute chart just real quickly. There goes Adobe down to 425. That's holding out pretty good. Sentinel-1, Adara, got killed. You reviewed those numbers a couple times. Still to the downside. UiPath was 960, holding out 950 right now. So that's another downside print. The day started out really well, Adara, with the triple Qs and the NASDAQ and CPI prints coming through. You can see right here, we did have that high tick up to 481 for the CPI. Thing is, let's do the same. Let's try to do this tomorrow, where we'll hit the high at 481 again. We'll have to, not that that's going to be the level. It's watch out for that blowout top. Tomorrow's PPI number, if it comes hotter than or cooler than expected, we should get a similar bump. But you could see the market says n'est pas to that. Goes all the way down into the downside again. You're fluent French.
I'm not fluent in French. My family, like part of my family is Quebecois. I have a really good understanding of French. My grammar and speaking of it is probably flawed, but I can understand it really well.
Was there ever a time in your life when you were younger?
No, I've never been fluent just because my grandpa was fluent. He was from Quebec, but then my dad just never bothered to learn. So I actually know more French than my father, who grew up with a Quebecois man. So this is pretty funny.
Okay, good, cool. Yeah, we didn't speak Italian in my household either. My mother is a manja cake. All right, Pug Life 77. Oh man, I used to have a pug. Talk about Italian. I used to have an Italian pug named Guido. Passed away, but I love that dog. Guido was the best. Thing about pugs is you don't realize it, that they're short, their hair, although they have short hair, tons of shedding there, double coated. It is a pug's life. All right, so he says Liputan was highly critical of Pat Gelsinger's leadership and the direction.
Yeah, I had mentioned that.
Yeah. So I was just giving that just a little bit of a heads up. So again, people that were upset sort of where what Intel's been doing, I mean, the fall for grace is there. We were at $55 not couple months ago, but down into the $20 mark. So there's a lot of people upset about the direction of Intel. And then right now, we do get that new CEO announcement. Wow, Dara, it is continuously going here. Obi, are you trading this in the aftermarket? No, not at all, right? Okay, he wishes, yeah, so that's a no. But up to 2350 right now, the high of the day for Intel. So get ready to rock and roll, man. We will be on this name 100% tomorrow right there. So, all right, what I was saying there, yeah, good call there, Los Polos Hermanos. What I was saying there about PPI, I believe we probably come in a little hot, cool tomorrow, similar to what CPI was, so a little under, right? We had a 3 expectation there on the CPI this morning. We get 2.9, so and a little lower on the year over year as well on the CPI, which created this bump up right here, which is what I was trying to say. So you get that bump up, right? The market opens up, retest. This is right at the open, right? You can see, I don't know if you can see the different, let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. The different colors here. So the white is the open market, the orange is the pre-market, the blue is the after hours, right? So right into there. As soon as we open up, this is a 5-minute chart. Within the first 10 minutes, we basically come, within a little bit, a couple points there of the high. Looks like we get about 60 cents away. Then it's just fade city off of that. So tomorrow, I'll be here. You just watch live. Tomorrow at 8:30, we'll come live about 8:29 tomorrow, and we'll bring those numbers to you. I'm going to wait to see what that high looks like. Then we'll just fade it, and then we'll watch out for that reload right here at 9:30. So that's kind of the play that I'm looking for on the CPI. Leave it alone when that happens. Let the market open up and dare it to break the high. We will dare it to break the high, okay? There tomorrow. So, yeah. Oh, here we go. What's up, Pug's Life? Here we go. So what's up with this? I have a black pug and he has no overcoat. Okay, like the fawns. All right, so kind of wish I known that, but the fawn is just, I love the fawn. If I can go over to my e-signal, I bet you, or not e-signal, my Instagram, I bet you on my Instagram account, we used to put, because he used to have a huge chain there that he used to wear because Italian pug, so he looked like that kind of Guido, that's why his name. I don't know if anybody's from Woodbridge, but you can find a bunch of those guys up there. Shout out to my cousins and whatnot. Okay, so here we go. I would love, a lot of people want you and I on the morning show.
Okay.
No, that would be too wild.
I'm down, but I think it would be way too much energy. Like, I feel like it would feel like it's like the 1980s with the level of just unhinged, like Wolf of Wall Street energy that would be happening on the show. Would I be okay with it? Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
Do I think the people would be okay with it? I don't know. We would have to find out.
I think the people would be okay with anything. I think they might not be okay with me. They probably love having you on the show.
I would be down sometime. It'd be pretty cool.
That's okay. Well, maybe. Tomorrow we have Joe coming on tomorrow, and then I believe, although you are unaware of this, I believe you will be on the midday show.
I asked. Apparently, I'm not.
Oh, you're not?
Apparently
Okay.
It's Joe, so I don't know.
What?
But if
So Joe,
I am on the midday, I will say hi to you all on the midday. If I'm not, then I will be here. I'm going to do whatever.
Joe's running 8:30 to 2 tomorrow.
4.
Oh, yeah, all the way through.
Apparently. That's because I did ask because I was curious because I know it was like a little up in the air and no one seemed to know. So as far as I know, I am not on the midday tomorrow, but I will still be here.
That's all good. Good, great. Yeah. I mean, you're such a valuable tool there. And if you guys are just joining us for the first time, Adara basically running through the news. I mean, no more important job right now at Trader TV Live than watching out for that news. So, all right, man, it is getting time. What's up, Carl? Carl traded Intel long right now. 4,000 shares. Wow. A good little nut. Whoa. I mean, look, as long as you went long, Carl, was it Carl there? Yeah, Carl, good trade there. Carl grew in there in the chat. If you went long at any point, you're winning, man. Intel right now at the highs of the after hours. I mean, we did get as high as 23.50. We're at 23.33. So a great one there for sure. You're down 2 tires today, says Stephen Etienne. So that's a good one there. Yeah, but here we go. Monty G again. Really, really great there. I won unhinged, says Ben Fishin.
Thank you.
Right there. And Monty G as well. A member for 18 months. Thank you for that. And here's a super chat as well. Nimrod with the gifted memberships. We want to thank everybody for all of that. 18 months means a lot to us right there. Yeah, we will look after Joe and Adara. You do not have to worry about that, Adam. Everybody around here, again, we just appreciate coming in every single day and being able to trade for you guys, whether or not it's Adara, Joe, Sharif. I'm speaking for everybody now because I know we all feel the same way. Obi, Neil, Brendo, anybody that you see on the show is very, very passionate about what we do here. And our job okay, I'll roll up the rim.
Roll up the rim.
And again, like honestly, Ramin and Fabian, these two, I mean, I still have about a third of a coffee in here. Okay, what do you think?
I think you got a prize, but I think it's like, I don't know if it's going to be a coffee. It's going to be a donut. Be like one of like the more off-center.
Good, then I'll save it for Neil as we go.
It's gonna be an apple fritter. Was I right? Please play again. He did not win. This has to be the most Canadian segment we have. Like the roll up the rim segment.
I'm trying.
I like it.
But yeah, okay. So anyways, thank you so much. Thanks for that, Ramina. We like that segment. I have yet to win. I think we've had a coffee every day since Roll Up the Rim right there. But we do win on the app. Today, this was actually a free coffee because I won yesterday on the app. So we'll go 1 for 2 there today. Look, man, Intel. And if you guys are joining us, this is why I believe this, but I actually know it to be factual. We are the best recap show, period, because we had Adobe wasn't even on CNB, whatever it is. It wasn't even on there until like 4:10. And we had that immediately, Adobe earnings today as well. We had that Intel news almost immediately as well, as that started to pop upside there. We have Sentinel-1. We have UiPath. Look at Sentinel-1, continue to go lower. UiPath continue to go lower. All of you can find this data. Adara drops it for you, but it's awesome to see these charts live. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Look, we're back tomorrow. Join us at 8:29 as we have PPI. Look, Adara's still working over here. We have PPI coming. With PPI coming tomorrow, I believe it'll be cooler again. So look for the NASDAQ to bump early. Then we'll look for a fade once that market does open. Again, heading into the weekend, I'm pretty positive about these tariffs right now. I think that hopefully a lot of the talk is getting sorted out. We do hear Canada coming to the table. The US is at the table right now. Let's see if we can get this figured out and we can have better days ahead. That's what I'm hoping for. Don't tell me you're planning on wearing red tomorrow because we did. Obi's fruit salad indicator was sort of mixed today. We'll see what winds up happening, which I think was right because it was a pretty choppy day overall. So we'll see what happens, hoping for green grapes tomorrow or some kiwi.
Well, I mean, Obi's not going to have a fruit salad.
Well, I can
we'll
continue the fruit salad look there tomorrow. All right, thanks for everybody. Adara, today this will be normally it's a potato. Let's go with an apple.
And then an apple fritter in honor of Neil.
Perfect, in honor of Neil. I like that one. So thank you, everybody. I'll come up with some better ones. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Thanks, Ramin, for staying late. Thank you, Obi, again. Hope he has a great trip and a safe one. We'll see everybody tomorrow. Oh, we forgot to thank Bears vs. Bulls, the best moderator.
Thank you, Bears vs.
And
Bulls.
everybody for staying with us. You were here all day, and you're still here now. We want to thank all of you for that one. From everybody here at Trader TV Live, that's Miss Adara LePage. I am Sean, and we will join everybody tomorrow at 8:29. Join us early for PPI. Have a great evening.
See ya.